生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
さようなら。人事なす。落ち着いて。そうよ一体。
大事ない。
さようなら。
退け。生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
そうよ一体。人事なす。落ち着いて。
大事ない。
さようなら。 ないわ。
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies, handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
The gentleman that was driving, his esophagus exploded and he started vomiting violently.
That's a lot of blood in there, a lot of blood. There's at least 2.5 pints of blood in there.
Hey guys, we are here in Sefner, Florida. It's kind of an odd situation. You can see the front of this pickup truck smashed in a little bit. It's kind of gruesome. The gentleman that was driving, this is a commercial fleet company, his esophagus exploded and he started vomiting violently. All blood, which is really kind of disturbing. It happened so quick, he actually slammed into a car losing consciousness in front of a hospital. I'll take you guys around the corner, open the door, and show you what we're actually dealing with today. The odor's not too bad. It only happened the other day, so you can see here, all along the floorboard, the carpet's gonna end up having to go. The door, pretty gruesome. This is all vomit. The guy survived, which is a miracle in itself. Nobody else was injured in the accident. So stay tuned.
All right, so we need to turn this on. Yeah, we need to turn this on.
Okay.
The generator, so I can get this puppy going. This job, you know, this is like a freak thing. Like, we've had esophageal ruptures before, and it's typically with alcoholics. Like, towards the very end of their lives, they'll just end up, you know, vomiting blood everywhere, and then they just, the esophagus just ruptures and they eventually die. But thankfully, this guy survived, and what a weird thing. He must have serious acid reflux, or maybe it went untreated, or it wasn't responding to medication or something, but you know, he's really lucky to be alive. That's a lot of blood in there, a lot of blood. There's at least 2.5 pints of blood in there. I guess you're not getting the steamer. Face to chest, bitch. This is gonna take a little longer without the steamer.
Oh my god, it's gone so great. Our generator died. So we actually have to do stuff by hand, which means we actually like have to work. All right, so our generator died. That's always exciting. Gonna have to drop it off at like some mechanic or something so I can get its oil changed. I don't know. So the steamer was gonna save us hours of work. Not really, it probably only saved us like 15 minutes. So once Bonehead gets the seat out, I'll clean everything on the seat. He'll continue inside there. We'll kiss the steamer away. I'm just kidding, he's not really about that. The generator just needs to go to hell because I was trying to start it, and it backfired, and I almost lost a leg. Oh my god, did you see that shit?
Backfire.
Oh my god! Apparently you guys are gonna see it. Fuck you, Ben.
My name is Bennett and I ain't in it.
That was gross. Why would you rhyme like that? What am I on snapping? I just want to know how to remove the seat. This is weird.
Got it.
Did you?
Yep.
Damn, I'm over here watching a YouTube tutorial and you're like, pop, done.
We're gonna be able to save this one.
Kinda like kick plate, base plate. I always fuck it up. I'm done. I'm done. I'm just gonna remove the whole thing. Glad there isn't airbags in this seat. I forgot to check.
That would have been hilarious.
Oh, really? Have you ever been hit with an airbag?
Yes.
I was gonna say, if not, I'm about to show you what it feels like. Woo, that was excessive. Now I swear. I would say that's blood.
I would say so too.
So I'm trying to be extremely careful, solely because this has got an airbag in it. And I don't want to hit it wrong. Ah, right in my face. So I'm only taking off the top layer.
It's gonna be a fiat to get down in between the clean doors.
Yeah.
We got the blood.
君らに選ぶ余地はない。
人事なさようなら。そうよ一体。立ちなさい。
Hey guys, we are here on the organ explosion job. So, you can see we removed the door panel. This job was pain in my dick, 100%. My balls hurt. The door panel was a pain in the asshole to get off, but it's done. Down here at the bottom, you can see we actually cleaned. It had followed the wiring harness all the way through to the backyard. Aw, I love nature. So we had to remove all of this here. It's all clean now, all beautified. There's dead love bug now. Black bags are his personal items. So they'll be able to come and get that stuff. Everything that we had taken out that we could keep, we actually set back here because they want to try to figure out what they want to do with the job. So hope you guys enjoyed. Oh, it's really like naturey out here. I need to go have my martini, calm down for the next 3 days. Talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Thanks for watching season 2. We hope you're enjoying it. Don't forget to like, share, and comment what you want to see more of. If you're subscribed to our YouTube channel, don't forget to ring the bell so that you're notified of new content every single Thursday. Thanks for watching.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
Hey guys, we are here in Tampa, Florida on a bio/hoard. She has been gone for about 2.5 months.
Holy shit. Is the scalp still there? What is that?
It's like a nest.
It is a nest. Hold on, hold it. Oh, good God. Something made its...
What is that? There's a nest of bugs.
Their nest. There's
Those are
bugs
bugs.
inside.
Brother found out that she hadn't been using her bank account, called to do a wellness check, and they found her in the middle of the hoard. So if you look around here, this is the living room. It's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath.
Oh, fuck.
Friday 12 of
This is $12.97.
97
Shut
here
up.
as well.
Let me see. Oh my God.
June 30th, 2013.
Oh my God.
So milk from 97, eggs from 13.
Oh my God.
Hey guys, we are here in Tampa, Florida on a bio/hoard. She has been gone for about 2.5 months. Brother found out that she hadn't been using her bank account, called to do a wellness check, and they found her in the middle of the hoard. So if you look around here, this is the living room. It's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. We're probably going to be here 2 or 3 days. If you guys want to follow along, I'll show you guys the rest of the place. So we have the bathroom in here. And then behind is where the bio is. The smell isn't terrible, but it has been completely undisturbed for nearly 3 months. Her scalp, her hair, she was found on the bed. That's the entire scalp. The only thing that they removed was the skeletal remains. And they couldn't identify her, so they had to do it via dental records. Good news is it's training day for 2 of my brand new techs. So this is definitely an awesome way to break it in.
My name's Fiona. I've been working part-time with welding for about seven months now. Did a partial bio before, so this is my first actual bio. First thoughts. To me, I was amazed at the fact that there wasn't really a walkway with the Horde. Usually there's some form of pathway, but there wasn't. It's almost like they barricaded themselves in. Stench-wise, wasn't too bad for me, and I think that's because of the medical background. I have more of a tolerance for it. Curious on how it gets to this point. And it's sad though, deep down. But yeah, looking forward to doing it. See how it goes.
My first hoarding job, or hoarding and bio. The smell, it's nauseating. It's not too bad, but I'm pretty sure once we start digging into it, it's bound to get worse. There's no other way to put it besides extreme. There's no pathway, there's no place to sit. It's as if they were blocking themselves out from the real world. So what's in the trash mainly that I've seen so far is food, or trash for food. A lot of permanent cans, I have seen that, and drink cups as well. On the bed, I had seen her head. The people who had removed her skeleton had left that part. Other than that, the bed is sort of a bio mess, I would say. It's spread out across the whole bed. Because I'm so new working this particular job, it's really opening my eyes to what we really do. But I do know deep down we are still helping, and it still means something to someone, at least somewhere.
Oh yeah! Oh, take that load, Fiona. It's been a while. Super glue, ba-ba-da-ba.
She's going down. We're yelling timber.
Why are we waiting? We should be masturbating.
All over that face.
Facial.
Girl, don't even give me thought.
No one is getting lunch on this crew because there's plenty of Pringles and saltines to go around.
They're all empty.
Doesn't matter.
So we don't have anything donatable, we don't have anything edible, we don't have anything worth keeping or selling, or the client's brother doesn't want anything. Nothing. Everything has to go. We did just discover a refrigerator behind the door. It was buried by saltines.
But yeah, I've been living in this for almost 2 years. And now her toilet's running with the flapper in the back.
Did you note that you were living below a hoarder?
No, I did not. She did. This is the second time in 12 years that she's done damage to me, but her dad was willing to pay for the first time, but now her brother backed out of all of this.
What was the first time that the dad?
She did toilet too, but I got waterproof drywall in it about 8 or 9 years ago.
Have you been inside the unit upstairs?
Oh yeah, I did a long time ago, but not recently. I don't. No, I had cancer 11 years ago when all this mold and stuff was going around, and so I had to get help with it at that time too.
Would you like to take a peek inside to see what you've been living beneath?
Yes, I would. This is what I put up with for 12 solid years. Oh no, no. Oh. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
She's done $1,200 worth of damage downstairs in my unit.
Did you know it was this bad?
No.
Take a look that way.
We've already cleared out about 15 garbage bags.
I feel so sorry for you guys.
We're here to help you. Like, that's what we're here for. We're here to help make your life a little better.
Well, I just don't, I can't afford to move.
Right? Well,
You don't need to now.
you won't have to now.
Yeah, this will be clean.
Thank you guys
We're going to make
so
sure
much.
that this is taken care of.
Did
so
you know that she was dead in here for a couple months before anyone found her?
Nope,
You didn't?
no ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry to cry, but I'm just
No, that's
over it.
fine.
I own my unit and I don't drive, I walk to work. The first damage that she did was 11, 12 years ago, and I was diagnosed with breast cancer when all that was going on. And I was out 6 months with it, and I confronted her 2 years ago, like I told her on camera. She refused to help me. She told me it wasn't her fault. It was the association's problem. Yeah, I did not know she had been in here 2 months dead. Yeah, they told me they weren't. And I kept smelling something when I turned my heat on, but I didn't think anything of it. And her brother wouldn't do anything to help me. He kept backing out of it. He said, well, I don't have a power of attorney. See, I had German roach problem about 5, 6 years ago, and I had to call and they reimbursed me. I had it in my coffee pot, I had it in my toaster. I still can't leave food on my refrigerator in my house because I have like fruit flies flying around. I have 2 cats also, and if I had to leave and board, because my whole bathroom's gonna have to be tore out because she's got a picture of my ceiling. But yeah, I did not know it was this bad.
Have you seen the way the kitchen looks?
No. Do I really want? Oh God. I would have never pictured this in a million years. And she doesn't. She never did laundry. She never showered. She never could dump garbage. You can see. Yeah. She was pooping and peeing outside because she could with all the trash in her house. And then plus she was bathing in the swimming pool. They have pictures of it on camera. And some of the people in the other complexes reported it to Evelyn in the office.
Yeah, I mean, if you need a microwave, we just found 12. I'm so glad it's tile.
What size?
They're size 11 in women. Yeah, still fit.
Hell yeah.
Watch me show up to work in these.
YOLO.
Amazing! Don't touch my boot. I need a Gucci belt to go around my tie bags.
Tyler's almost raises.
Almost raisins. Build a wall, girl. Build a wall. We always play this game. How much would it take? Okay. So, it always goes depending on the situation for the house. Fiona, how much would it take for you to sleep on the uncovered bio mattress?
Like on the dirty part of the mattress.
Anywhere on the mattress. Next to it, like
No.
next to the bio, on the bio, like just
as
on the
is?
mattress as is.
Oh,
Let's go, girl.
it is gonna be up there. At least like 500K cash.
That's it?
At least
For one night?
one night.
8
And I'll
hours.
Sleep on the clean side.
There is no clean side.
Clean. Not the saturated side.
Nick?
Sleep on it, completely uncovered, unsuited, everything, right?
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
I mean, I'll let you sleep with a respirator.
at least.
That's it.
I don't think I would. I don't think there's no.
Really?
Yeah.
2 mil without a respirator.
You just have to take it up a notch.
Yeah.
With the boots on, the pink one.
君らに選ぶ
Only wearing my pink boots, my underwear, and a respirator.
No underwear.
Nude with my boots and a respirator. All right, 2.5 mil. Yeah, that'd make a hot porn. Oh, that's different.
Because it looks like it's just everywhere, but they actually do piling. Like,
It's very strategically
there's
placed.
like some OCD going
That's
on.
one of the reasons I think it actually got put into that category of as a type of OCD.
So there's actually like a
because
skill
there's a
behind it.
strategic way
Yeah.
that they work.
Well, the
like-
way they like section it, like the Pringles and the saltines are here, and like everything else is here. Like
Right.
the way they do it is
Like the jars are here, jugs in the middle,
saltines.
cups on the coffee table, saltines and Pringles
And
over
all the
here.
cups were upright.
All the cups were upright, stacked neatly.
Even like on top of the fridge, they're just like. I think that was Nick. I don't do dolls.
Why not?
I don't know.
Initiation process. So I know when you guys absolutely love when I open the refrigerator Today, since this is Nick's very first Horde and very first bio, we are having him open the refrigerator and explain what is in there that he sees. You're welcome. I do it every job. I'm passing the torch on to you.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. May God be with you, my child. Fiona, passing the torch on. Time to empty the refrigerator and the freezer.
Oh, fuck. All right then.
We've all had to do it.
Friday 12 of
This is 1297.
97
Shut
here
up.
as well.
Let me see. Let me see. Oh my God. Where's yours?
Right there. 1220 or 1297.
Oh
Look
boy.
at that. Now we know the date that we're working with.
Do
Oh.
you want some water?
No, but I'd like some water.
Oh my God.
Good job over there, Big Ben.
Alright.
Is there a date on there?
Yeah.
June 30th, 2013.
Oh my God.
So milk from 97. Eggs from 13. Oh my God, this is delicious.
I'm not gonna have all my phone for
Kyle,
Hey Fiona.
need any help?
Any hair? Oh my God, I've always wanted hair. I was fine with hair until I started working for this job and I lost it all. I love how the camera girl is giving faces and then putting stuff in the top. Hey, have you found a plunger?
Yeah,
Did you?
I
yeah.
thought you were sitting on it.
No, baby,
I
no.
pulled it out when you bent over.
Oh, yes! Wow, it smells really fabricy down here.
Bathroom smells fabulous.
Oh my God, I bet it does. Would you like to empty those down the drain? Oh my God, was that comment like old school comment from Mommy Dearest? No wire hangers. Oh my God, petroleum jelly. That makes two. See, I found petroleum jelly for you. You want your bread? I got your bread. I'm going in. It's older than Betty White. Betty White is actually older than sliced bread. Come on. Oh my God, I wish I fit. No. I'm just kidding, I don't wear heels. No, no, no. No, no, no.
Holy shit. It's stuck. Is the scalp still there? Open it up. I don't even know what I'm looking at.
B, baby, when you're done, let's have to go on the bio bin because you pressed with the other one.
Appreciate it.
What is that?
I think it's the hair roots.
What is that?
It's like a nest.
It is a nest. Hold on, hold it. Oh, good God. Something made its... Look. Those are maggots.
Those aren't maggots.
What the fuck?
That's why they left that.
Like this is like
What is it? What does it feel like?
crunchy.
Describe it.
What is that? Those are nest of bugs.
They're nests. There's
Those are
bugs
bugs.
inside. Look at them inside.
Look on my hand.
Crack one open.
Those remind me of like tsetse flies.
No, you know what this is?
What is
These
it?
are flesh-eating bugs.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Where they like burrow into the skin.
Yep.
That's what those are.
Is it alive? No.
But there's one on there walking around right there. That's exactly what those are.
That's a fly.
There's a dead fly.
That is a nest. See? It's a nest of
Listen.
maggots.
Like that was so, we just discovered like an entire new species on a job where I just rubbed my eyebrows off, cocooned inside her scalp. And I'm not okay at the moment because that kind of stuff, like, I'm just kind of, I'm plexed. Super, super plexed at the moment. I don't even, my peanut butter and jelly sandwich is not even the least bit. This is the only job I've never thought about food on.
I had no idea what to expect. Definitely didn't think it was gonna be like that crusty sound. Or that they would be like cocoons with bugs. I was not, at least like live bugs, but not that. It's like gross, but in like a fascinating way. But yeah, I'm glad I picked it up, to be honest with you.
For a first bio, that's something I didn't expect to encounter. The matting of the hair is not something I expected to see. I knew that it was there, but I didn't expect the crunch, the bugs, or the nest of anything like that. That's just strange.
I am so glad that I am training today and not diving in on that. Not today, Sadie. Not today.
Oh my god, the smell that's coming out of that.
I think that's what drained out.
It's bad, yeah, it's bad. Alright, 4 hours into it. And here we are. So we got some of the trash. We still got the decomp to handle. And you can even see the walls.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. We let you know that these could be dangerous. Ow, my finger just pinched.
You just sounded so gay.
I'm sorry. It's bred in me.
Ow, Charlie.
I'm done living today. Like, how do you pull it and the whole fucking thing comes off? This is
how I would have liked it.
Yeah, half and half, yeah.
Oh my god, I'm crying, I'm laughing so hard.
Where'd the other half go?
Fiona went to grab the chair to lift it and the whole fucking top came on. And I'm stuck.
I'm going the other way.
With Harry. She goes to grab the plant to move it. And the whole fucking thing was over. Get the bio ban.
I need a safety harness and I strap me to you.
No, I'm not going with you. Do you have this? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Curious. Unlike Harry Potter, I forgot my wand.
Dingo ate my baby!
Dingo almost ate me.
No, baby, that's gravity.
Told you not to eat all that rice. Tell Nick to block it.
It's not there.
Oh, that's not good.
It's not good at all.
Crikey.
Fucking Nick. Bloody hell, Nick.
Thank you.
Nick.
I'm lifting.
So glad I'm here. Ew. Ew. Ew.
You have one cushion.
I already threw one, thank you very much.
I threw two already.
Plus the towel with shit on it. I leveled it up.
Leveled up. I
Nick!
One.
Toss hard.
Two.
Oh my god.
Yo, that was intense. I saw the couch flex. Only. That was such a satisfying sound.
I'm usually satisfied.
Please be extremely careful with that knife. Perfect. Go slow so not to fling anything. That was awesome. There you go.
There you go. There you go.
Awesome.
See?
Perfect. Not on us.
Yeah. Tap out.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Like breathing through a straw,
It's rough, right?
but it's a hot straw.
Yeah. How do you feel?
It's a Florida store. I'm good. I'm good.
So we are on day 2 of the Horde bio. We've discovered several things that kind of threw us through the hoop, through a hoop, not the hoop. So Fiona's actually going to go in to explain this because I think she was really the first one to actually discover. I just found all the other missing puzzle pieces and was like, yo!
There was just a lot of things that didn't quite add up. First we found all the wigs.
We did. We found tons of wigs. So actually what we found yesterday was a wig with skin attached to it. It was not actually her hair, which is good because it was one of those things that why would the ME leave that behind? And so that was a big no-no for us to begin with. So that was a wig, as well as probably 6 or 7 others that we had found.
So that was unique.
To say the least.
Cleaning out all the toiletries.
There was
It was kind of like neutral.
badly stuff.
Yeah. Like all the fragrances was kind of neutral. Nothing leaned one way or another. But also there was no like feminine products,
No feminine hygiene.
like at all.
There was no, there were actually no bras.
No regular bras.
No regular bras. It
Only
was all
sports.
super sports bras. The shoes were, I mean, I can't even say they were my size because I have tiny like feet and I walk on studs, but.
We're the same size.
Oh, Fee and I are the same size. So size 8 in men.
君らに選ぶ余地
Don't judge.
So yeah, the shoe size, what, like a 10, 11?
Between 10 and 11, yeah.
And like most of the shoes are kind of men, other than like the heels.
But the heels match the size of the sneakers. So, all in all, oh, and we found a giant adult novelty. And this is no exaggeration. I'm sure there's a picture floating around the internet right now with me. Fee's agreeing because she took the photo.
Then there was the male,
Oh yeah, 2 different names.
but kind of the same name. But you can see like with the dates, like older back it was male, and then more recent it was female. And then we found the inserts.
And yeah, we found the breast inserts. We found the photos of brothers.
So then we found like family photos, like growing up, mom, dad, and 2
brothers.
sons
Yeah.
in all the photos.
It's kind of shocking that this whole time we thought we
And
were
then the
cleaning.
journal entries.
Oh, the journal entries too, yeah. Back in kindergarten is when she started liking boys. So this whole time we were cleaning out what we thought was a diva. Super into shoes, super into purses and
Makeup.
things like that. The makeup, makeup galore that we found. All to find out that we were actually cleaning out transgender.
Male to female.
Yeah, FTM? Or is that just a porn term?
MTF.
MTF. Oh, FTM, MTF. So,
So yeah, plot twist with that one.
yeah, mind blown. Poof.
Yeah.
Now us Mo's are gonna get back to finishing cleaning out her apartment. Even bigger plot twist. We turned around, Laura and I came out and did the job. And we're like, oh yeah, 2 days, 1 dump trailer. Yeah, no, wrong. We are officially 90% full on our dump trailer on day 2, which is our second trailer. The closet is covered in mold. The bedroom is uneven. The building is ridden with termites. It has taken 3 of us 2 full days to clean out a 600 square foot apartment.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to take a look at the closet? Because and if you look down below, you'll see more mold. And if you look up on the other side, the ceiling is actually collapsing in. So we were quite terrified to see if something was going to jump out, like Pennywise or something. Fiona's terrified of dolls. She's absolutely terrified
There
of
was
dolls.
quite a few dolls in here.
One I threw at her and she wasn't paying attention.
Hit me right in the chest.
Our plans are to light a match and burn this thing down to the ground.
Start a little bit of sage.
Yeah, sage. I did holy water the place. I found holy water. So I did the whole thing. Included Fiona in on that because she needed to find a little Jesus today. She's being way too much of a girlfriend. So the bathroom, we're just gonna close the door because I don't want to look at it anymore. But I'll take you guys to see it before I shut the door, and that's where actually the gas line is already deployed. So if you look in here, we did clean out the cabinetry, but we're gonna have a contractor come in and remove all of this kind of stuff.
This thing's actually dry watered.
Yeah, I went to pee in the sink and that was a joke.
No, it wasn't.
So that's pretty much the extent of it. It's taken us 2 days. That was including removing the biohazard out of here as well. We have the refrigerator and the stove to get out of here, and then tomorrow is going to be a deep clean day. which is I've already contacted the client, and it's going to be the walls and the floors because.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies, handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
All right, today, guys, we have a client that called us back in 2018 when his mother had passed away, and she was an extreme hoarder. Holy smokes.
Not too bad.
Oh, gosh. That is a big-ass tree.
Yeah, there's a lot in the garage. A lot of stuff.
There it is.
There was a tool chest from the 30s, had all his grandfather's tools in it.
This one is 52.
Wow. 1952, huh? This is an extreme level 5 hoard. Watch your head. Out of curiosity, how did the door end up like that?
Eventually, we just dusted it so many times, it just came off the track. And
Meanwhile, people are just calling the cops. Oh, Jesus.
All right, today, guys, we have a client that called us back in 2018 when his mother had passed away, and she was an extreme hoarder. We gave him a proposal to do the work, and he just couldn't do it at that point. He was super, super emotional about it. So we kept in contact with him, and now we're in 2021, and he is ready to let go of this house. And you are going to see kind of how I walk through with it, what the house looks like now, and what we can take it to. Okay, so like when you, in terms of the stuff that you want to keep, do you want the furniture, or do you want
honestly, like
items?
It's little trinkets and like memorabilia type stuff, like
Okay.
I don't know how long. Like honestly, like most of all of this is garbage to me. Like,
Okay.
you know, it has rat piss,
Yeah.
shit, roach, whatever all over it.
How are the cats getting in?
There's a door in the window.
Oh,
that's jammed
okay.
by a piece of wood.
Okay. That I remember that there's a roof issue,
Yeah, there's
right?
a roof issue, and
Okay.
it has a new roof.
Oh, it does have a new roof.
Yeah, it has a new roof.
Okay. Just the inside hasn't been repaired.
The inside hasn't been repaired yet. But,
Okay.
Water's been off for like 5 years.
That's a good picture of you.
Yeah. That's
You
me.
got a lot of hair, huh?
Senior year, yep.
This is a lot for you to take on.
Exactly.
This
what I'm
is
saying.
no joke.
Yeah.
I can see how this would be
Yeah.
taxing,
Like,
especially doing your mom's
emotionally,
stuff. Yeah.
Physically, mentally.
Right.
It is like I tried.
Yeah.
I got like this out, but this is all like
You don't have
brand new
siblings, right?
sealed stuff. No siblings, no
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
Like all of this is like still in the box, brand new. But I don't know what's good anymore. You know, like maybe that like car
Yeah.
wash set, or just like you know, it's just a bunch of random shit.
Right,
I don't
exactly.
really,
How many bedrooms was this again?
it's a 3-bed.
So it's 2 bedroom, 1 bath?
There's supposed to be like a bath in the back here. It's always just covered in stuff. 'Cause, you know, I grew up like this, basically. Well, not like this.
Right.
With all the piss and shit everywhere, but you know, there was always stuff.
Was it always just you and your mom?
Me, my mom, my dad.
Oh, your dad passed before her?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's like, you know, this was my old bedroom, so there's stuff in there.
This one was yours on the left?
Yeah, this one right here is like what I'd probably want to go through. In here, I know she has jewelry and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's 3 bedroom then?
Yeah, it's a 3-bed, 1, 2, 3, and there's a bathroom back there. There's bathrooms right here.
Oh, okay. Part of the process then would be that I go through this stuff and take out stuff that you might want. Is that kind of the goal? Do you know kind of an idea? Like anything of value, basically. If we said that. What about like photo albums?
Yeah.
Are you missing that stuff too?
Yeah. There's like photos. I mean, there's like little trinkets and stuff. So.
But did the roof get replaced before she passed or after?
Before she passed.
Before, okay. So it's not that old. It's good size. You guys store anything in like the attic or anything that I need to get in there for you?
No, not particularly. There's just a bunch of stuff in the rafters.
Okay.
And the garage. That's about it.
Alright. Let me take a look at the outside of it.
Yeah, I literally
Holy smokes.
It's not too bad.
Oh god. That is a big ass tree.
Yeah,
Oh my god, that's huge.
Yeah, I think it's true.
And it's got a palm in the middle.
Yeah, that's kind of my fault because when I think I was in 6th grade, I put it there.
Oh.
And,
Now it's a beast.
yeah.
Is there a fence on the other side?
Yeah, there's a chain link fence. It's only like 3.5 feet.
Alright, so how long have you been getting these code enforcement things?
I've been getting them for a few years now, just because of like letting them go, but I kept up with it and I cleared the property and I did what they asked. And
Okay.
I've just been keeping them at bay.
Alright, I'm assuming there's no mortgage on it, so
No,
that's
no,
good.
the house
At least
is
you
paid
don't.
off.
Okay, so
There's no insurance currently on the house.
this is a major rehab, that's for sure. What's on the other side of this?
We call it the middle yard. There's a way out from the garage leads out here.
Okay.
And from that room out there is a sliding glass door.
What's inside of it?
Grass, stuff, overgrowth.
Shrubs. Okay, so there's more overgrowth in there.
Yeah.
That sucks. It's like a big weight on you, you know?
It truly is. And
It would be a lot.
I've been dealing with it for like the past 5 years. I mean, I've had relationship struggles.
Yeah.
Emotional turmoil because of this.
Well, yeah, you have nobody to help you out with any of this. It's all on you.
Yeah, like
Do you live far?
Right now I'm in between places. I'm staying with my mom's friend.
Okay.
So,
I can even try to get your code enforcement fines reduced.
yeah, they're not even fines. They're just like.
Well, you know how they put like a.
Yeah, they give you a time
I had
limit.
one lady that had 150 grand of fines, and I got it reduced to 5,000. So yeah, she just let it go for like 20 years. All right. Oh man, this is a mountain for you.
It is.
Definitely.
Yeah, there's a lot in the garage, but I remember when I was 15, I was able to like clear out half of it in half a day.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, because it's really just like it's not. It is a lot of stuff, yes, but it can just come out no problem.
Right.
There's a lot of it I don't want.
Is this mostly your mom doing this, or was your dad doing it too? Your mom.
All this stuff is like stuff that's never been out of the box, but a lot of it I probably don't even need. Like, I'll probably take the seal meal if it's like wrapped in plastic enough. This morning right now, there's probably gonna be a lot of room.
Oh yeah, there is. I see him.
So Laura, what's the goal for today?
Search and rescue.
Eric, is this your first time in a horde?
It is not actually. I used to do this back in the day, so it kind of brings back some familiar times. Back in the day, my family used to buy flip houses, and they were foreclosures, and people would not only would they leave their stuff, but they actually would trash the homes, and we'd walk into them the same way. Either the walls would be destroyed or the materials would be left, and do the same process. I think the biggest difference would probably be the temperature. Up in Ohio, it's 30, 40 degrees, and you're in jackets and sweaters, and nice thing is you can do it down here in shorts and t-shirts. We would go in with those 1 yard and 2 yard dumpsters, just like I seen back at the warehouse, and you would just go in with big snow shovels and just try to clear it out. A couple of them were so bad that we would actually go in with a tractor and a bucket, and we would actually cut a hole in the door and actually would scoop the materials out. One of the worst ones I ever went to was we went to this house where it was a foreclosure, unfortunately, and they cut the sewage lines to the house. And they still used it for about 2 months.
Oh, we see that happen a lot.
So, I'm sure you're familiar with what that was.
Oh, wow. I think I have one of those.
The Hess trucks?
Yeah. Those are so old.
This is trash. It's got a hole in it. Any other boxes? Like new stuff?
Not much.
Okay. What about that weed?
No.
Oh.
Brandon.
Nice.
Winner. Oh.
Oh.
Disappointing.
That's so interesting.
Those are a bunch of angels. Figurines.
Do you want them?
No.
Okay.
I really don't want those.
So do you want us to start moving this stuff then? Yeah. Okay. Unless you know of something in here. I don't see anything other than pots and pans and...
Yeah, really, that's probably about it. Maybe like little trinkets up on the wall there.
We'll start with this room. Let there be light. This was your room, right?
It was.
Okay. Is there anything that you know from memory that was in here?
It was so long ago, I really don't know. But,
Okay.
you know, as you bring stuff out, I'll probably go through it a little bit and see if it's worth it. I know that there's like an N64 and Sega Genesis in there.
Oh.
See a guitar, maybe like a ukulele, maybe?
What do you say he's looking for? What?
Sega.
Oh, video games.
Nintendo 64. Okay.
Majority closed. There's books in a drawer and books on the shelf over here. And blankets. Do you want any of these books or anything?
I don't want those anymore. Album. This book. Yeah.
What's that?
It's Gundam Wing.
There's that brand new space bag. It's still in the box right below you. If you want to take that out as well. Is that still sealed up?
This reminds me of Pet Cemetery.
What are the major similarities you're seeing?
Well, because I had to climb up.
Yeah.
Makeup.
Okay.
The ceiling's caving in up there.
What's it like out there?
I mean,
Same.
I don't trust clothes. No clothes.
There you go. There you go. Yes. Very good.
the cloth holding it? There we go.
Got it.
Ooh.
Sturdy. I've been like a monkey all my entire life. I know
Yeah.
how to scale the jump.
Crocodile Dundee. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Keep that on.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask my family about it.
It was handmade. There it is.
Oh wow, you got it. Awesome.
There it is.
Man.
It was a tool chest from the 30s. Had all his grandfather's tools in it.
Wow.
The old school drill.
Oh my god.
Back before batteries.
Another
Wow.
one, another hand drill.
Wow.
I wonder what the date is on this piece. I'm really curious. I bet it's
It's really old. Punches, claws, and bits and things.
they don't make stuff like that anymore.
It's probably from like the 40s or 30s.
The newspaper clipping in there?
Year on
U.S.
that puppy.
Bombers, Pound Red Supply. It's from Korea.
Korea.
August 2052.
Wow.
Holy.
1952, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Triple Slayer put on most
What paper is
wanted
it?
list.
Yeah, which city is it?
Syracuse
Yeah.
Herald Journal.
This is his newspaper.
Wow, keep that.
Yeah, this is all gonna be kept.
That's awesome. I mean, I don't think there's anything that he's gonna want in here. We might have to go from the other way now. From the inside, all I see is a washing machine, a water heater that's ancient, and that's it. And everything else is wood and trash. This is an extreme level 5 horde. Extreme. And the chances of getting trapped in here are very high. It says Sullivan Furniture.
Oh, it's the entertainment center. This big box. It looks like almost like that one. No. Oh, it's a computer desk. Computer desk. No.
There you go. What's that one?
He's old.
That's what I'm saying. Worst case scenario, you sell it.
Okay, it's gonna come down with authority, so watch your ankles.
Well, I'm holding you up. Look at it.
There's a bucket full of yard tools. Do you want that?
You can sell it.
Yeah, I'll probably
Alright.
take it. So, yeah.
Christmas tree?
No. That's a hard no on that one.
That's a hard no.
Watch your head. All right. Sweet, man.
Happy first day. When was the last time you moved like this, Laura?
More frequent than I'd like to say. Here you go. Dude, I bit off more than I can chew on this spot. Hey, if you want to take a look here and tell him what's a pool,
It's so just random. I just don't even know.
out of curiosity, how did the door end up like that?
Eventually, we just dusted it so many times, it just came off the
okay.
track. And I think the spring is okay, but like the way it was
Oh, I got you.
wound on, I think that side is messed up. This blower right here, that, we could probably use that honestly because it's,
What is it, a fan?
yeah, it's a pretty strong blower. Oh, it's an old guitar. Look at that.
You want it?
Oh, yeah. Nostalgia.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't crack.
Look at your mom's pictures and stuff. I haven't run across anything like that yet. Strings are gone, but restring it, right?
Old Esteban. That like could probably come in handy because it's
What is it, a
getting
fan?
warm. Yeah, it's a high velocity blower.
Nice. I don't see any pictures or anything. Where's the photo albums and stuff?
Somewhere.
Yeah, probably in her room.
Yeah. that's
I
what
just
I'm
couldn't get
thinking.
all the way to the back.
Yeah, it's. I don't want this to be a long, arduous process.
No, I
but
get you. This is like mentally taxing for you. I get it.
Yeah.
Did you want to look at any of these drawers?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know if there's like.
There's probably not much of anything in them, but that's probably just like makeup and stuff like that.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's stuff I don't need.
Jimi Hendrix.
It's Pepsi glass, so
Yeah,
we'll
keep
just
that.
random stuff.
Looks old.
Yeah.
Jimi Hendrix. Keep that. I just noticed. What is that? What's the other one? There's two of them.
Yeah, they're in plastic, so.
Yeah, yeah.
This stuff is right there.
You can probably sell them too, but maybe.
Hey, I found some pads. There's some cash in there.
Look at that.
You guys hear that?
Oh, it's probably the refrigerator.
No, it sounded like a kitten.
There's one cat male, one cat female.
Ooh, this is good.
Yeah, if there's just like film or something in there, I mean.
Film?
But you're lifting big, Laura. You're heavy lifting.
Money? Oh, hold on. More money. I think that's still okay. Some of them have like been exploded. Yeah, I asked him if he wanted it.
No?
You can put it in the donate pile.
All right.
You finding more valuables?
Yeah, I think we're going to take some of these collectible items here. Can we start putting most of the stuff in here for you?
Yeah, I like those candle holders. And...
You want this stuff up here?
I'll probably take the Yokiro dog, yeah.
Okay. Sewing machine.
What was behind the hourglass? What is that? Are they just like marbles?
Rocks.
I guess I'll hold on. You could probably take that down. I really just put that up so the cats can get out of there when they fucking get up there. And yeah, that was old damage from before I had the new stuff put on.
1952.
That was the same as that newspaper,
magazine.
right?
Yeah.
It was on the cover of it.
Queen Elizabeth?
What?
Kind of funny, we picked that up as she's in the headline today.
Yeah.
For what? What'd she do?
Her husband passed away.
Oh, yeah. Today.
Dad was a huge Giants fan.
Your dad was?
Yeah. Love the Giants.
Is that an iron in that guy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not. Giddy up.
Any cups you want?
Oh, give me a second.
I think it was a margarita if it was in that cup right now.
Right? Yeah. Just envisioning that was a big cup.
Yeah, big margarita in that.
Breaking the law, breaking the law. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Meanwhile, people are just calling the cops. Oh, Jesus. Yay! Yay!
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric, General Manager of Spalding Decon of Tampa. Welcome back. Today we're here at another house that we have purchased here. We've dubbed it Busch Gardens, considering you can see the roller coaster right in the background, or should I say the roller coaster platform. So welcome to Busch Gardens. This is another hoarding house that we're actually getting ready to start to clean out. Stay tuned for more updates. We're getting ready to make entry, and stay live. We'll show you some more progress as we go throughout the day. This is a house that Spalding Decon has purchased. Unfortunately, the family didn't want any of the effects or didn't want to go through the hoarding cleanup process. They decided they want to just move on from the job itself, and we've bought this house, and we'll go through the flipping process, get it cleaned up, and ready for resale or renting.
Hello, ladies.
Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead and introduce yourselves and your location and kind of talk about your training process so far, how you're feeling about it.
So I'm Stephanie Sanders. I am the franchise owner of Ben Salem, PA. And this is?
I'm Ebony Gray. I'll be her PMR person in Ben Salem.
And so far the training process is going very well. We're excited to be here at our first job and actually getting some hands-on experience today.
Yes, it's going down today. The training's been great, and now we're getting some in-person training, and we're gonna get ourselves ready to take this on.
Awesome. Do you guys ever seen anything like this before? Do you know what you're about to get into, or?
It's going to be a shock to the system. This is going to be our first horde, our second horde, but we're going to be moving stuff around today, and there might be some shocking things.
Awesome. Are you excited?
Yes,
beyond
we're looking forward to something shocking and exciting.
Hopefully you'll catch it on film.
Awesome. Yeah, I hope so too. All right, guys, we'll see you in there.
See you in there.
Oh, she's the What a dead big boy.
See him?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can say hi to your wife from YouTube.
Can I?
Yeah.
Hi, babe. Love in Florida.
Very smooth.
Trainer, you got it? Got it?
I'm just putting it out there. There's a lot of outside on the inside in here.
My name is Jared Jones. I'm from Fairfield, California, and I hope to open my franchise as soon as possible.
Awesome, man. How are you liking training so far?
Very informative. It's nice to have hands-on experience by the time I open my doors.
Awesome. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Or?
On TV, not in person.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it intimidating, or you don't mind getting your hands dirty?
No, I have a construction background, so I've been in some pretty gross environments. Not typically like this, but I have pretty questionable situations. This is different, but it's kind of along the same line.
All right, man. We're excited to have you at the Spalding family.
Well, thank you. Thank you guys for coming out.
Just so we know, I'll have him unlock the pod, but the trinkets and the styrofoams, those can go in the pod.
Okay.
The rest of that's the TV and the entertainment center can all go.
Okay.
The picture frames and the table, he wants to hold on to those. We're going to put those in a pod. Everything else can go. Table can go. Okay. Just the picture frames. Everything else can go.
Okay.
What we'll do, I'll just tell everyone to kind of keep their best judgment. Obviously, I know specifically what you want out of this room. As we go through the back rooms, like you said, if there's picture frames, things that look like it's like a family heirloom or keepsake, even if we're not sure, I'll just have them put it in the pod, and that way you can go through it later. But obviously, if the rest of it's been either contaminated or it has cat stuff on it, we'll just remove it. But it looks like it's in good shape and possible family heirloom, regardless, we'll just throw it in the pod for you. That way, we'd rather be safe than sorry. You okay with that? Awesome.
I was like, should we just knock it on the...
I've noticed it seems like we have bigger bugs down here in Florida, but you guys have bigger like rodents. Like Philadelphia rats are freaking monstrous.
Yeah, you know, New York is where it's really at.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, y'all definitely beat us in the cockroach room. Big boy in there.
There you are.
Can I get a box of bags?
Need some help?
Yes.
Marmor mist. They don't even make that anymore.
There got any critters in there.
Right?
This man loves his crowbar. Big boy. Hi, big boy. Oh, ooh, quick boy. No fear, no turning back.
Yeah,
I did not think I was very much.
Eric,
What?
can you take that?
Huh?
Can you take the toast oven?
Why, is it alive?
I have done all of that.
Alright, is it crawling at you?
Yes. The biggest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life.
Where?
I don't know.
It is now. It's gonna jump right out at you.
Oh, he's got it.
Come on, bro. Fucking kill you.
Yes. Use your anger.
Covered up.
Grimy, slimy.
Oh, it's fairly dry.
Gotta do some washing with some water.
My parents say that.
Wash, that's what my grandpa says.
Yeah.
Washing an idea.
Yeah.
Wait,
but
did they
also
say-
in my region, we also say yins.
That's what I've been saying a lot, and everybody's gonna be crazy yins. What
Yins.
Yin's doing?
What Yin's doing?
It's y'all.
Y-I-N-Z. And we're also the only part of the country that puts french fries on our salad.
Hey, sounds like
You're Ohio? Is that where you're from?
Well, I'm Ohio, but I say Pittsburgh because no one can
Oh, it's right next
figure it out
to
on the map.
Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Not bad at all.
No.
Not bad at all.
No.
I think the freezer has stuff in it.
Oh. Open her up.
Yeah, it should be frozen.
Yeah.
How'd our first horde go?
It was fabulous. Successful. Successful, yes.
A lot of hard work.
It was hard work. A lot of bugs.
A lot of sweat.
A lot of sweat.
No
It's
tears.
sweat.
No
Yes,
tears.
but there was no tears.
I did not cry.
Or throw up.
Or throw up. That's true.
Or scream, really. Honestly, you guys are pretty tough.
I was gonna say, I screamed.
I think we all screamed a little.
Oh, okay. Well, we all screamed for bug cream. Or something.
Yes. You know, first time now.
Yeah. All right. Coming soon. Ben Salem, PA, and Fairfield, California.
Hey guys, welcome back. Again, it's Eric from the Spalding Decon Tampa office. We've been here today. We've had two trainings going on. We've been lucky enough to have the franchise owners from outside of Philadelphia and outside of San Francisco come join us. Take part on our initial horde we had here at one of the properties. Help me out here, Evan.
The Busch Gardens
Busch
house?
Gardens house.
Okay, yeah.
We have Busch Gardens right in the backyard. We wanted to come have them experience what it would be like, the labor that's involved. That way they can start building out their estimates, get an idea on what it includes in dump fees, labor costs. So it was a good hands-on experience with the house that has the materials obviously that need to be removed. We've completed our first load for the day. We're gonna wrap things up here today. We're bringing a couple more 30-yard dumpsters. This house will probably take right around 4 to 5 30-yarders. There's that much contents within the garage and the remaining parts of the house. So there's probably a total of 4 to 5 days worth of work here. This is a house that we did purchase. So this will be a house that we clean and we'll either sell it or we'll turn it into an occupied house under our under our umbrella. Pretty much what we got for today. Pleasure talking to everybody, and we'll keep in touch soon.
Awesome. Then real quick, I missed what was happening with the window at the beginning.
Yeah,
was there
absolutely.
a reason for that?
So we were trying to gain access into the property. It was a new acquisition of ours. We hadn't had the doors keyed yet, so we actually utilized the cat window. We was actually able to shimmy in the window. I got the window unbolted and was able to gain access to the house.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations. Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
She expired on the couch and wasn't found for 2 weeks. When she was found by the actual guy that has been delivering her food, he was the one who actually reported her. He could smell it coming from the house.
The whole scenario here was, kind of living on a certain spot in the couch, and that's where she did everything, including go to the bathroom and also to pass away. Well, so it's almost like a praying area back here. I don't know. We could get into some spirits or something.
This house is about, I think Ed said just under 600 square feet. I had the client reached out to me from California, and she had actually rented this house as a favor to a friend whose sister needed a place to stay, and pretty much vouched for her, said she was, good person. She discovered all this, said I had no idea my sister lived this way, which is pretty universal. Hoarders are, they're pretty good at hiding this stuff from people. I think the unfortunate thing is, out of the goodness of her heart, she rented this place, thought she was really helping this woman out, had a caseworker that was coming and supposedly checking on her, but she expired on the couch and wasn't found for 2 weeks. And she was found by the actual guy that has been delivering her food. He was the one who actually reported her. He could smell it coming from the house. And once my client was notified of what had happened, and she had her friend come over here, and of course she didn't know any of this. So her friend comes over, opens the door, and is like, oh my God, only stayed in there just long enough to take about 3 or 4 pictures. So when she reached out to me, we were actually on a list of companies to call that the Sarasota Sheriff's Department had given her, and we were the actual second company that she had called. She called one of our competitors first, and couldn't believe the price, said he was very gruff. When I spoke to her and she explained to me the situation, I felt compelled to come and check it out for her, since she's in California and I'm a California transplant here in Florida. I felt a kinship with her, so immediately I was like, what can I do to help you? The family of the deceased was not being forthcoming with her. There's a Kia car out here, there's some U-Haul trailers out here. She just didn't know how she was going to pay for all of this. It's not cheap, and she definitely wasn't expecting this.
Poo-poo bag?
Oh God! Okay. Now we know what she's been doing.
All right, you ready?
Big flies that come with a decomp. We don't even know what's behind here yet. So I don't know if there's a bed or if it's all just boxes, but we couldn't even see over it to know what's in there.
Bonus room.
Bonus room, yeah.
Turn that into the FBI, your international spy on her burner phone.
Oh yeah, so we're creating this whole story here with all the stuff that we find. We found wigs and burner phones and like secret computers and things hidden. So we're like, this is like, she's like an FBI spy or something. And as usual, ironically, we find tons of cleaning supplies never opened. This is so classic. So this is our donation piles here. We're fortunate enough to have plenty nursing homes and facilities that can benefit from a lot of the products that she acquired. So we're going to be finding a place to donate these to later today.
What's that thing? Old TV.
That baby right there, it's like gold.
Yeah.
I tried some of those cheese puffs. They taste like...
You did.
They taste like generic ones.
I'm
so.
sorry, I don't believe that for a minute.
They taste kind of like those Idahoan potatoes.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, there it is. It's some kind of a pump, huh?
Sequential circulator. Is it alright if we wrap that around you, Evan, and plug it in and see what happens?
Yeah.
You know, I had to work with the homeowner a little bit and be a little creative with the financing, but you know, we get it. You're not expecting a big bill like this, and you know, she says, even though you guys were a little more expensive, she goes, your customer care and you're, you know, being sympathetic to my situation, being out here and being willing to go to the house, she goes, I think you've earned my business. So this is where we are today. Probably a month in the making, but at least, you know, the body had been removed and there's very little bio here that was left behind, so we were pretty fortunate with that as well. There's a lot of things here that since the family has basically walked away from this, is the homeowner has acquired all of her possessions, and she's got a lot of stuff in here that she can either donate and sell and recoup some of the cost for us. So she's kind of happy about that. So I'm willing to do that for her. And the other company just wanted to come and do a complete trash out, you know, quick and dirty, get out, you know, but here we're taking our time, you know, to do this for her. So she's very happy.
So we broke through this door so we could have really, until we come in this morning, the only way you could get in and out was one little path through this door over here. This was all ported. We've been cleaning up the outside as well. We've been here, you know, probably about an hour's worth of work to clear this out so you can walk a little bit more, but basically this was piled up and that's where she pretty much lived right there. Very sad. I don't know that she used the bathroom or anything. It was, we found, you know, hundreds and hundreds of these pee-pee pads all over. The good news is, from the bio cleanup, a lot of that went onto these pads. So, and there was a cushion on top of that. So, pretty much everything got caught before it even got to the material on the couch where she was sitting. So
You should open up those cabinets and show what the cabinet and the refrigerator looks like.
Oh.
Right?
Well, it's not that bad.
It's not. Or like there's like hardly anything in there.
It's clean. Got some nice puzzles. Puzzle. Oh yeah.
Wasn't surprised. I was like, woohoo, all right. Don't have to clean that out.
That's shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, I just take care of $200.
It's cleaner than my freezer.
I feel like deja vu, like I've already done this pile. Same fruit, same fly traps. Oh my gosh, it keeps repeating itself.
Well, you know what we learned from the Lincoln Norfolk Myers Ford is that, you know, hey, I can't find that. I know I got one, but I'll just go buy another.
Yeah.
And, you know, so we find, what, 3, 4, 5 of the same things.
Yeah.
And even still now, you know, I thought I had another air conditioner. Well, it don't matter. I'll go get another one.
Yeah. She had quite a bit of different types, judging by all the different types of medications and ointments, doctor's appointments, she wasn't in the best of health. And apparently she had mentioned to a friend that she wasn't feeling well, and he said, you should call 911, and she didn't want to do it. So probably because she didn't want them to come in and find this. And so it was shortly after that that even the neighbors had started to notice, maybe 2 weeks, that her car hadn't moved, and they thought that was kind of suspicious. The neighbor came over and was talking to me and said that there had been a bobcat in the area and he said he was just wondering if he wasn't smelling what had happened in here and came to investigate. Because he said when his bathroom window was open that he could faintly smell it when the wind would blow, and he's just kind of across the street. So I believe him. So she was probably in here a couple of weeks before she was actually found.
There's like a whole box full of these rolls of some shit. For some reason decided to store it outside. Oh wow. Oh, it's tight. It's a type for like a printing press, a type set. Yeah, well I don't know what this is. No, that's not a printing press, but
it's like something you have in school, right? Where
bird
there's some kind of
protector.
projector. So this is brand new. The chair's in the table. The sewing machine's brand new, still in the box.
Oh man, the firm sculpting stick.
Brand new table.
The stepper to go with the sculpting bar. Yeah, they're not too far away from the snake family. Oh, it is. Artwork. Look at that. Some type of certified Thomas Kincaid. Good place to keep it out here in the woods. Outside under a tarp. Look at that baby. Yeah, I mean, it's not like just a regular cheap globe. It's Sinatra. Treasure.
That's a saw, right? Or is that still some fancy kind of machine, huh?
Looks like some kind of press, some old school press.
That's no good.
Yeah.
Acoustic or electric?
I say acoustic.
Acoustic.
I was saying
You can tell by the shape of it.
Oh. Well, then I'm not so clever, am I?
No.
Ooh, very pretty. I don't know anything about guitar set on her. Yeah, there's some electric. Oh, Esteban.
Can do a guitar smash.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, huh? Donuts.
Those big donuts.
Donuts. Oh, maybe these are like the deep fat fryers with donuts and stuff. Ooh, this is like a salsa chopper. She must have been to a fair or something. I think that's where you buy this kind of stuff. The reason why I know that is I was a victim too.
Reformed shopaholic.
No, just a sucker. I'm a sucker for as seen on TV. And then when you go to the fair, all these little booths that they set up and everything, I always want like one of everything. Oh, see, here's another thing I know she got suckered into at the fair. I think it's a way that you can like dice things, maybe peel things.
Hey, look, there's a seahorse on the.
I know, I noticed that earlier.
I thought there was something dead on the toilet seat. It's an embedded seahorse. There's like an open area back there. That's encouraging.
Yeah. Creepy little clown to greet you.
Well, so it's almost like a praying area back there. I don't know. We could get into some spirits or something. I don't know what's going on back there. We'll have to send Bobby back in there.
I'd probably scare the spirits.
This baby was deluxe back in the day.
Keep messages for each other, a radio on it.
Hey, you throw your, throw your little favorite band in there on cassette and
play in the whole house.
Yeah, a couple speakers out there. Look at that. Turn the bass up, be thumping the roof.
Did you missed it. I unearthed a 32-inch TV still in the box.
Wow.
Yeah, and then here's like this little sound bar that went to it.
That's cool.
Maybe we'll donate this since it's Christmas, but look at that fella hiding in there.
Oh boy.
See him?
Yeah. The hell is that?
It's some big old type of cockroach. See him out here. If he starts crawling up you, we know he's alive.
More puzzles. Did you find any puzzles out there that you wanted, Evan? Because we're gonna donate them. We're going.
There's probably about 4 boxes, it looks, with this material right here. Old diapers and pee-pee pads and stuff like that. Yep. It's all going to donation for the Humane Society.
Power, the driving force. Anthony Robbins. Here's a passport. Ooh. 1964. So interesting. You know, when you think about it, I just found her grandmother's stuff. I'm assuming it's her grandmother's, maybe even her great-grandmother's. 1964. No, it had to have been her grandmother.
And right as you found it, the lights and the fan came on.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was just saying she has a sister in Texas. Wonder if she would be interested in this. And then all the lights come on and the ceiling fan come on. Yeah. Okay, I guess I got my answer.
Yeah.
I mean, all kinds of jewelry.
We are going to the donation center. We have, we're probably going to scare these folks when we get there. We have quite a load, and we have almost this much back at the house as well. So a lot of good household items, and a lot of these items are still in the packages. But I also have a lot of items that were for the Humane Society, which I'm not sure how that's going to work out. I don't think Goodwill will take those, so we'll have to figure that out.
Is this all stuff family's gonna look through, or this is all more donation stuff?
It's more donation stuff. It's really, I think a majority of it's donation stuff.
Again?
Nice. I pulled out the big socks today, man. And I'm going into these awards.
Mrs. Robinson. Wow.
Hey everyone, Ed and Carissa, Spalding Decon, Southwest Florida. Today we are here in Inglewood, and this is an interesting one. This is a bio-horde combination. We're on a wrap. Things went pretty well. It's, you know, I think we're going to be back. There's some more work that needs done here from a deep clean scenario. I think the game here is going to be to ultimately get the property ready to, you know, go back into the rental scenario. Well, the donation, so we filled this up. There's probably a whole nother van load that we have inside for donations, but a lot of items, a lot of good items, a lot of new items still in the you know, still in the package, in the wrapper, in the box, that type of thing. Kind of an interesting trip to the donation center. Boy, you know, when you come late in the day and you got a whole van load, 25 boxes or so, it wasn't necessarily the most exciting moment for the intake person, but anyway, worked out pretty well, and so yeah, we'll be back. You know, we got more to do and more donations. We will see you next time. Yeah.
Well, thanks for spending the day with us.
Yeah.
We enjoyed it. We always love having you.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations.
Warning, the following content may not be suitable for all viewers. We have seen a lot of crime scene cleaning over the years, but this truly was the saddest tour that we've ever had to clean. Child Protective Services was called and informed of the situation. Please always check on your loved ones. If you or anyone you know is looking for anything, contact us.
Here at the Horde out here in Lakeland, Florida. About to go ahead and get started with the cleanup process.
We're tossing anything that's like obvious trash, anything that's like kids' toys, Pokemon cards, spatulas, kitchen stuff is getting saved.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
How you doing, guys? We're here at the Horde out here in Lakeland, Florida. About to go ahead and get started with the cleanup process. We already got 2 technicians inside, and after we're finished, we're gonna be doing a deep clean of the whole house. It actually doesn't look like a big house, but it is a big house. It's a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom. From the outside, looks can be deceiving, but we're gonna go ahead inside. We're gonna get to it, get our process going. We gotta be quick, fast, and hurry on this one, but meticulous at the same time. So for all you guys watching at home, we're gonna get to it. We'll see you in a bit.
trash, but we're saving all of the clothes that we find, all of the shoes, all the electronics, cords like inhalers, medicines, stuff like that. But anything else that's just regular household trash, we're just gonna be getting rid of and disposing. Like obviously in the garage, you're gonna find tools, vacuums, brooms, cleaners, and stuff like that. So we'll save those as well. But other than that, just gonna get organized, cleaned up, pick up all the trash and stuff, and we'll go from there.
Marco said keep on cleaning stuff.
Have you ever wanted to become a crime scene cleaner like me? Well, now you can. Spalding Decon has put together a variety of courses that can teach you everything you need to know about becoming a crime scene cleaner. We'll explain everything on how to get crime scene cleaning jobs, how to clean up biohazard and hordes. Click the link in our bio and use promo code CHITTY for 10% off. And Chitty is spelled CHITTY. Thanks.
Find the stuff on the floor and save it, she says. Okay, I will save it. Canadian $2 piece. Well, it's $1. Yeah. It looks like a brand new garage in our opinion. From what it was as we first walked in to what it is now, this is a complete 180 in my opinion.
So this room, I'm just going to kind of work my way to the back corner. I'm just going to start with some of the nastier trash like the diaper, things like that, soiled linen, stuff like that. Sorting the clothes because the homeowner wants to keep the clothes, so we're going to bag the clothes so she can wash them. And I'm just kind of going to work here and go both directions and kind of get as much up as I can, or everything up really. That's trash.
Like a man. No.
As you can see, we have feces that was strung because little kids pick up the toilet brush that has stuff on it from a dirty toilet and just flung it, and you can see it went all over. So we're just gonna hit it with shockwave and wipe it. If that doesn't work, then we're gonna use Simple Green, and then it'll come off and it'll be good. Something like that. Looking like this, you wouldn't.
Steve Wolf here. Just wanted to let you guys know we are currently working on the Lakeland house here. This was a stage 3, stage 4, a little bit of a mixture. What makes it a mixture between the 3 and the 4 is the sheer size of this house and how it is so spread out. This would typically be a 4 in a smaller house, 3 in a larger house, so that's why it's a little bit in between the two of them. What you will not find in this house is not a lot of structural damage here, but there is a lot of content spread out. But we're moving along very well. We have all of the bedrooms and the garage done. We're finishing up the master bedroom right now, and then we'll start working on the common areas to get those set. But the reason why we start with the bedrooms is we want, as we know this is a multiple day project, we want to make sure that their living spaces, their creature comfort spaces are taken care of first. Hey guys, day 1 wrapped up at the Lakeland Horde. Like I said, this is a level 3, level 4. The reason why it is a level 3 is the size of the house and everything is spread out, the contents are. This would be a level 4 in a smaller home. We got all the bedrooms semi-fairly clean. What I mean by semi-fairly clean is, I don't know, but what we did was we picked up most of the contents. We still got to do some deep cleaning, wash the floors, the walls, stuff like that, straighten some things out, but contents are removed in all the bedrooms to straighten up. Coming into the living room, straightened up a lot of that stuff. The homeowner came home around 3 o'clock, was a little bit frantic because things were a little bit out of disorder from what they're used to, because things were cleaned up neat and tidy. Something that we deal a lot with hoarders, even though we're cleaning up the house, is sometimes they like the organized chaos that there is, and when we come in and disrupt that organized chaos, they come a little bit frantic about it. We're able to settle that through some conversation, talking to them and letting them know that we're here. We'll help them find whatever they feel they can't locate. We're able to find one of the items that they were looking for, and they were able to move on with their day very, very happily. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2, so stay tuned.
Hey, good morning guys. So day 2 out here of this deep clean horde here. So today we are focusing on the kitchen and the living room area. So we're gonna get all of the trash and the clothing items up. We're gonna separate, we're gonna make sure it's all good, and then we're gonna start our deep clean process and hopefully finish it all today. If not, it'll trail a little bit into tomorrow, but we'll get it done.
We gotta get all the clothes picked up and sorted inside of this dining room kitchen area. After we get all the clothes sorted, it's mainly, from what it looks like, just toys and trash. So we can pick up the toys, stage them in an opposite area, and then pick up and bag all of the trash. And yeah, so this little trash can that was inside of the kitchen had a bunch of gnats, little maggots inside. Just the smell in general. I have on my N95 and it still found a way to seep through the mat. Look at that.
Yeah, so basically we're tossing anything that's like obvious trash, anything that's like kids' toys, Pokemon cards, spatulas, kitchen stuff is getting saved because it's not garbage. So the homeowner wants all that stuff saved, obviously, so we're doing that. So we're sorting through it, also as well as clothing. Any clothing items that we do find, we are making sure we separate those appropriately.
Yoshi!
It's gonna be everybody out there. Taking my time, but getting them done. Make sure go fast enough to get it done quick, but also paying attention to detail and make sure I don't, miss any spots. Make sure they're actually clean and sanitized.
I'm gonna move it in the garage.
Hey guys, end of day 2 here. So we have finished the living room and we have finished the kitchen for the most part of all the big bulk of trash and dirt and everything. So tomorrow for the first half of tomorrow will be the deep clean. The rest of the deep clean portion we should begin done. We knocked out most of the dishes, got the refrigerator cleaned, worked the entire, like I said, the living room, the dining tables. So should be able to finish up tomorrow, and it's going to look real good.
Guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations. Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
We are here in South Tampa at an unattended death. This body was here for what we think is about 3-4 days.
That's all blood? It's all blood, and yeah, pretty much blood.
There it is.
Big money, man.
So here we got the big patch of blood that went under the rug.
Fresh blood.
Fresh blood?
That's it. Had on the heat instead of the fan, and I just changed it. I just dropped the temperature down because it was so hot in here. That's why you can smell it from all the way outside. Like, holy crap!
Can you tell me a little bit about like what you're doing right here with the tarp?
Setting up the decontamination area where I'm gonna put the bio bin, the extra gloves, and anything else we're gonna need for this process.
Just happened.
Hey guys, Steve Wolf, Spalding Decon, GM of Tampa. We are here in South Tampa at an unattended death. This body was here for what we think is about 3-4 days. I don't believe the AC was on. I think the windows were open. Decomp was very strong odor. When I pulled up, we got out of the vehicle and I was at the end of the driveway. Come look at this real quick. Into the driveway where the cab of the truck is. And I could smell it already. As we walk into the house, we walk around the back, the smell gets stronger and stronger. I think I've started to become a little bit nose blind, but this one still hit me. As you see here, the deceased was right here by the door, started to melt a little bit here. You'll see scenes that it is actually expanded almost I would say about 10 foot. We're gonna have to check the walls, may have to go up the walls a little bit on the decomp. We are removing the rug, a piece of furniture. This one's gonna be a doozy. We're gonna have to use a fogger, an ozone machine. There's gonna be a lot of detailed work on this to make sure that we can remove all the traces of bio and make sure that that odor is completely removed. Stay tuned and watch.
So what are you spraying on the decomp, guys? Obviously we know where most of the bio is, but I'm spraying indicator to see where it ran and where any bodily fluids had permeated anything else in the residence. Hey, so here we have Maggie the maggot, running across the floor.
Basically.
Right, so you guys said there was a little bit of bio on the rug?
Yeah, there's bio all over the rug, along the seam, right where you're seeing the massive bio, that's where it's connected, and then we have bio from a footprint, and then we have bio in different little areas on the rug, so we're thinking that it seeped through and ran. Got a few
people have stepped over and transferred some of the bio.
Yo, they had it set in here to 80. That's what he's telling me. They had it set, yeah, he took a picture of it. Like, holy crap. 80?
Can you tell me why you're just removing a portion of the chair right there and not tossing the whole thing?
Because it's a concentrated piece of bio on the arm of the chair, so we only need to remove that, and then we're going to indicate again and see if it seeps anywhere into it deeper. But if it hasn't, we can just throw the chair in regular trash. We only need to cut out the part that has bio on it. Woo. Yeah, we gonna cut all that out. Okay, as you can see, it came through.
Nathan, can you describe that again?
We got poop, soup, excrement, shit, whatever you want to call it. I believe the French call it shit, but that's just me. You got shit, shiton. I guess I say.
Have you seen any bio so far?
Oh yeah, plenty of it.
Plenty of it? Okay. We kind of see a poop mark right there.
No, it's butt mud.
That's all blood?
It's all blood, and yeah, pretty much blood.
Is that blood too?
Oh yeah.
That's a lot of things.
There's a hole in it.
Yeah, I got him.
Let's watch as Nathan puts his absorbent all over here. And as you see, he's being very generous with this because really we want to make this as easy as possible for us to sweep up clean so that we don't have any wet body fluids that we have to recover.
With the chair, I just cut the fabric out around the chair, and as you can see, you have the blood staining from the bio running all the way around the chair, which now all of the fabric will have to be removed at least another possibly 2 feet down to see how far the bio traveled. And whatever else is left up under it, how he just removed the wood framing, it'll probably have to be the same thing as well. Woo! That's what it is, boy. Exactly what it is.
How does a bio like that from a dead body get from all the way over there so far away from the rest of it?
It's just like water, basically. The fluids just travel, so wherever easiest path that it can follow, that's where the blood's gonna go, just like water.
And you got spots like that. That's concentrated blood, as you can see. So that could be, whatever medical condition led to the death. That could be from the mouth, from the anus. It could be from anywhere, leading up to him falling and inevitably dying in that location. So it could be from anything.
Nothing in here. It wasn't near the original where the bio indicated anyway, but I just wanted to double check everything before I moved it out the way. There's one piece.
Let's see.
I see this on TV all the time. Hey!
Hold on. Watch out behind you. You got that.
There you go.
Oh shit.
Yeah, put another guy known each other probably what, 5-6 years now?
Okay.
Where? Shalot? Shalot. Okay. Keep saying Shalot. I have no idea what that is.
Have you heard that?
I'll take it on a bio bag, call it a day.
Bio on the bottom?
That is,
no, let me do that.
over there.
Tied on the zip of his damn Tyvek suit.
You want to imitate it?
Yeah. There it is.
Big money, man.
So here we got the big patch of blood that went under the rug, which we already knew. And now we rolled it up and you can fully see it. As you can see, it's heavily foaming.
There we go.
Yep, one on top.
How bad's the smell?
I mean, probably like a 7. 1 through 10, I'm gonna say a 7. I really smell worse, I promise. Oh shit, nah, that's you got it. Definitely seems like it's gonna fall.
He glued him. He glued him down.
Oh shit! It's alright, it'll just go in bio.
He glued everything to his face so it wouldn't move.
It'll just go in bio if it doesn't.
The whole table moved.
Welcome to the lab, everyone. Today's video is going to be a little bit different as we usually teach anatomy from the full bodies behind me, but today we're going to teach from this amazing little fetus that has already educated millions of people. We'll talk about the story of how this came to be, how it was donated to us, and even some of the mysteries surrounding the fetus, such as gestational age, how many years this little body has been teaching people for, a lot of cool stuff, and of course, discussing the most miraculous concepts about how us humans develop. So, let's do this. So before I unveil the fetus here, I do want to have this discussion or this talk about cadaveric education, and specifically the difference between teaching, say, from a fetus versus a full adult body that's lived a full life and chosen to donate their bodies to science. Yes, there's a little bit more tragedy associated with a fetus dying, or any young person for that matter, but let me give you guys a little bit of a shift in perspective, or at least our perspective on this. Justin and I get asked all the time, does it bother you guys to work with the dead, to do dissections, to remove tissues, remove organs and things of that nature? And without hesitation, we say, no, it doesn't. Because we believe that cadaver labs are much more about life than they are about death. Now that may sound a little ironic because when you walk into an anatomy lab, you see deceased bodies. However, the dead teach the living. And what we mean by that is that all the thousands of students that have come through here, the millions that have been on our online platforms and learned from these bodies, can now go out and help the living live happier and healthier lives. Think about a healthcare professional going to school and learning from a full body or an adult body or even a fetus, and taking that knowledge into patient care and all the people they interact with on a day-to-day basis to again help them live happier and healthier lives. So the people and the families that choose to donate these bodies to science leave this priceless anatomical legacy behind so that we can be educated to continue to help the living. So now that I got that out of the way, let's take a look at this amazing body. You ready? Here we go. So as you can see, amazing fetus here, and I want you guys to think about the gestational age, or in other words, how far along the fetus is. Are we talking like 10 weeks, 20 weeks, 30 weeks, first trimester, second trimester, third trimester? You can see a very well-developed head that's starting to get more proportional with the rest of the body. You can see the ear there, and the upper limb with a well-developed hand and fingers there. You can, even if you look closely there, you can see some fuzz or some hair developing on the back of the head there. But before I rotate this around to show you the umbilical cord and the placenta, and even male or female, I want to tell you about how this body was donated to us. There was a high school teacher that had been teaching for over 30 years with this fetus. So over 30 years of education for high school students. That was 8 years ago when this body was donated to us. So we're knocking on the door of 40 years, maybe even 40 plus years, that we've educated thousands in our lab, millions with our online platform. This little body has done quite the educational feat. But there were two mysteries, or two pieces of information, that we weren't given when we were donated this body. One was the exact gestational age. So we were left with making our best guess based upon the developmental features. So let's keep rotating this around so you can see some of these other features. Again, you can see the arm more fully now, the umbilical cord coming into view around the leg there. And as we continue to rotate around, you can see the feet and the well-developed feet, and even the genitalia, which
It's a reunion of old friends.
It's been a long time.
They all have one of the rarest diseases on Earth.
My jaw is completely fused.
My leg is fused at the hip.
That's the limit of motion I've got.
Their condition causes their muscles, ligaments, and tendons to become bone, turning their bodies rock hard.
We're turning to a human statue. We can't move.
The three friends suffer from a disease known as FOP. There are only 700 known cases in the world. Almost half of them are in the U.S. Ashley Kerpiel lives outside Atlanta, Georgia. As a toddler, her arm was amputated after doctors misdiagnosed her with cancer. They missed the telltale signature of FOP disease, a crooked big toe. Now her muscles have started hardening into bone.
I cannot move this arm away from my body. It's like super glued to my side, my upper arm, because it does not move.
Her neck and spine are now fused. 5 years ago, Ashley's leg got stuck in this bent position.
It's stuck, and that thigh is rock hard bone.
A 4-inch platform shoe enables her to walk. The 30-year-old showed us how she uses a drawer handle to take off her pants. A convenient closet doorknob helps her get them back on.
This is it for movement in the shoulders.
Patrick Doerr's jaw is nearly frozen shut.
Just enough to talk.
His mom, Gretchen, a pediatric nurse, was heartbroken when he was diagnosed.
He was 17 and big and burly, and the next thing you know, he's in such severe pain.
She watched helplessly as his muscles and joints turned to solid bone.
Very intense swelling, very intense pain.
At 52, Nancy Sando is one of the oldest living people with FOP. She inches her way toward the bed. Her body is stiff as a board.
God has given me the ability to find the joys in the little things in life.
It's a tremendous hardship. FOP is a devastating disease.
Dr. Frederick Kaplan of the University of Pennsylvania is the leader in the fight against the disease and personally sees to every case.
We adored Nancy and Ashley and Patrick. I mean, they're all testimonies to the human spirit. They're shining examples of what human beings can do when they're faced with such incredible adversity.
With the reunion set, getting there would prove quite an undertaking. Nancy and her caregiver left Michigan's Upper Peninsula, driving 3 hours in her minivan. Ashley gets a little help down the jetway in Atlanta, then walks on board her flight and takes her seat. Patrick boarded his plane in Philadelphia, and when he found his seat, the 30-year-old accountant enjoyed a drink with his own ingenious invention.
I've got a lot of pride. I have a lot of ability.
The three friends finally made it to Detroit and settled in at their hotel. They shared techniques for doing all the things we all take for granted. They gathered by the pool. Ashley took a refreshing swim. Dinner proves the most challenging of all, since Patrick and Nancy's jaws are all but fused shut. They first use their lips to mash the food against their teeth, then push it through gaps. And everywhere they go, they draw inspiration from each other. It helps to know that they're not alone. The dance party is in full swing. The DJ gets the crowd moving, shaking, and spinning. But this is a dance unlike any you've ever seen. The partygoers were all born with a rare disease called FOP. It's caused by a gene defect that is gradually turning their bodies into rock-hard bone. They call themselves FOPers. They're also known as the human statues or petrified people, names they do not particularly like. 59 of these brave souls have come from across the country to Orlando, Florida for their 25th annual convention. There are only 800 such people alive in the world today afflicted with FOP.
We're human beings turning physically into a human statue.
32-year-old Ashley Kerpiel's arm was amputated. Her leg, neck, and spine are now rock-hard bone. Ashley came with her family.
Love my sister.
Getting into the pool isn't easy, but Ashley's game for playing Splish Splash.
It's hard for me to play with her when I can't do a whole lot, so at least this is something I can do with her.
Most heartbreaking of all is seeing the devastating effects on young children. It begins with FOP's signature diagnosis, a crooked big toe. The youngest FOPer at the convention is 3-year-old William Ellicott from Oregon. William's right arm is permanently stuck in this position. His back is riddled with bone growth. His mom, Katrina, says most people don't understand what's wrong with her little boy.
Did he break an arm or
so I do a lot of explaining.
You look good, Chris. It looks really nice.
23-year-old Chris Michelle from New Jersey shows off a daring Victoria's Secret bikini.
Because it's sexy.
At 57, John Redding is one of the oldest of the conventioneers in attendance. He even crafted a spoon with a golf club to make it easier to eat. 18-year-old Brianne LaChance has to force food into her mouth because her jaw is fused shut.
I can't open my mouth.
Dr. Fred Kaplan is the world's leading expert on the disease. Treating these patients requires scientific knowledge and a lot of heart. Getting ready for the convention is a big undertaking. Ashley's mom helped slip on a new robotic arm. Then it was time to join the party. There they were, her fellow patients having a great time on the dance floor. Chris had changed out of her bikini and was wearing a zebra-patterned cocktail dress. And 3-year-old William, he was dancing up a storm and making new friends, having a great time, comforted by the fact that he was not alone. It's a wedding day this bride has always dreamed about, but walking down the aisle is a struggle.
You're the reason I get up in the morning, the reason I keep pushing forward in life every day.
Those vows have an extra special meaning.
The vows show that, the things that we've gone through already and the things that we're going to be continuing to go through.
Kathy Ford has an incurable disease called FOP, which is gradually turning her body into bone as hard and solid as stones. She can't move her arms. Kathy's jaw is locked, as is her mouth.
That's it.
Her legs and hips are also locked. She never thought she would meet Mr. Right.
I didn't think anybody would be willing to deal with my disease.
But none of that mattered to Chuck. They met on the dating website okcupid.com in 2013, and he popped the question 6 months later.
She's got the most beautiful heart, mind, soul. And that's what I fell in love with. Ready?
Chuck tends to all of Kathy's needs. The 30-year-old works as a 911 dispatcher and lives an active life, from vacuuming to preparing lunch. Since Kathy can't bend her body, getting into a car is a challenge, but they have the routine down and relish a beautiful day on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. There are only 800 known cases of FOP worldwide, and this is another victim of this cruel disease. Looking at a beaming Holly LaPrade walking down the aisle at her wedding in 2012, you really couldn't tell that she had also been diagnosed with FOP.
It kind of felt like a fairy tale coming true.
I love her with all my heart, and I believe we're like two peas in a pod. We'd probably be lost without each other.
But just 1 year later, her mobility was just about gone. Her hip, knee, and leg are locked.
Marriage is hard enough, but then throwing FOP into the equation with it, obviously it makes things a lot more difficult. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What a contrast to the bride who walked down the aisle and danced in her wedding gown. Now every move is a struggle.
How's it feel?
Her husband Tim brushes her hair. Kathy, who works for the family construction business, has grippers situated around her house to help her pick up dropped items. She also has a device to help her get socks on, a daily challenge.
A lot of times with FOP you just have to laugh because otherwise you want to cry.
At their North Haven, Connecticut home, Tim is building a ramp for the day when walking becomes completely impossible.
Together we're stronger. If we can handle this, we can pretty much handle anything.
Both couples take one day at a time, proving love can conquer all.
Paul, are you ready for the interview?
I'm ready when you're ready.
What would you like to say to the world?
When I was 6 years old back in the ancient times.
What year was it?
I'm sorry?
What year was it?
1952.
The fog lifted for a brief moment and I saw what I was doing. I saw, I was not only armless, I was yellow. I'm 175 centimeters tall and I was, 47 kilos. So it didn't look good. I was an electrician and I was working for the power company in Reykjavik, Iceland. And I was working in a department that is in charge of the lines that are, above ground. And there was some, when I came in the morning, there had been a report of some kind of a breakdown. One line got loose and burned down, the wooden poles that the lines are on. When I got towards a river, I had to walk a little bit up the stream to cross and then go to the pole across the river. The weather conditions, it was like minus 11 blowing in my face. So I was always, keeping my head down and just walking and looking for the poles. I wasn't particularly, scanning the air. And I went into the wrong one. I reached up and I grabbed the line and apparently it was the wrong one. So I got 11,000 volts and 100 amperes running through my arms. Thank God it somehow, when you have so much power, it didn't make the turn. So it jumped between and into my other arm and to the ground, which kind of saved my life because otherwise it would have gone through my heart and I wouldn't be here. And another thing that saved my life in this instance was that I had loosened this lifeline. So instead of, being there until, I was just burned to crisps, I fell down. And I broke my back in 3 places, burned both my arms and fractured my neck. I think most of my rib cage got loose also. So it was not a good morning.
Perhaps the understatement of the century. Felix's arms were on fire as he fell.
According to the testimony of my colleagues, they came running and one of them had a bottle that he was running to the river to get water to take out the fire because they were just like candles. And and they also saw that some fingers were gone. So but they didn't really know the extent of it until I was at the hospital and they took a biopsy and just saw, and went higher and higher and higher and found no blood flow or anything because it was just like charcoals.
Felix was rushed to hospital and placed in an induced coma. The prognosis was not good.
My parents and my brothers came there and soon my friends and it was basically people were called out just to come to say goodbye because they didn't think much likely of that I would survive the night. Well, everybody except my dad. When he was standing there, there was something that came over him and he was just convinced that I would be okay.
But Felix held on. He survived barely. Parts of both arms were amputated. But as infection kept rising, the doctors had to keep amputating more of his arms.
For the first year, I had 54 surgeries. They, because they were always taking more and more, and then there was fixing the back. It was not a good morning and it was not a good year either. This is 12th of January in 1998. In May that year, things went from bad to worse because my liver got damaged also.
Felix was on the cusp of needing a liver transplant. His doctors hoped it would repair itself, but chances were slim. Later that year, he was released from hospital and was eased off the strongest medication he was on. He was struggling. He turned to drinking and drugs to numb the pain, but soon spiraled into addiction.
The brain can do funny things to justify madness. I didn't go out much. I was just staying at home, using, cocaine, cannabis. For some fucked up reason, I told myself that I wasn't damaging the liver because I was just using organic products.
Felix had a moment of realization. He'd gone down the wrong path. The time for self-destruction was over.
Like the fog lifted for a brief moment, and I saw what I was doing. I saw, I was not only armless, I was yellow. I'm 175 centimeters tall, and I was, 47 kilos. So it didn't look good. I came clean to my doctor and told him that I hadn't exactly been honest about, why the liver wasn't recovering. And I was told that I couldn't get the liver transplant because alcoholics and drug addicts, they don't get transplanted because, we fuck it up. And I had this moment of clarity, and I just kind of, saw what I was doing with my life. And I went to the hospital and to a rehab. It was a very long and difficult rehab because of my liver. They couldn't give me drugs to help me come down. So it was just cold turkey, and it took 3 months to detox me.
Felix persevered. He was determined to get his life back on track. Eventually, the doctors approved him for a life-saving liver transplant. But the first operation did not go well.
2 months after my liver transplant, I had to have another liver transplant, and that was in August. So that summer was not good either. But in a way, it wasn't pleasant, but it was actually very good. Because my life was saved, and two, that I wouldn't have my arms today if I hadn't had this liver transplant. Sometimes we think the bad things are happening, but we find out later that they're not so bad after all.
We'll explain the connection between the two soon. But how did the history-making arm transplant come about? The year Felix had his accident, a French doctor named Jean-Michel Dubernard performed the world's first successful hand transplant. Felix watched on, and his mission in life was set. He wanted his limbs back.
So I immediately got interested, but it didn't, it was just a hand. It wasn't arms.
Science was not on Felix's side, yet. But his fortune changed in 2007 when he was watching TV at home.
It was, late night, we started to browse, something had stopped, and we started to browse the channels. And I just got into a newscast stating that Jean-Michel Dubernard was in Iceland and had been giving lecture in the University of Iceland today because he also made the first partial face transplant.
This was a breakthrough. He knew he had to track down the man who could maybe one day give him his arms and his life back.
I called the TV station, I called the French embassy, I called Alliance Française. I tried to reach everybody, it was late night, so it was difficult. I called the reporter who had taken the interview. And, because I needed to find this guy. And that didn't work, so I started to call the hotels in Reykjavik, just one by one until I found the hotel he was staying at. And, there's somebody at the desk told me, yeah, he is here, and can I take a message? I introduced myself and asked if there might be a possibility to have a sit down with him. He told me to come 6 o'clock tomorrow night, and I will meet you in the lobby. And that's kind of how it started. He examined me, and basically the question was for me was, do you think that at some point in the future, there will be possibility to graft whole arms? And Jean-Michel Dubernard is a very interesting character. He died a year ago, or last summer. But he, like most people, say, just no, it can't be done. Because if something hasn't been done, the general response is it can't be done. But he said, I don't know. But, whatever the answer I'm going to give you, I want to be able to give you and support my answer. And he gave me he took a note and he sent me your x-rays, your operation notes, and your medical history, and I will let you know.
That meeting in the hotel lobby was a turning point. Felix would travel back and forth to Lyon, France for testing. After many years, he was told the operation was possible, but he needed time and he needed money, a lot of it.
It's gonna cost maybe it's 120 to 150,000 euros the operation, and then about 50,000 euros a month the rehabilitation. And I didn't have that kind of money.
Felix turned to the people of Iceland to help. He was overwhelmed by the generosity of his homeland.
It was probably the most amazing 5 months in my life because, I've never, I had a shitty year in 98, but since then my life has just been one blessing after another. And I'm privileged to be always on the good end of people. By the end of January 2012, I had raised the money I needed for the surgery and maybe 2 months of rehabilitation. It's just, it's a privilege to be an Icelander. That's, it's a small nation. I mean, we are 360,000 in total, so.
The surgery was approved and the money was in the bank. Now Felix just needed an organ donor, which would prove to be one of the biggest challenges. He packed up his life, moved to Lyon on standby, waiting for a match. He didn't know at the time just how long it would take.
The wait was okay because I met my wife in the meantime while I was waiting here, and so the first year I was a little bit waiting, but always getting visitors, and then it started to be staring at the phone and waiting until I met my Sylvia, and so I basically just started to live in France, and I was waiting while I was living in France. And actually in Iceland and nobody thought it was going to happen. People was just like, when is he going to, wake up and smell the roses here? This is weird. I mean, I was collecting for the operation in 2011, then now we are like 2020 and nothing. And then finally there were 3 potential donors that were found in the before this one, where the families refused, and it's sad, but it's understandable also. It's the worst day. You are, your son or your husband just died. Can we chop him up for spare parts? I'm hoping with the result that I'm getting, that it becomes more mainstream and people maybe have an opinion about this before, because these people that were asked, they had never heard about this even. 30 years ago, about organ donation was a fringe medicine. People didn't know, and it was hard to get organ donors. Today, in France, you're just an organ donor by default. People have a completely different attitude towards that today because it's a common, successful, life-saving operation. But when it comes to body parts, hands, arms, it's just new, and it's it's hard for people to make this kind of a decision in a moment of this vulnerability that comes with saying a goodbye to a loved one, because face it, it's the closest relative that's asked, but it's also there's no way to judge anybody in these shoes. But I'm hoping that with the success of my the change that I am experiencing in my life, only 13 months into this operation, that people can see it as a viable option, because these arms are not going to be used by they are just going to rot. So it can give enormously great benefits to anybody who is next in line.
Eventually, a match was made, and the donor's family gave permission for this world-first surgery to go ahead.
finally the call came on January 12th, 2021.
I feel great. I'm in complete denial yet. I'm kind of looking forward to going there and see how many there are.
There was a team of 50 surgeons. So there were 2 teams on the donor and 2 teams on me. The thing that we are competing against is the time that there is no blood flowing in the arms. As soon as the blood flow starts, the arm starts to break down and it creates proteins that are deadly. So the window was 5-6 hours. If my blood is not running 5-6 hours after his blood stops, we can't use them. They start opening everything and doing everything on the donor while still having, pumping his blood through the system. And what they do is, the bones, the bone is connected here, but here is the arm with the head of the humerus. Everything is from the donor, so they had to fix it a little bit there and create a partially new shoulder. They connect all this, and then the nerves, our nerves, they grow inside of some conduits. There is little conduits where the nerves grow in. They connect those conduits of me to the donor. And then the nerves inside of the arm, they just weather away and just disappear. So now my nerves can start growing into these conduits. But it's just mind-boggling how they can do this. It's science fiction. The average growth of nerves is 1 millimeter per day. So according to that, I would have nerves in my fingers in 2 years from the operation, which would be too long. So, what we set up with initially is if I can move my biceps, the nerve is a success, the surgery is a success. But then my nerves just grew so much faster that I had nerves in my fingers in 9 months. See, I am already moving fingers here. I'm still, they're still coming in, the muscles here, so I cannot extend them, but there's always progress. When deciding, to do something with unknown results, there is the question, okay, we have to put you on immune suppressive medicine for the rest of your life so you don't reject the arms. And that's a heavy shit to put somebody on. That's where my liver transplant came to the rescue, because I was already taking this medicine. On the scale of like putting somebody on immune suppressive versus the risk of the operation, okay, we take away the immune suppressive, so the benefits were, and that's how they that's the reason they accepted to have me, do this with me. I'm basically taking 3 different drugs to not reject the arms. And one of them called Advagraf, or the active ingredients called tacrolimus, has this side effect, one of many, is that it stimulates nerve growth.
Felix's results are nothing short of miraculous, but he has to work hard, every day, all day, to make sure that progress continues.
5 days a week from 9 o'clock to 4 in rehabilitation, every day. I will probably be in some form, very intensive, at least for some months, maybe a year. And because they tell me that the end result will be in 3 years. After 3 years, we can expect, to see more or less how the end result is, even though there might be some micro improvements, but these first 3 years are the most crucial of rehabilitating, so I don't lose muscles and functionality, that doesn't get stiff.
It's hard work, but worth it. Felix and his team of medical and surgical experts did something that's never been done before.
It is significant. I know that everybody just just working with the team here, the surgeons, the rehabilitation team, everybody's just like blown away, because this was, in their mind, they were doing operations to give me biceps.
Felix's incredible story made global headlines.
Welcome back to Good Morning
His strength, determination, and sense of humour won over the world. He was the pride of Iceland.
Yeah, well, you know, after the operation, I obviously couldn't go online, or you know, my wife was just answering mails, and because I was just, for the first 8 weeks, I was just stuck on my back. You know, she showed me what had been happening, you know, in the news, especially in Iceland, the good wishes I've been having. It was just amazing. You know, I was even voted the man of the year now in December when I went to Iceland.
But it was the time with his family that mattered most. After 23 long years, he was able to give his 2 daughters the hug that they had craved from their dad for so long.
When I had the accident, they were 3 months old and 4 years old. And today they are 24 and 28, finally being able to hug them since they were just tiny little babies. I have 4 grandchildren, 2 boys, 2 girls. The latest little boy came just in November, and I had the honor of meeting this new little Felix in the family. It was just mind-blowing, and the best thing about it was to, you know, it's the first Christmas that I've been able to be home since 2014 because of the waiting. And, you know, I managed to spend this, you know, with my wife, my parents, my brothers, my children, my grandchildren. And, you know, then my father passed away in January from COVID. So, you know, it was so valuable to have had that opportunity to, you know, spend this time with him and them. He got to see me get my arms. He got to see me, you know, we were even invited for dinner at the president, you know, and I've never seen my dad so proud in his life. And you know, it's this December kind of, you know, where it all came together, and then unfortunately, you know, he can't see the rest of it, at least not from this side. You know, he's still looking somewhere.
Felix's dad was the one who always believed in him and gave him the strength and determination to make history.
I know that my strength is emotional. You know, there.
Have you ever...
Normies. Can't live with them, couldn't live without them. While console exclusives might be increasingly sparse for modern generations, they used to be a dime a dozen. In fact, exclusive video games were just coming out left and right, but parents and kids only had so much money to spend on them. Like, how's anyone supposed to keep up with this? And so, the fate of video games fell into the hands of normies. What would become popular? What would garner multiple sequels? Yo, who kept buying all those Army Men games? There's like 20 of them. But no matter how many copies you sell, well, no matter the reception you get, sometimes people and time forget about you. I mean, it kind of makes sense considering it's been 300 years and a million video games have come out since then, but a lot of the times when people don't buy, the company goes out of business, or the fad status starts to wane, it leads to a game or a franchise becoming abandonware. Well, at least until someone thinks it's a great idea to reboot Bubsy.
So yo, it's Austin. I miss fresh air. A lot.
Dear Mr. Eruption, this is a Patreon request. Please make a video on forgotten PlayStation 2 games. Thank you, Chris Shelton.
Excuse me? I love the PS2. So thanks to Chris, today we're gonna be talking about some forgotten PlayStation 2 games. Gems? Maybe? Probably not. We're gonna be playing a couple ones that I wanted and a couple that he wanted. So let's talk about video games.
So what qualifies something as forgotten? I like to follow the 3 no's rule. No reboots, no HD ports, no more sequels. Also add, like, time, I guess. It's a scientific formula, and one that I think the PS2 exclusive Genji Dawn of the Samurai falls directly into. No, this isn't the samurai game with Gak in it. That's a whole different thing. Japanese game developer Game Republic was a startup formed by ex-Capcom and Konami dev Yoshiki Okamoto. This guy worked on some classics like Street Fighter 2, Final Fight, and Resident Evil, so you knew his new company's first original product was gonna be a board game. Shadowhunters, anyone? Oh yeah, then I guess the first actual video game was Genji Dawn of the Samurai. And oh, this game is pretty. This is PS2? For real? You turn on the anti-aliasing and this could pass for a low-budget PS4 game. I don't even see a difference. Dawn of the Samurai is allegedly loosely based on the Tale of the Heike, a Japanese epic. Yeah, not like epic gamers, but the proper literature term epic. While it's not as girthy as that one Super Smash Bros. Fanfic with its over 4 million words, the Tale of Heike recounts the conflict between 2 clans during the Ginpei War. How does this relate to Genji? Like barely. So what do? I guess we could use the word character action here, but really it's a bunch of basic combos that don't have much, if any, branching potential. In fact, basic would be a good word to describe all of Genji here. It's like the focus on creating admittedly fantastic visuals and following, quote, real world events took away from all the time devoted to making the game more interesting to play. You get to control a fictionalized version of real world samurai, Minamoto Yoshitsune, or his vassal, Musashibo Benkei. Yoshi's all about swinging around 2 swords rapidly as fast as he can, while Benkei likes to swing around big heavy thing. One big thing. Then, just like in the history books, you're ascending to the heavens to fight a giant phoenix. What? Yo, this looks good though. Sure, you can freeze time to do insta-kills, and yeah, you can do like a cool aerial kickflip thing, but that's not gonna save you from the bug suck or platforming. Genji's first outing might have had more sway if it released earlier in the PlayStation 2's lifespan, when they weren't clearly relying on visuals to sell. I only say that because a certain little milestone in the genre known as Devil May Cry 3 released half a year before this. Genji's not terrible by any means, just by a direct comparison is pretty generic and reeks a little of the jank juice. However, Genji's interesting to me because clearly Sony wanted this franchise to take off. When the PlayStation 3 was on the cusp of being released, they were like, yeah, Genji, that's our boy. But then
stages of the game will also be based on famous battles which actually took place in ancient Japan. So here's this giant enemy crab.
And yeah, whoopsie. This old world meme became engraved in everyone's brains and was pretty synonymous with the PlayStation 3 for a while. The real-life history-based giant enemy crab murdering simulator, Genji Days of the Blade, did indeed come out to reviews. Clearly, the killer launch app for the PlayStation 3 was Untold Legends Dark Kingdom, or Mobile Suit Gundam Crossfire.
Dude, real life history sucks. I've had to deal with like a couple of those face hugging bugs, and they cause like acne and gastroenteritis, which is no good when you have no space to move around. If only I could get out of here via the sky, because it's a segue for Sky Gunner for the game.
Anime quota, check. Our next game happens to be one that is extremely nostalgic and special to me. Long before Persona would ruin my life, I barely knew what an atlas was. But I did know that they published Pixel Art's Skygunner. What is a Pixel Arts? I am unsure. This is the only thing that they ever did and nothing else is really known. However, I do know that the lead game designer is credited on Mad World for the Wii as Blood Effects designer. So yeah, that's relevant? Skygunner came out extremely early in the PlayStation 2's lifespan and was one of those games I rented because game spending money was tight. As part of the Dreamcast Defense Squad, I wasn't well versed in things PlayStation, so anything we'd grab would be on a whim. I'm not really sure why, but one day Skygunner just kind of floated its way into my PS2 and greeted me with this. This song is dripping nostalgia. With the exception of Mystical Ninja starring Goemon's ridiculous opening, this was my first time playing a video game with an anime cutscene for an opening, a trend that to this day hasn't gone away, and it probably never will.
Story time. When I was a little kid, I had this little Rio MP3 player that had like 250 megabytes of storage on it. It could hold like 50, 30 songs or something like that, or like one Dream Theater song. Anyway, this thing had a little like recording function on it with the like tiniest little mic you ever seen in your life. And so the day I had to return Skygunner, I really liked that song, so I was like, all right, Mom, get the f out. And I put that thing right up to the TV speaker, like right on it. And I bet you know exactly how that sounded.
You ever play Star Fox? How about them shoot 'em ups? Put that together with some beautiful art, catchy music, memorable characters, and sick flips, and you got one of my most nostalgic early PlayStation 2 games. And I'm glad to say that it's held up. You have control of a couple gunners here, all with unique planes. There's Kapan, Fam, the head police officer Hardy, and totally not Starwolf, Reval. Yeah, his name's actually just Rival, pronounced Reval. It's really creative. You're against store brand Dr. Ivo Robotnik on his quest to steal things. Oh, and let us not forget the 2019 winner of Austin Eruption's most Tetsuya Nomura looking ass design, CL, with his gargantuan 100-pound zipper choker. Clearly, this must be used with the special ability he has that literally air brakes his plane to a full stop. That's the only explanation. Look, Skygunner's dope. It's extremely short with each playable character only having 5 levels, but they all have different objectives and a range of difficulty. You have to shoot down giant blimps and planes while trying to avoid your own death. It has a very punch-out like revival system where you have to mash buttons to get your plane back in working order, which I prefer over just exploding. It uses a very old school point system where you want to try and use explosives to take out entire groups of enemies to get a multiplier, which will get you a higher score and possibly a plane upgrade for the next level. You end up competing against your allies, and their banter with this is pretty fun. Atlas did a pretty good job with the localization here, and it seems like they had a fun time with it.
Now's not the time to admire the size of the man's fries. We've got a museum to liberate.
The only real negative here is how short the game is and how the frame rate just decides to run away. Though really, considering this is a shmup, this can be a blessing in disguise when there's so much on the screen. But unfortunately, that's all we have from Skygunner. There was a fan-made game that would come out in 2005 called Gunner's Heart, made by the people who brought us Reciteer, which is real good by the way. But it's a more traditional shoot 'em up. The openness of Skygunner made it unique, but I don't think we'll really see anything like this again. And that sucks. But maybe one day, the 100-pound zipper will make a comeback.
I've talked about licensed games on this channel a lot, like a lot, but I've never really gotten into the good ones. It's always the same horrible time. But today I think it's time to change that. Now, the franchise we're going to be talking about has a lot of games in it, but I think this one's been kind of buried. I'm going to be talking about Transformers for the PlayStation 2.
Is this Star Wars? A lot of people remember the War for Cybertron games. In an era where licensed games were kind of in the shitter, it was awesome to see High Moon Studios do a pretty decent job with it. Generally speaking, Transformers has had a decent track record, for the most part. But we're talking about this weird PlayStation 2 game based on the Transformers Armada anime. Not that it matters, considering this kind of does its own thing. Unfortunately, you only get to play as the Autobots in this one, them being Optimus Prime, Red Alert, and hotshot. As much as I would love to play as Starscream, that ain't happening today. Though you do fight them. I think I fall into that very specific age group where Transformers wasn't really on my radar. Growing up, it was all Beast Wars and Beast Machines for me. Dinobot, more like Vegeta, am I right?
To defeat you in such a manner would be lacking in honor.
While I didn't get a good PlayStation 2 game out of it, we did get a fun PS2 game out of the original Transformers. Get this, massive level-based worlds filled with tons of collectibles, some of which are mini-cons. You can equip mini-cons to each character to have different types of abilities and weapons. You can shoot the normal gun, or eat this guy and shoot out a bigger bullet. It's simple stuff, really. You can also just get silly with it and fly around, which doesn't work very well. Oh yeah, I hope you like giant robots with ragdoll.
You got the touch. You got the power.
Transformers is a pretty cool game, albeit a bit stiff at times. Though I imagine they were like, how are we supposed to make a giant robot feel? The answer is awkwardly. The segments where you have to climb up the side of a mountain are like, ah shit. Bosses are a fun spectacle to watch and fight, like when you have to shoot Starscream out of the sky. Also, for some reason, they decided to animate different CGs depending on which character you're playing as. The effort, man. That's probably the reason why you go from the first level, the Amazon, to the second level, Snowy White, to the deep Amazon. Basically the same level, then to Alaska again. While it's got problems for sure, the PS2 Transformers game is one of those cool things that came out that, once again, people seem to have completely forgotten about. Maybe that's just because licensed games tend to get lost with the wind, or that the next-gen games overshadowed it. But if you're wanting to try something really unique and honestly pretty sick for the time, Transformers is pretty alright. Also, it has this like neo-rock funk take on the Transformers song that's pretty like Spin Doctors, but not.
Transformers is lucky that it had a super memorable franchise that it was attached to, but what about a game attached to something that pretty much everyone has forgotten about? Show your hands in the class, who here knows anything about Cygirls?
I'd say there's about a 95% chance you have no idea what I just said. Cygirls, spelled C-Y Girls, was a toy line made by Takara Tomy who, get this, are the Japanese group that brought us Transformers. Segways, motherfucker! However, while one of these two brands had a series of movies starring Shia LaBeouf and Marky Mark, the other was Cygirls, or as it's known in Japan, Cool Girls.
Crimes have been increasing like never before. Now we have to fight the cyber terrorism with our Cygirls. 12 inches of fully articulated collector quality action figures with die-cast metal weapons. Yeah! Recommended ages 14 and up.
Who's this for? The wiki says the original Japanese versions of the dolls had a, quote, detailed nude torso. So it's like Action Barbie with nipples? Takara Tomy was big enough to get crossover licenses with this thing, with things like Neon Genesis Evangelion. Even if it looks absolutely terrifying.
Oh yeah, video games. Takara teamed up with Konami in 2004 to release Cygirls. How is it?
What'd you expect? A hidden gem? Cygirls is an action-adventure thing. It's one of the more baffling games I've played on this channel. Whoever thought it was a good idea to take the now practically unknown Japanese Barbie for horny teenagers and turn it into a video game was a crazy person. Mostly because I can't tell who this is supposed to be for. People wanting to be horny on main are just gonna skip right on by and grab the nearest uncut DVD of Tenchi Muyo. I guess the answer here is no one, however, because there's not even a how long to beat entry. Like every game has one. Cygirls does have a cool concept though. You see the two girls here on the cover? This is Ice and this is Asuka. If you open the case, you'll see 2 discs, one for each character. Do you like Metal Gear Solid? Okay, well take Metal Gear Solid 2 and increase the backtracking by 10 times. Like actually, instead of a big map to explore, Cygirls is split into levels that take ages to finish because of the sheer amount of backtracking. I started off as Ice, the gun girl, and right after being greeted with the standard video game shower sequence, I was in some hallways, shot some dudes, awkwardly did like a cover thing. Then I had to turn around and grab a thing, turn back to go another 10% further, then turn around again, grab another thing. That's the entire game. Oh, also, enemies respawn in the exact same location each time you re-enter a room. Isn't that fun? That includes when you go a deep dive in, which is the whole Psy part of the Cygirls. I think. You lawnmower man your way into cyberspace where you can download and destroy important files, fight a giant data tank, or do this. That's right, guys, that's 7 air kicks. Get your bullshit Tatsumaki Senpukyakus out of here, son! What's the plot of this shit anyway?
The FGC is the greediest, most monopolistic corporation in the world.
Damn, dude, I didn't think EVO 2019 was that bad. Oh, they meant the ESA. ISIS second level was probably one of the most frustrating things I've ever played. I'm supposed to rescue a bunch of prisoners to start a riot or something, but I have to shoot random points in the real world to rotate prison doors to open a path in the digital world, but guys keep spawning and you have to redo it like 4 times. Then when I reach the room, it's a cluster. No, on to Asuka's disc. We're a ninja now. Why? Well, the first disc was spies, so the second one has to be ninjas, right? Instead of shooting guys, I get to slice and dice. Or hit them with like 9 kunai as they just sit there and do absolutely nothing. Just like the other disc, it's mostly a bunch of backtracking. More bearable since the sword is like 10% more fun to use, but oh, okay, well the second level is basically the same thing. Why did we need 2 discs for this? Did Konami just shit this out before Metal Gear Solid 3 came out a few months later? So they would be like, hey, we've improved this much. There's just no reason to play Girls. It controls awful, the music barely exists, the audio mixing is terrible, the combat isn't even fun. When this came out in 2004, there were already thousands of more interesting video games to play, so just like the license, this also faded into obscurity. It's always super interesting to see a corporation come up with a toy or a kid's product that they want to push only to have it fail to land. And I guess Girls is one that didn't even take off. But at least all of us gamers know Ice is a total babe.
Babe is sexual harassment.
Who is this supposed to be for?
Alrighty, it's time for the last game of the video, and this was the one that sparked the entire topic. I cannot believe it's been nearly 7 years since we've gotten the Way of the Samurai game.
I'm not sure when or how I heard of Way of the Samurai. It might have been an old episode of X-Play, but I do know that it was the first time I played something this unique. Back in 2002 when this released, I wasn't much of a PC gamer, so the concept of choosing your own adventure wasn't really a viable thing. Hell, this was before KOTOR and the console port of Morrowind. Gaming just kind of followed a straight line path where it was here's your goal and here's how you get there. Way of the Samurai was like, here's this 2 or 3 hour long game, let's take this straight line and do this. Are you a good guy? Are you a bad guy? Who are you siding with? You're gonna choose your own adventure and you're gonna like it. Or just turn around and leave. You take control of a nameless Ronin who stumbles into a random rural village and is tossed into a predicament. It's like the most vague way I could have. If you've ever seen the legendary Kurosawa film, Yojimbo, this is basically the same thing except you get to make all the choices. This here's Austin. He's a cool ass samurai who I'm gonna play as one of those chaotic good types. Girl being whisked away? Let's save her. Her shop immediately gets attacked by somebody else. Let's save her again. Okay. So when you die in Way of the Samurai, that's it. There's no save points, there's no life system, that's just the end of your journey. It's like reading one of those choose your own adventure books and you open to page 46 and it just reads, "You're dead, stupid idiot." So here's Austin 2. Trying to save that Suzu girl led to our death last time, even if it's because I sucked. But let's try something different. Why don't we try to join the bad guys? Shit. Way of the Samurai, everyone. But that's just kind of how this goes. There's a total of 5 main endings you can get, but how you attain them is another story entirely. The premise is that there's 2 clans fighting to be the top dogs and be in charge of this little prefecture, and you deal with their drama. There's also Suzu and her bodyguard slash friend Dawn, the original Afro Samurai. It's a little weird to see here, but sure, whatever. Something the government, but that's not important. This is you, the player story. So for my path that won the game, I played as Austin 4 and used a cheat to change my character model to this old man, who's also Suzu's grandfather. He just sits in the back of the inn and says things like, "I'm Superman," or "I'm Indiana Jones." Is this Ernest Cline? Actually, the localization of this game is a little all over the place, but it's charming. There's the occasional typo like Suzu here telling me to visit her after a short while, or interactions like this. Please don't be too hard on me. I will be hard on you. Bro, take me to Applebee's first. Also, this soldier's name is Gouda. That's a good ass cheese. But everyone knows that brie is the best cheese. Way of the Samurai was made by Acquire, the dudes behind the original Tenchu games, so it makes sense that they would be able to handle the historical Japanese setting in a fun way. While I will say that the combat isn't by any means fluid, it has a decent amount of depth by giving different types of weapons input command combos that you can use. Though it can get a little overwhelming when you're trying to take on like 5 guys. Does this guy really think his mesh shirt's gonna defend him from a cannon? Yo, where'd he get this anyway? It's like the 1800s. Way of the Samurai ain't perfect, but the further sequels expanded on a lot of the things and took the series in some fun directions before promptly ending in the early 2010s. The last one we'd get was Way of the Samurai 4, and there's been nothing since. I guess there's just more money to be had in Akiba's trip.
We call ourselves the Akiba Freedom Fighters.
Oh yeah, otakus. I think time is left behind this quadrilogy. I never spent much with the sequels, but they're definitely on my radar considering the enjoyment I've gotten from the original back then and now. So if you're ever wanting to try an early-ass choose-your-own-adventure style game for the consoles, check out Way of the Samurai. Yo, how come I die here, but I live here?
Well, that's all for today. Thanks again to Chris Shelton for sponsoring this video on Patreon. I had a lot of fun making it, but for now, I'm very tired, and I think I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. Yo, it's Austin, and a portion of today's video has been sponsored by World of Tanks Blitz. The PlayStation 1 was revolutionary. It wasn't the first video game console to use CDs or take the leap into the third dimension, but it sure as heck took those ideas and ran with them. You know, the classic games, you know, the big mascots. We all saw the birth of the massive multi-disc JRPG that, when compared directly to its predecessor, felt like an impossible leap into the future. The PlayStation really was the start of a new era, and it created iconic games, characters, and franchises still around today. Then there's like 7 of us still popping off about Rising Zan, Samurai Gunman. So yo, it's Austin, and today we're going to be diving into the extremely crowded realm of forgotten and obscure PlayStation 1 video games. Considering the console's nearly 30 years old, my god, there's so many games you can put your hand into a vat filled with them and pull out something you've probably never heard of. For example, Battle Tanks or Tiny Tank. I bet you haven't heard of that. Speaking of tanks, this portion of today's video was sponsored by World of Tanks Blitz. Segways conquered. Like I said, I did grow up back in the day playing a lot of tank video games, and a lot of those were over the top and fun. And World of Tanks Blitz is an extremely popular MMO shooter for your mobile device that's recapturing that. It's a lighthearted approach to the tank genre of games that gives you something a little different. You want superpowers, gravity-defying black holes, tank combat, on the moon? It's got a mix of deep, realistic mechanics tied together with crazy power-ups, interesting alternative historical settings, and tight gameplay that'll keep anyone hooked. And with a community of over 140 million players around the world, you'll have plenty of people to play with. Tank video games have classically had kind of a strange and very specific reputation, but Blitz is really trying to change that perception by constantly adding new experiences in and outside of the battlefield. Sure, you can roll around and blast tanks, but here, you can do it in style. There's over 400 different vehicles you can deck out, both historical from real-world countries or totally fantasy, all of which feel good to control and conquer the battlefields with. Personally, I like how easy it is to get in and out of a match. If you and your team are really good, these battles roll by pretty quick too, which is really perfect for pick-up, put-down gameplay, especially on mobile. So if you join the game right now, you're going to be receiving a special gift on me. A German heavy tank, a special exclusive animated camouflage, and 7 days of a premium account. So click the link down in the description, download World of Tank Blitz today, and use the code WOTBLITZ23 to claim all of that. Come and meet me on the battlefield. Or, the moon? Thanks so much to World of Tanks Blitz for sponsoring that part of the video, but for now, back to the PlayStation 1. Sony's first foray into the gaming industry had a bit of a weird start, as they were originally going to be teaming up with Nintendo using CD technology. That Nintendo PlayStation prototype is something weird as heck, but obviously that deal fell through, with them leaning instead into the Philips CDI, which was a huge hit worldwide. The power of the PlayStation 1 and the CD technology ended up luring over several publishers, including Squaresoft, who were allegedly told by Nintendo, "If you're leaving us, never come back." Whoops. But this video isn't about the Titans, the stuff everyone remembers that's left a cultural impact.
Mom know about this?
This is about the forgotten, and with the PS1 having a library of over 3,000 individual games worldwide, one of the largest console libraries ever, you know there's a lot to offer. The 90s were one of the strangest times in gaming history too, with quite literally dozens of new titles being released each week. Budgets were everywhere, concepts going from vanilla to the straight up absurd, like Pepsi Man. Everyone knows Pepsi Man at this point from cultural osmosis, but you may not know Incredible Crisis, a bizarre minigame collection that was definitely a good excuse for a new Tokyo Ska Paradise Orchestra album. Oh, and yes, I've talked about Power Shuffle before. It still rules. It's like QWOP with an industrial excavator where sometimes you gotta make curry. 10 out of 10. There's honestly so many places we could start, but why not get the ball rolling with games made by none other than Sony? Sony Computer Entertainment of whatever region published tons of games, so many hits, but even more forgotten. Nowadays, the amount of first-party Sony AAA games has slowed down big time, but in the 90s, you'd see something published by Sony Computer Entertainment practically every other week. Yeah, maybe some of those were like Jim Henson's The Hoobs, the video game, and maybe we shouldn't count that, but it does join the ranks of Crash Bandicoot and God of War as first-party releases. This, of course, means there's plenty of forgotten, obscure, and weird Sony PlayStation 1 games left in the dust, some worth mentioning, others...
989 Studios.
Speaking of, has anyone played ESPN Extreme games? Definitely taking a hint from Sega's radical 90s, the unfortunate yet weirdly nostalgic Extreme phase of marketing became synonymous with a trio of PS1 sports titles. ESPN Extreme Games was a collaboration of different racing events all inspired by the X Games in '95, when these things were really starting to ramp up in popularity. Predating Tony Hawk's Pro Skater by several years, Extreme Games was like a mix of Cruisin' USA and Road Rage. Do a race by any means you felt necessary, kick dudes down the street and try to finish in first place. It's like someone took Skate or Die seriously. This actually became a franchise though, except they lost the license to ESPN, so what do we call it? Extreme Games 2? No, Too Extreme. Spelled the number 2, letter Extreme. It's more of the same, but more extreme apparently. Oh yeah, we need to reprint the original game as well as it's getting decent sales, so 1 Extreme, then another one, 3 Extreme. I don't know how many people looked at these logos in complete earnest and approved it, but good job. By the time the third one came out, now published by 989 Studios, it's just more of the same that really doesn't do anything new, looks pretty dated and ugly, and if you waited a few months, you'd be playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, a much better game instead. But at the very least, you can shred hard as a mummy. I can't get over 1 Extreme. Games like this were just in the States though. If you pop overseas, there is a ton of forgotten exclusives in both Japanese and PAL regions. The most well-known and one that's been ported to PSP and released as a PlayStation 1 classic is Vib Ribbon, a rhythm game that's really difficult to truly show off. It's extremely simple looking and extremely simple to play, and it's really more of a super impressive, bizarre tech demo than anything else. The game would load itself onto the PS1's RAM, then you would switch it out with a music CD to randomly play generated levels based on waveforms. It's like a proto-audio surf, except one made in '99 by the developers of Parappa the Rappa. There are way better examples of this now, but the cuteness of the mascot character, Vibri the Rabbit, definitely stands out. The little fella's got a Vocaloid thing. How about Firebugs, a European-only PlayStation 1 future racing game? A genre that I have a soft spot for, but also one that was oversaturated as heck. Firebugs has the art style of like that one Xbox 360 Avatar with the kid blowing the bubblegum, except like 10 times worse. This is a look. It feels like a hybrid of Extreme G, but with levels that look like they'd fit into Crash Team Racing. It was developed by Attention to Detail, who are responsible for the Incredible Hulk Pantheon saga with the CGI Hulk feat, but also by people who made Roll Cage, which is a super solid race head that's very similar. Though I would play that over Firebugs just because it has a PC version and it goes hard. Unfortunately, since Firebugs is PAL and PS1 only and made by a company that's been out of business since 2003, this thing is destined to become lost to time. One of my favorites from this era is a little franchise that started as a launch window title called Jumping Flash. It's a simple concept, you're jumping and platforming, but in 3D, which, to be fair at the time, was a new concept. The developer, Exact, also known as Excellent Application Create Team, which is a dope name, were tasked with making a mascot for the new era, one that'd stay around as long as any Mario or Sonic. This obviously didn't happen, but Rabbit here definitely deserved it. I mean, it's a cute rabbit mech robot. It's got a rocket booster for a tail. What's not to love? The original Jumping Flash, coming out all the way back in 1995, was actually considered the first platforming game in 3D. When you play it now, nearly 30 years later, you can definitely tell. The concepts are extremely simple, the controls are kind of stiff and at times unforgiving, but no matter which version you're playing, 1 or 2, it's oozing charm. Each level has a simple objective, be it collecting items, blasting dudes away, or defeating bosses. You can jump on people's heads Mario style, and thankfully Jumping Flash does a thing where it looks down with the camera anytime you're in the air. I can't imagine it not having that with the original PS1 controller being stickless. Considering this predates even Super Mario 64, I think Jumping Flash 1 and 2 hold up as a super quick and fun time. There was actually a third one, the Japanese-only Rabbit Monde, which seems like more or less of the same, but due to having a different developer, things fell a little short. The levels are way smaller and there's not really any improvements here to really merit a third entry. I think there's an alternate universe where Jumping Flash and Rabbit are top-tier Sony PlayStation mascots, ones that would become playable in PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale and maybe have sequels today. But unfortunately, it was overshadowed pretty heavily by a much more popular 3D platformer a mere year later, one that some might still consider the best one. Jumping Flash may not be totally forgotten, but the further we get away from the PlayStation 1, the more obscure it becomes. And that's a first-party game too. That's kind of like Sony's version of, let's say, Excitebike 64. People know about it, but no one's talking about it these days. In fact, a little bit after Jumping Flash came out, 3D platformers began to flood the market. It didn't matter the console, the mascot animal, or whatever, you couldn't go 2 steps without seeing one of these on the corner. There were so many companies trying to cash in on the craze of this burgeoning genre that, of course, a lot of them are going to be lost to time. For, say, example, Jersey Devil, which might be okay. Jersey Devil, the first game by the developer of Dead by Daylight. No, seriously. Jersey Devil in its hard-to-see cover that's like 65% pure darkness is a 3D platformer in a massive sea of them. You go level to level, smacking dudes around, solving little small baby puzzles, and doing your best to stop the evil Dr. Narf from taking over the world with vegetables. Pesky little pumpkins. So, Jersey Devil is actually a cryptid based in ancient Philly and New Jersey and folklore, a fantastic bipedal creature with hooves that's also kinda kangaroo and wyvern-ish, and yes, people actually thought this was a real thing.
We have to go out there. We have to do it.
However, you toss that into a video game format and you got yourself a cartoon devil cosplaying as Batman. One with a ridiculously long intro that's like Tex Avery discovered sprite art. And seriously, it actually looks pretty good, high budget even. It's just when you start playing around that you realize it feels extremely paint by numbers. Coming out in late 1997, there were already tons of other 3D platformers that did what it did better, and it seems to be more of a timing thing. With these types of games, you want to have a loud personality, but Jersey Devil seems a little at ends with itself. It has goofy cartoon sound effects and a silly presentation with the villain whose name sounds like something Pinky shouts out. But then a lot of the music doesn't seem to fit in and instead goes the Batman animated series direction. By no means bad, there's actually a lot of great pieces, it's just a little dissonant from the gameplay. If you dig through the PlayStation 1's library, you're gonna see a lot of this. Games tossed out wanting to take the mascot world by storm, but ultimately failing. In those mascot wars, not everyone could be Crash Bandicoot or Spyro the Dragon, but at the same time, not everyone can be a Taifu, Wrath of the Tiger. DreamWorks Interactive made a lot of cool stuff, but they only made one Taifu, a cool anthropomorphic tiger man wearing Tai Chi capris who goes level to level beating the daylights out of anything he sees. You study the ways of Tiger style, Mantis style, and others in order to do cool combos and knock everyone dead. It's nothing too complicated, you're not going to be needing to memorize Virtua Fighter combos at every single of the levels, but it's definitely a simple and fun experience for an afternoon. I like this one, but weirdly it didn't get good reviews at all, and I think part of that is due to its length and unoriginality. Considering a majority of these PS1 titles are indeed forgotten and hard to obtain, it's easier to look more fondly on something that might be only like 3 hours long, especially when it only takes a few clicks on a few weird websites. While we're on the topic of anthropomorphic bipedal orange creatures, we got a Kingsley's Adventure, a game that if you haven't played, seen, or ever heard of, I don't blame you. I mean, the Wikipedia page literally says, upon release, it generated little attention and went unnoticed. Sucks for them, but perfect for us. Developed and published by Psygnosis, the first of many of these in the video, Kingsley is a 3D platformer that takes a bit more inspiration from Legend of Zelda than, say, the Italian Plumber. And if you look at the screen at all, it's pretty obvious. Kingsley is a cute little knight, one who wants to become a, quote, true knight, whatever that means, and in order to do so, he's got to run around and do good guy things. It's your standard action platformer from the time, but unfortunately one with some pretty gnarly tank controls. I think as a whole, this control scheme has a time and a place. It works with Resident Evil, but maybe when you're tossed difficult platforming challenges with death pits everywhere, maybe don't. Besides that, Kingsley oozes charm. It's got a fun soundtrack and the combat feels good enough. It's got that PS1 fog, but considering it's tossing you into big open world environments to explore and do puzzles in, I totally get it. While Ocarina of Time may have come out the previous year, and more importantly, Mystical Ninja starring Goemon even earlier, the standard was set for this genre of open world dungeon exploring games. But you really didn't see many of these on the PlayStation 1, and Kingsley's a pretty decent flavor of that. It's just got chronic tank controls and a platformer syndrome, which does suck. I think this one's a bit of a hidden gem these days, and totally worth playing by whatever means you can. I'm just glad to find out that Tunic has a prequel. Every generation of video games has like a main character genre. Does that make sense? Like with the 7th gen, it was kind of when first-person shooters were really taking off, and that was pretty much all over the place. And with the PlayStation 1, it was kind of a mix between like platformers and JRPGs. And we'll get to the latter later, but for now we need to talk about a genre that's been around as long as video games itself, licensed games. Is that a genre? Not really. When we shifted into the 3rd dimension, licensed games were everywhere. In fact, you didn't even need to be based off an IP anymore. You could just be a person. Like VIP starring Pamela Anderson. The game's so good, it'll make your Time Crisis cabinet sweat. The only thing missing here is the dual-wield power squat from Fear Effect. Around this time, celebrities would begin attaching their names to games left and right, especially if some skeezy suit told them they could make an easy 6 figures with 3 days of work. Some cared a lot more than others. Others would be like Shaq Fu. But the game from the PlayStation 1 that stands out the most to me is a little something called Apocalypse. Prior to teaming up with Tony Hawk to create the childhood for tens of thousands of Sky-loving preteens, Neversoft would hit up Bruce Willis to make Apocalypse. The same year as the film Armageddon, actually, proving that old Willis was part of the Doomer Club. Imagine, if you will, 1 part Diablo, 1 part Robotron 2084, a little side of cheesy one-liners, and you got yourself Apocalypse. A game for the longest time I didn't get, which was a mistake. With no exaggeration, you shoot your way into hell through all of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, all while controlling a dude named Trey, who says things like,
well, dip me in shit and roll me in cracker crumbs. This freaking cheese wheel. Strap one on, it's time to jam.
Maybe it's the same part of me that loves playing crappy or B-tier games from time to time, but Apocalypse freaking rules, and it's weirdly seen in a negative light. It's dumb as heck, it knows it, and it's hard to ask anything more from a game that, in all honesty, should have been the Contra titles from this era. Seriously, put this side by side with Legacy of War or See the Contra Adventure, and it's night and day. I'm just glad to know that prior to being put in the Activision sequel mines, that Neversoft was putting out bangers. Speaking of, Spider-Man. A lot of people know Spider-Man video games for the newer ones, or the licensed sequel movie on the PlayStation 2 where you deliver the pizzas. But prior to revolutionizing web swinging, Neversoft gave us Spider-Man on the PS1 and Nintendo 64, one where you'd swing across infinite horizons. I kinda loved it. However, this actually got a PlayStation 1 exclusive sequel made by Vicarious Visions, one that was never ported and had to be reprinted with different content. Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro, a direct sequel, one that tosses the Spooderman directly into another conflict with a peanut gallery of different villains, all revolving around Electro. The main difference here is the introduction of ground levels, as the first entry mainly takes place on rooftops or in indoor areas. I mean, really, it's just more of the same, but that's a good same. I think at the time, people wanted it to be a bigger leap than it was, especially because the PlayStation 2 was already out and impressing for nearly a year. Why play Spider-Man 2 when you could be playing Evergrace? This thing definitely had its own issues though, as it featured a big dramatic battle on top of two large towers that resembled the Twin Towers, and it released in October 2001. So they reprinted the thing, edited the cutscene, and added a bridge between the two to make it a little different. I think that overall, Enter Electro is a pretty fun time, and even though it's not as fantastic as the original, holds its own ground. I'm just glad that Spider-Man's out here doing good work and censoring bad words for the kids.
Kid mode!
There are honestly hundreds of licensed PlayStation 1 games we could talk about, and many I already have. I mean, there's the Fantastic Four beat 'em up that sucks. There's countless Disney tie-ins like Lilo and Stitch. Don't forget 007 Racing or the super cool Ghost in the Shell game made by the same team as Jumping Flash. This entire video could just be about licensed games, so for now, let's move on. After I say this, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is incredible and they really should have ported this instead of All-Star Battle. Okay, bye. They can't all be zingers though. In fact, the majority of the time when a game becomes forgotten, it's because it's awful, not great, reprehensible, vile, or in a lot of cases, just not very good. It's also not one of my videos without digging through the literal dumpster, so here we go. Punky Skunk. Yes, I own this. Punky Skunk should have been alright, but you can definitely tell this was originally going to be a Super Nintendo game. Developed by the Japanese Ukiyote, Punky Skunk, also known as Coolie Skunk, seems to be a super ambitious title that gave you a ton of different unique power-ups, so that there would be a lot of variety in each stage. There's pogo sticks, parachutes, snowboards, and also a ton of mini-games between the levels to spice up the gameplay. It's just, for some reason, the actual moment-to-moment feeling is just so slow. Punky just kind of trods along and there's barely any momentum to, well, playing. Punky Skunk is the definition of a run-of-the-mill platformer, and you can absolutely tell it was a little low on ideas once they got the base concepts down. I think some of that is due to the unreleased version of the game that was in development for a long time on the Super Famicom. It's been leaked, so now you can see how it played, but no matter which version, Punky Skunk is an aggressively mediocre time that's gonna grate on your nerves. Why? He makes this noise. Every single time. In 2003, Sony would be several years into the PlayStation 2's lifespan, but they would put out one more exclusive for the PS1, one that was specifically in PAL regions, so I bet only a few of you have ever heard of Jinx. 2003, huh? The same year as Jack 2, WWE SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain, and Silent Hill 3. Well, if you weren't lucky enough to own a next-gen console 3 years in, also lived in Europe, you could get yourself a Jinx for the PlayStation 1. Rather than controlling a cute or cool character, you assume control of a freaking court jester, one pogging out on the cover. It's about as run-of-the-mill and as bland of a platformer as you can make. It doesn't do anything special, it doesn't have any super interesting gameplay hook, and practically no presence on the internet. I couldn't even find a proper long play to look at gameplay with, and like, that's saying something. It controls poorly, the platforming is a fight against the camera, and it does nothing that makes it stand out amongst the crowd. In fact, visually, Jinx kind of goes in the same direction as Spyro the Dragon. There's a lot of similar color schemes. Honestly, it does have some nice looking areas, and some of the music is pretty decent, but if you're not in the mood for a, well, medieval jester, castle, big bouncy kind of vibe, yeah, you're gonna hate it. I know I did, especially when the same small loop plays for multiple stages. But when you could already be playing, say, Super Mario Sunshine, or more to the point, the entire plethora of fantastic PS1 platformers, Jinx falls incredibly short. At its best, Jinx is inoffensive. At its worst, it's an argument against video games as an art form. I also just kind of hate the way he looks. Is that too mean? Anyways, who here likes Persona? No, I'm not gonna mention Persona Revelations here, even though I should, but long before Atlas joined up with Sega, they used to publish their own games, and boy, they would publish some weird stuff. I think I'm like one of 10 people who actually played God Mode, but today I'm here to bring you the good word. Eggs of Steel Charlie's Excellent Adventure. No, I did not stutter.
That was pretty close. Whoa. Hey, all right. Donut's my favorite.
I'm like 80% positive this voiceover is just ad-libbed. Eggs of Steel, also known as Hello Charlie, is a time. Developed by Rhythm and Hughes of all people. Yeah, the animation studio that did VFX for Game of Thrones and Alvin and the Chipmunks. Eggs of Steel plays like an early DOS title, but it also kind of looks like malware. Credit to my friend Aiden for that joke. Thank you, Aiden. You go around each level collecting coins, hitting levers, and trying not to die. This thing is an audio nightmare. There's so many awful clipped sound effects and single lines that play over and over. Want to hear the Eggman laugh every time you pick up a coin? Here you go. Although if you die, be prepared to watch one of the most gruesome, horribly gory death sequences this side of Mortal Kombat. For what it is, it's not completely awful, but more to the point, why? Who is Eggs of Steel for? Why did Atlas, the developer of Shin Megami Tensei and Persona, bring this stateside? There's a lot of mysteries here, and perhaps someday someone will find the answers. But that ain't gonna be me. So instead, you can watch this. There's a seemingly endless amount of terrible PlayStation 1 games out there, as that leap to 3D was kind of hard for a lot of people, but they're not all bad. Since we're not gonna have time to cover everything, I figured why not have ourselves a little bit of an old-fashioned lightning round. Let's go. You ever play Team Buddies? Doubt it. Coming in halfway between Worms and General Chaos, my favorite stupid Genesis game, Team Buddies has you engaging in small-scale war for cubes. You run around with your team, putting these things together to make tanks to hopefully defeat the enemy team. An incredibly simple concept, but one that kind of hangs around battle tanks is one of those dumb video games that I enjoyed playing as a kid for several hours because I was incredibly simple. Thankfully, I still am. Speaking of simple, there shouldn't be much going on with a caveman, but Art Dink's Tale of the Sun is absolutely bizarre. Also known as Taiyo no Shippo, Wild, Pure, Simple Life, Tale of the Sun is a caveman simulator that is ultimately closer to an art experiment than an actual video game. You do caveman things, eat meat, smack dinosaurs around, and try to build a village. Playing this without any kind of guide in 2023 is a fool's task, but one that has momentum and speed that'll make Sonic the Hedgehog jealous. There's a lot of bizarre PlayStation 1 titles out there, but only Tale of the Sun has you randomly fall asleep at any time. Its soundtrack is also wild. Then you've got Running Wild, from the producers of Crash Bandicoot. Naughty Dog, no. But 989 Studios once again out here with a ridiculous concept. Y'all know Mad Dash on the Xbox? Well, imagine that, but made around the same time as Sonic R. In fact, just imagine Sonic R, but with that signature PlayStation anthropomorphic 90s extreme nonsense, and there you go. Don't you just love these character models? They're so sexy. Running Wild is kind of fun, actually, but it's also one of the fartiest sounding games you'll ever play. Anytime you hit a boost pad, it does a little... So the whole thing isn't very pleasant to listen to. Despite being actually fun to play and experience, there's barely any content, only 6 stages, so you'll be through with pretty much everything in like an hour, which for a racing game is not good. Speaking of not good, how about Steel Harbinger? Brought to you by Mindscape, the people behind Lego Island of all things, is FMVs. Steel Harbinger is one of those early PlayStation 1 titles that's a mix of 2D and 3D. The gameplay is totally middle of the road, and just go play Apocalypse instead. However, you can't hate on those cutscenes.
Support this story to you as long as it is physically possible.
Don't forget about Bloody Roar 1 and 2, dope furry fighting games that are based, and that's it. That's all you need. Lastly, and I'm sure a few of y'all were really hoping I'd bring these up, but there's nothing more hidden gem from Capcom in this era than the Mega Man Legends series. Everything about the way they look is incredibly cozy, nostalgic, and it just breathes life into me. Sure, they're a little janky with their tank control schemes now, but the fact that Capcom's practically ported everything Rockman related besides these is a shame. I think the real forgotten gem's gotta be the Misadventures of Tron Bonne. A spin-off of a spin-off, Misadventures follows the goofy, sometimes antagonist Tron Bonne doing borderline crimes with her army of servobots, and while it's totally different than Legends, it's just the kind of thing I love playing. There's multiple styles of gameplay, and I sure love random minigames being tossed in for the sake of variety. Not even joking, I love it. But good luck finding a copy of this under $500. Woohoo!
1 million zenny?
I got one more hidden gem to talk about, but first I need to introduce something different. You know what was around all over in the 90s, but has practically fallen off the planet? Light guns. Pop, pop. Not unless you count things like the Wii Zapper or whatever the heck Cabela's has on the Switch. You've seen light guns in all shapes and forms, be they revolvers, weird future guns, or whatever the heck this was. But now that we have HD televisions, the necessary technology to make these work isn't being used. I mean, even if you have a backwards compatible PlayStation 3 and the games, those old light guns simply won't work without a CRT. So all of these games are practically left in the dust, unless you want to play in controller mode, which you don't. The PlayStation 1 had the Gun Con, and this thing was awesome. This is how you played Time Crisis, Resident Evil Survivor, and Die Hard Trilogy 2. There's only a handful of releases for this thing, and it was the closest that we were gonna get to that arcade gun game experience. I always liked playing it in the arcade, but Point Blank was a really cool collection of minigames that tested your speed and reflexes. It does definitely lose a lot of luster when you play it with a controller. While there is fun to be had with friends and, you know, the novelty, a majority of these light gun games are incredibly mid. But there's only one elemental gear bolt, and it is, frankly, absurd. This thing is peak late 90s anime. You've got women with massive shoulder pads, Sentai-style mecha, gross monster designs, and a totally incomprehensible story. Elemental Gear Bolt is a light gun title that uses, well, elements in order to tackle enemies. You've got fire, lightning, water, and you'll switch between them to be efficient. The English version of this game is way more difficult because of some weird localization choices by working designs, but even so, it's a fun and totally underrated time that I think was totally passed over. I love the visual style of mixing 2D and 3D elements, as well as the magical crystal look of a lot of the interface. I don't think anyone really expects much out of a light gun game's narrative. However, developer Alpha System went out of their way to create something bizarre. A lot of the actual story and world building doesn't make any sense until after you finish, where you see a lot of stuff get unveiled in the credits. You even unlock a libraries menu, which is essentially a dictionary after finishing, so if you feel like holding onto a gun con while reading deep lore paragraphs, you can. I think Elemental Gear Bolt is pretty rad, but it's gonna be totally forgotten due to being like 3 layers of niche. You not only had to own a rare PlayStation 1 game, one that goes for a few hundred now, but also a PlayStation 1, a gun con, a CRT television, the space to do so, and also be a 90s anime nerd. Most of these things get you on the receiving end of a swirly in high school. It's not perfect, but Elemental Gear Bolt is a total hidden gem that deserves more. I would love to see a classic light gun collection on the Switch with the Joy-Cons, or even some kind of spiritual successor in VR, but for now, emulation with a mouse is probably going to be your only option. That is, unless you are lucky enough to win Working Design's contest for the Gold Gun Con and Assassin's Case, a piece so rare it's technically the most expensive PlayStation 1 game. One that came with a warning for people with sweaty hands. I actually don't have sweaty hands, so if anyone out there has a spare Assassin's Case, hit me up. I'm sure there's plenty of you out there. Since we're talking about Japanese games, y'all didn't think I was gonna forget about JRPGs, did you? Like I said earlier, pretty much every generation of games has a main character genre, and the PlayStation 1's was definitely JRPGs. You would see these things everywhere. Nowadays, it seems like people see turn-based RPGs in a much lesser light. I'm not really sure why. Maybe I'm just an old man who likes turn-based video games, but with that mentality, you're missing out on things like Midnight Suns, Persona, or even the new Yakuza series. Maybe it's just because I grew up with them, but to me, there's really nothing like an old-school Japanese RPG. The fact that Squaresoft, the premier developer of these things, has its own hidden gems from the era really says everything. For example, Vagrant Story. Despite being a big flagship title from Square back in the day, one that was easily one of the most visually gorgeous things I'd seen, it's such a weird feeling game that it almost feels like an experiment. Having turn-based combat where you target individual limbs is strange enough, but they definitely put a lot of faith in the player to understand complicated systems. I love it, but I wouldn't give it to my normie friends, which kind of says it all. Fantastic experience though. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, not including the hundreds of titles that never got localized, like Twin Bee RPG, which I just found out exists. There honestly simply wasn't enough time to digest these back in the day. All of these PlayStation 1 JRPGs were like 30 to 70 hours long, usually with a ton of combat and dialogue practically designed to get as much bang for your buck as possible. Like, if you were calculating the dollar per hour versus cost, you'd be making a killing on most of these compared to Taifu. Some forgotten standouts, of course, are like Suikoden 1 and 2, which are now thankfully being remastered. I guess I begged enough. Sony's first-party Legend of Dragoon comes up a lot, as well as Kodelka, Lunar 1 and 2, Arc the Lad Collection. I was really into Wild Arms 2 back in the day, and Breath of Fire 3 and 4 are practically staples of my childhood. Each of these little adventures were shoved onto 1, sometimes 3 or 4 discs, and even without the big Final Fantasy name, you'd still have plenty of fun. Sadly, as it stands, with the exception of being a digital PlayStation 1 classic on the PS3 store, a majority of these have never been ported, are in licensing hell, and just haven't seen a re-release since the 90s. As much as I would love to kick back on my TV with Thousand Arms, it doesn't seem like that's ever gonna happen. And unless you want to fork over 150 plus, the high seas it is. But if I had to narrow everything down to just one game to talk about from the genre, it would probably be one from the aforementioned working designs. One of my favorite games on the entire console is the original Alundra, and it's a shame a lot more people don't know about this. Alundra is the very rare 2D game in an era where SCEA wasn't wanting those to be localized. This was actually the first title by Matrix Software, the people who would make the 3D ports of Final Fantasy IV and III, as well as the extremely popular Groove Coaster. But before all of that, they created the classic Legend of Zelda clone, Alundra, a dark fantasy adventure about a young elf-looking guy who has the ability to enter people's dreams. On first appearance, this may seem generic and simple. You move Alundra around a map that has the same overworld feeling as any Link to the Past or something similar. You gradually unlock items and upgrades to earn access to new areas, there's weapons that'll help you take out enemies faster, and find hearts to make your numbers go up, although you do have the ability to freely jump, which automatically makes it the better game. Sorry, I don't make the rules. The story goes to a lot of dark places, dealing with issues like depression, religion, and even death. Lots and lots of death. It's heavy. However, since Working Designs was responsible for localizing this, there's a lot of, well, interesting choices in dialogue. You have all these sad moments happening and characters dying off, and then suddenly a guy named Bonaire, who they decided looked like an 80s surfer guy, decides to talk like an 80s surfer guy. The faith of a few and a little weed is all we need, bro. Yeah, I don't even have anything to say. They also tweaked a lot of aspects of the difficulty, making all enemies spongy as heck and causing you to have to hit a basic dude like 6 times in the corner before it dies. But thankfully, you could still get that unworking designs version, you feel? Still, Alundra got its cult status and legacy with the original release, and it's a solid adventure start to finish. It can be a little confusing knowing where to go at times, but before you know it, you'll be hopping between dreams, embracing everything about the bomb, and trying to save the village of Inoa and eventually the world. It's a standalone title that has stood the test of time, does deserve your attention, but unfortunately seems like it's slowly being forgotten. There is also a sequel, Alundra 2, this time published by Activision. This one's even more obscure, but it's also one of the most disappointing sequels I've ever played. It barely has anything in common with the original and is a total 180 in a lot of regards. Apparently, the developer set out on a mission to make the world more comical to appeal to a wider audience, as the original was too depressing with, quote, too many people dying, which apparently translates to this. There are a ton of forgotten Japanese role-playing games, action RPGs, and heck, games all over the PlayStation 1. The library is just too massive. But if I had to recommend one game for you to play, it would be the original Alundra. I'll talk about the sequel one day, but that is not this day. And so, there you have it. More forgotten and weird PlayStation 1 games than you can shake a stick at. The library of this console is just so massive that, of course, there's gonna be a lot of stuff that I totally whiffed on. Like, I almost forgot about Jinx, but to be fair, we should all forget about Jinx. Or force our friends to play it. Either works. If there's an oddity you think I should take a look at, please let me know down in the comments, and I'm sure I'll find a way to fit it into a video in the future, because I love finding stuff that is just totally ridiculous. Why? Well, uncovering stuff that, like Kingsley's Adventure, quote, generated little interest is something that is really appealing to me. I don't know, maybe I'm just a freak. Also, go play Power Shovel, seriously. If you want to support the channel, you can do so by visiting the Patreon and pledging there, or just buying one of my t-shirts on the Pixel Empire. Everything goes back into the channel, and now that we're in 2023, I plan to keep the ball rolling. Thank you guys so much. Anyways, I've been Austin, and catch me next time when maybe we check out a few more celebrities. Thank you so much for watching. Special Patreon shout out to Aaron Kwolek, Blackfoot Ferret, Cheeks, Chris Shelton, Doug Prince, DX Buster, David Molnar, Elijah, GM Pinks, Hey Quiggles, Jay Roos, Jacoby Fitzpatrick, Kevin Zanowski, Kieran Arter, Nick Irving, Ryan Talbert, and Vox. Thank you guys so much for the generous support. I know this video came pretty quickly after the last one, but I've been working on multiple things at the same time. I hope you enjoyed it. I love doing these Forgotten Game series. There's so many things that I love talking about. I'm just happy to be here. I got one more video coming out this month and a bunch of stuff planned for March, as well as I said earlier, a thing on the Avengers perhaps. So, you know, it's time to put up or shut up. Let's go. See you on the other side. Bye-bye. Celebrity video games, you know the ones. This isn't like Cyberpunk 2077 where you've got Keanu Reeves playing a character. I'm talking like Journey, the arcade game, the 80s classic where you play as the band Journey trying to get your instruments back from wacky alien fans.
You've got 10 minutes and run for the escape vehicle and live to rock another day.
Yeah, having actors, musicians, and other random celebrities make appearances in games is extremely common, but what's always interested me is the person as the draw, the endorsement, the "this is all about me" kind of dealio. Like when Mary-Kate and Ashley want you to do something, you're gonna do it, especially if you're a claim and settling in court over unpaid royalties. Famous celebrities have been attaching their names to products since the beginning of time, but it was only in the 80s when we started to see it with video games, the earliest examples being like Pele's soccer. This happens a lot with athletes, and some of the times it's genuine and most of the times it's not, but you could and still can always count on the usual suspects doing their thing. Get your money.
So yo, it's Austin, and today we're gonna be talking about a totally different type of licensed video game, the celebrity tie-in. We're gonna be covering games and people from the 80s all the way to today, which of course means we're also gonna be looking at celebrities, actors, musicians from the last 40 years. And so let's say if you were born after 2003 and you have no idea who the Wu-Tang Clan are, well, I'm sorry. For me. But I'm not sorry about today's sponsor. If you want to eat good, fast, and now, we've got Factor. Buckle up, it's time to eat, and Factor's pre-prepared nutritious meals are coming, delivered
Have a good day.
LA Beast here, and today my mission is quite simple. And that is to reach into this mystery grab bag full of awesome and taste test 10 of the weirdest foods in existence that just so happen to come in a can. Why? Because I'm hungry. Now in the past, I've consumed surströmming, a Swedish delicacy consisting of rotting fermented herring in a can, which smells like dumpster juice, or cheeseburger in a can, which tastes like stale beef jerky drenched in toilet bowl water. But today, after searching far and wide, I have compiled a smorgasbord of some of the strangest canned food items in existence. And all that I plan on doing is putting my stomach to the test and potentially sending my taste buds to a place where they have never been before. To Idiot Land. Because I know what's in this bag, and it is 100% royally going to suck ass for me. So without further ado, let's get started. First up, we have Sweet Sue's whole chicken in a can, to which I've had this item in the past, and it kind of reminded me of a chicken doused in booger juice. And today, 3 years later, when I open up this can, I hope it'll be a different story. Nope. Alright, let's give this chicken in a can a whirl. And I'll tell you exactly what I think it tastes like. Right off the bat, it's very gelatinous. It says to definitely refrigerate it before eating. And it is, it's very gelatinous. This is the broth, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and here's a piece of the chicken. Let's see what this tastes like. Right, my honest opinion, it did. It tasted like if a chicken tried to cross the road and got hit by a semi-tractor trailer filled with containers of boogers. That is pretty much what it felt like I was just eating. It has like a very squishy chicken taste that it does. It kind of has a nice little hint of pickles. So ladies and gentlemen, the Sweet Sue's whole chicken in a can. Okay, we're done. We're done. Next up, we have New England's finest brown bread in a can, which is 99% fat-free with no cholesterol. Now, I like bread. It goes well with peanut butter and jelly, but never before in my life have I seen bread that comes in a can. Like right off the bat, it already smells like my grandmother's attic. Oh, awesome. This, ladies and gentlemen, is brown bread in a can. And it looks like a can. This is awesome. Okay, let's just dive right into it. Like I said, it smells like my grandmother's attic, but it also smells like rotten wheat bread. It seems like it's very moist. It's filled with moisture. I'm eating fucking bread from a can. Not bad. That is actually not bad. I like it. Brown bread in a can, New England's finest. What? Nice. It also kind of tastes like it would remind me of what a log of shit would taste like. Brown bread in a can, ladies and gentlemen. This one should be interesting. Simpsons premium quality spotted dick sponge. Now, I've never had dick sponge before in my life, but I did attempt to try and eat an Elks Wang one time. And it did. It tasted like chemicals. So I can already tell that this is going to be a much better experience trying some dick sponge. It does. It kind of smells like apple cinnamon with mossy rocks. I don't know what I just said. It actually does have like a pumpkin pie kind of smell to it, and like a pumpkin pie like texture to it. Interesting. This is what spotted dick sponge is. Let's see what it tastes like. Interesting. It does. It's very dry. There's no moisture to it, but it tastes like the filling from a pumpkin pie with raisins. It's like a raisin pumpkin pie. Spotted dick sponge, ladies and gentlemen, not bad. I just ate spotted dick. On to the next. Awesome. Now, I've been wanting to try this for years. What it is Scottish haggis. Now, all that haggis is, it's a food staple in Scotland, which consists of sheep's heart, liver, and lungs, mixed with onions, spices, and salt, encased in the sheep's stomach. Wow, it doesn't smell bad. It kind of smells like corned beef and hash. If you ever had that for breakfast with your eggs before. Oh, there you go. Scottish haggis. Yeah, it does. It kind of looks like if I ate an entire box of Cocoa Pebbles, and then I vomited them back up, then put them into an ice tray and put it into the freezer. It looks like I barfed up Cocoa Pebbles. It does, like right off the bat, it has these little white circle things that kind of look like worms. When I was living in the Bronx in college, I would buy these big bags of rice, and I would find these little tiny, like silkworms in the rice, but I was so hungry I would eat it anyway. There you go. Like I've eaten dog food before, so this should be a walk in the park. Haggis, ladies and gentlemen, which is sheep heart, lungs, and liver. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, if I cook this up and put it on eggs, like corned beef hash, this is kind of what it tastes like, mixed with dog food. And a little bit of butthole. I got a hint of butthole this time. It looks a lot worse than it really is. Haggis. Oh, that's right, folks. The taste that we all love is back. And that is Loma Linda's 100% meatless fried chicken in a can. Alright, right off the bat, they look like turd nuggets, and it does. It smells like a sour fart. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up a fried chicken piece in a can, and as you can see, I'm dripping juices all over the floor. But this is interesting. Let's see what a fried chicken, 100% meatless thing tastes like. Okay. It does. It has the consistency of a soggy Twinkie that has been doused in Chef Boyardee tomato sauce. Oh. There's just this weird juice inside, and it did it. Like, it tasted like somebody farted in my mouth. Loma Linda's fried chicken in a can. Now what we have next is the Mac Daddy of weird canned food items. And although I thought it would come in a bigger can, this is Rose pork brains in milk gravy, which is a southern delicacy here in the United States. I've had goat brains before, but I've never had pork brains. So I'm interested to see what this can holds for my future as I open it. Oh boy. Huh. I mean, okay, right off the bat, when I was a little kid, my mom used to give me this pink medicine whenever I was sick. So it does, it looks like Pepto-Bismol right off the bat. And it does, it kind of smells like rotten tuna fish. Rotten tuna fish juice. Oh, let's just pour it into the glass and drink it. So here we go, Rose pork brains with milk gravy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy. All right, there we go. There we go. Brains. Brains are good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart. All right. Oh, and in my hand is in fact, oh God, it's a pork brain. What I'm going to do right now is just eat it and tell you what it tastes like. No, pork brains, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, if you've ever gone to the store and purchased crumbled up blue cheese, it has that same consistency. When you bite, it's like a blue cheesy chunkiness to it. And it does, it has an aftertaste of stank. It's just straight up stank in my mouth right now. YOLO. We're good. Ladies and gentlemen. Pork brains and milk gravy. On to the next. Alright, now this is where it gets fucking weird. This is Alaskan reindeer chunked in gravy. And this particular reindeer was purchased from Alaskan natives along the Bering Sea. So as I'm getting my bearings straight, hopefully this will be one of the finest that I've ever tasted according to this package. Okay, right off the bat, there's white chunks on it. As you see, I got chunked gravy all over the garage floor. It does. It kind of looks like a little hamburger patty. Just like the pork brains, it has like a tuna fish kind of smell to it. A very bland tuna fish, and it looks like a hamburger patty. Without further ado, okay, it's very tough. It's very gamey. It seems like it was hard for me to get the pork in there. I'm about to eat reindeer. Oh. Oh, it's very chewy. It's definitely very chewy, gamey type meat. It does. It kind of tastes like beef jerky fish eyeballs. It tastes like beef jerky fish eyeballs. It's got a very like smoky jerky eyeball taste to it. Let me take one more bite. It's actually not that bad. Fucking reindeer right now. And it does. It says in the package, I believe you will find this product one of the finest you have ever tasted. And I agree. I've never had Alaskan reindeer, but I would recommend this. It's actually pretty good. All right, so what we have next is Rocky Mountain style smoked rattlesnake, which is a true Western delicacy. And although I've never had rattlesnake before, I've eaten frog legs, entire fish, and I've even had the Filipino delicacy balut. So this should be a walk in the park, as long as I remove the bones before sampling. Okay. All right, fair enough. Right off the bat, it smells like straight up beef jerky. I went to my local Wawa and I bought a thing of like beef jerky. This is exactly what it smells like. All right, now what I've done, I've emptied out the rattlesnake juice, which actually kind of looks like a homemade apple cider during Thanksgiving time. And it does. It has like a nice beef jerky taste. So, cheers, bottoms up, ladies and gentlemen. I was drinking olive oil gasoline is kind of what it tastes like at this exact moment in time. It has the jerky smell, but it doesn't taste good at all. Rattlesnake juice. What we have here is actual rattlesnake meat. Yeah, this is what it is. This is rattlesnake, and one of them looked like they had teeth on it, but you know what? It says remove the bones. This one looks like it doesn't have any bones, so rattlesnake. It does have bones. It's very bland. I've had like alligator before. I went to a restaurant that serves alligator. It is just a very gamey. Yeah, this one has teeth on it, as you can see. These are rattlesnake teeth. I don't know if you can see it that way, but it really has no taste to it. Ah! It's very bony. Yeah, I mean, done. Rattlesnake definitely smells like it's smoked, but it tastes like shit. All right, as we near the end, I have here in my hand wheat lecoche, also known as corn smut, which is a plant disease caused by pathogenic fungus. And it grows on all above ground corn species. So like if you eat a stalk of corn or eat corn on the cob, this stuff is a fungus that grows on it. And right now, because I'm the LA Beast, I'm about to see what wheat lecoche tastes like. Well, I can tell you right off the bat that it looks like shit. There you go. It just looks like a big can of shit. Alright, here, let's see what this looks like here. Okay. There you go. It does. Okay, it kind of looks like rotten seaweed spinach cabbage with bits of corn in it. Wheat lecoche looks disgusting, but it's actually like a delicacy. It doesn't. I guess it's like I'm about to eat like soggy Brussels sprout spinach. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to eat corn fungus. Corn fungus, ladies and gentlemen. It's very spicy. I can taste like spicy. Fair enough. It's like if I had a burrito, and like the beans in the burrito, like a black bean in a burrito is pretty much what this tastes like, with like a minor spicy kick to it. Quite lecoche. Alright, I'm never fucking eating quite lecoche ever again. We're done. Now, like they always say, you must save the best for last. And what I have here is pre-cooked scrambled eggs and bacon in a can. Interesting. It doesn't smell like anything, but yeah, like if you've ever gotten one of those giant tubs of popcorn, it looks like scrambled eggs. Popcorn. Yeah, I guess, or like if you've ever had space ice cream, it's like a space ice cream consistency. I've definitely had in the past chunks of milk, and this is kind of what this reminds me of. chunks of milk. All right, what I've decided to do is actually become the first human being in the universe to have some scrambled eggs and bacon cereal. I want to see if actually adding any liquid to it makes a difference. Yeah, this tastes like shit. All right. I hope at the end of the day, folks, that you all learned something about weird foods that come in cans, because I sure as hell did. And what I learned is that spotted dick tastes exactly like pumpkin pie. Have a good day. Have a good day. LA Beast here, and today I have one simple question. Is there a price that a human being can pay to relive their childhood? You're goddamn right there is. And after scouring the depths of eBay and spending $1,081.62, I have compiled the perfect collection of expired cereals from my childhood. And all that I plan on doing right here, right now, is taste testing each and every single last one of them. And after handling some of the boxes, I can tell that some of them are probably going to taste like absolute shit. And please stay tuned to the end of the video as I transport myself back to 1997, the only way I know how. With a bowl cut and those giant 90s glasses. So without further ado, let's get started. This shall be fun. Now the first expired cereal from my childhood is from probably one of my most favorite cartoons growing up as a kid. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cereal, made by the Ralston Purina Company, and this specific box is from 1991. And all that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cereal consists of are crunchy, sweetened ninja nets with Ninja Turtle marshmallows. And in the commercial, you can see Bebop and Rocksteady, as well as Shredder, stealing this little boy's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cereal, and then the Ninja Turtles come rolling in their sweet van and save the boy's day and get his cereal back. And all that I'm going to do right here, right now, today, is see if this tastes exactly like I remembered it 27 years ago. And the cool thing is, once I find my Dazzle Diamond Scope, and if it says winner, I could potentially win a $4,000 1-carat diamond. This is what it looks like. So it does still look like cereal. And I found my Diamond Dazzle Scope, which just fell on the floor. Sorry, you are not a winner. Huh, okay, it smells like rotting wheat bran marshmallow dust. Let's just pour ourselves a nice little bowl. I did the same thing 27 years ago. Okay, I'm just gonna taste it and then tell you what I think it tastes like. Again, it smells rotten. So I guess the golden pieces are supposed to be the ninja nets. Shut up and eat your food. Okay, I'll take one. It tastes like a poor man's Chex cereal. Oh, it definitely. Okay, the Ninja Turtle marshmallows taste like if the leprechaun from Lucky Charms farted these particular marshmallows from his green butt into this bowl, which is 27 years old. So one more bite. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cereal. Would I recommend it 27 years later? Yes. Next up, straight out of 1989, is the official Batman cereal, which is said to have had a natural honey nut flavor, and according to the commercial, it had a smashing taste and a honey nut flavored part of your complete breakfast. Now this cereal, the pieces look like little bats, and they made this cereal as a 1989 tie-in to the movie Batman starring Michael Keaton, Jack Nicholson, and that other blonde-haired lady who was in 8 Mile. Definitely growing up as a kid, I was a big fan of Batman. I still have my Batmobile, and if you go like this, it does that. The cool thing is, I have this sweet Batman bank still to this very day upstairs. I just want to see if this tastes like how I remembered it from 1989, so here we go. Here's the cool Batman bank. Alright, it's kind of like a solid brick. They do actually still look like bats. Okay, this is getting my first whiff of Batman cereal straight from 1989. Whoa! It smells like my grandmother's attic. And I mean, the natural honey nut flavor, it smells kind of like if Winnie the Pooh drank too much honey and then pissed stale honey back into the honey pot. Okay, then let's have a bowl. Let's have a bowl of Batman cereal. Okay. Ellie Beast. Batman cereal. I almost Ralph on that one. I would say that a 1989 Batman cereal tastes like kind of like a paper mache Captain Crunch with a dose of 1989 chemicals. It's very paper thin. I remember that as a kid, but any honey nut natural flavoring has gone out the window. It tastes like my grandmother's attic. Would I recommend it? No. Hopefully I can wipe the stank out of my mouth with these. The limited edition collector's box of Flutie Flakes. And as you can see, American football player Doug Flutie was selling this cereal to raise funds and awareness for the Doug Flutie Jr. Foundation for Autism, as his son is autistic. And for those of you who don't know who Doug Flutie is, he's probably best known for his miraculous game-winning pass, the Hail Mary, when he was at Boston College and he won the game over Miami with 6 seconds left to go. And because his box of Flutie Flakes expired on November 12th, 1999, it's going to be a miracle that they're still sugary and delicious. So without further ado, let's give it a taste. Okay, this is what they look like. As you can see, they kind of look like Frosted Flakes right off the bat. And it smells like a stale pair of gym socks from a high school locker room with a hint of cardboard. I thought these were going to be like sugary, like Frosted Flakes. Alright, I just did everything ass backwards. I poured the milk, I took a close-up shot, and I'm going to taste what 19-year-old Flutie Flakes tastes like. But to the Doug Flutie Jr. Foundation for Autism, I shout you out as we take the... Okay. Oh, geez. Oh. Oh, geez. Okay. Like if I was at my grandmother's house, she used to have a couch with a plastic cover. It probably tastes like the dirty couch underneath a plastic cover at my grandmother's house. And if Tony the Tiger sneezed semi-sugary boogers all over some Wheaties. This is kind of what it tastes like as well. Fluty flaked. Okay, here we go. Now this next box of cereal, I had to talk the guy down to about $130 on eBay, which is this, a 1987 discontinued Count Chocula cereal, which is nothing more than a chocolate-flavored frosted cereal with chocolate-flavored marshmallows. And as you can see, this box is featuring Bela Lugosi, who starred in the 1931 film Dracula, and of course, Count Chocula himself. And his name is Count Chocula because he prefers chocolate over blood. And his tagline is, "I want to eat your cereal." And today, even though I really don't want to open this because I paid so much money for it, I definitely remember this as a child. It kind of reminded me of Cocoa Puffs or Cocoa Pebbles. Oh God. And I'm opening a 31-year-old box of Count Chocula. Okay. I definitely have free stickers and it's stuck. Oh, no it's not. Okay. Alright, I was gonna say I didn't see the marshmallows, but yet you can see the marshmallows slightly. And I should have stickers. I was about 3 years old when this came out, so let's see if I can, oh God. Okay. First initial smell of 1987 Count Chocula. It does. It smells like if Count Chocula himself dropped a dookie into this cereal box 31 years ago. Okay. A chocolate-flavored frosted cereal with frosted marshmallows. I wonder if I should wear a mask because there's a lot of dust. Okay. 1987. By the way, the commercial for this, it's kind of freaky. Like, I can't believe I actually wanted to eat this stuff when I was 3, because watching that commercial now, I was scared shitless. Okay. Sour chemicals. It tastes like sour chemicals. We'll take one more bite. Sour, oh my God. Ugh. That can't be good. My final analysis on the taste of 1987 discontinued Count Chocula. I'm not a vegan. I'm definitely not a vegan, but if I had to imagine what a vegan stale chocolate milkshake would taste like with chemicals, this is what this tastes like. Now this next box of cereal is very rare and hard to find, but thanks to Kimberlyn, she helped me locate one of these. A 1991 Ralston box of Urkelos, which are a fun circle-shaped cereal that should taste like strawberries and bananas. Now in 1991, Ralston decided to jump on the Urkelmania craze. And for those of you who don't know, Steve Urkel was this nerdy next-door neighbor on the sitcom Family Matters, who was in love with Laura Winslow. He had high pants, suspenders, and some of his catchphrases were, "Did I do that?" and "Got any cheese?" And today, I admit to you that I've never had Urkelos in my life, but I hope that the strawberry and banana will change the flavor profile of cardboard shit that I've been tasting in all the other cereals. Now this box has in fact come open, but it looks like a poor man's box of Fruit Loops with only 2 colors. Okay, here we go. Let's get the official smell. Oh, it does have an aroma. It has a semi-fruity aroma, but it smells like a stale 27-year-old banana, which has been sitting in Steve Urkel's pocket for decades, is what it smells like immediately. I mean, right, I would say that the color looks okay. Can I do that? Okay. Urkelos, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Carl Winslow. Wow. I get a very slight hint of Fruit Loops. Yeah, but if Toucan Sam was a 78-year-old man who just shit Fruit Loops into a bedpan with stale, rotting plastic fruit pieces, this is what Urkelos taste like. Not bad. I can actually taste the sugar. A poor man's Fruit Loops. Not bad. The Urkelos, I would say, have become my favorite tasting cereal so far. Now, this next cereal I do specifically remember, and it again comes from Ralston, straight up from 1991, and that is the Addams Family cereal, which is the creepy, crunchy cereal with a great taste that you'll scream for, and it was made to tie into the 1991 film The Addams Family, starring Angelica Houston, Christopher Lloyd, Christina Ricci, and Raul Julia. Now, my favorite part of the cereal is that each box came with a sweet flashlight. And again, just like the Batman Bank, I have one of these Cousin It flashlights still upstairs in my desk. Now, the pieces of the cereal are boneheads, chopped up hands, and dismembered body parts, apparently. Just by me looking at the side of the box. I really don't feel well. I'm starting to get a headache. And it's like I ate an entire box of Captain Crunch, so the roof of my mouth is pretty cut up. We're gonna speed up the process. This is what it looks like. It's very bland. There's no marshmallows or anything. Addams Family cereal from 1991. Smells like a dirty car mat that you put your feet on. And let's see what it tastes like. I've had this as a kid. It does not smell anything like I remember it. Addams Family cereal. Hold on. Right off the bat, it tastes like if I licked a sweaty man's bald head after he had been sitting in a sauna for 3 hours. And if I can get past that part, there's no marshmallows in the cereal, but it tastes like once after that stank leaves your mouth, it's like it finishes with like a marshmallow, a Lucky Charm marshmallow finish. Interesting. All right, interesting. Addams Family cereals, Urkelos are still here. I would say they're right about there as the best tasting cereal. Fucking A. No, that's enough of that. We're done with that. Now, this last box of cereal is 33 years old and a little bit before my time. But what I have here is an expired 1985 box of Ralston G.I. Joe Action Stars, which are said to be honey and grain, star-shaped cereal that kind of tastes like Lucky Charms without the marshmallows. And in 1983, Ralston created this cereal to go along with the cartoon G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero. And when I was in nursery school in 1987 or 1988, I always remember watching the cartoon and playing with the little tiny G.I. Joe action figures. And today, since I really don't remember if I've even tried this, I'm interested to see what this tastes like. Boy. Oh God. Okay, well, it seems like this box is gold, and it's stuck to the bottom. This is not good. Okay, we'll just show it to you like this. It's in like a gold packaging, which is pretty cool. I guess we'll just open it up. Okay, well, it's already open. Oh boy, are there bugs? There may be bugs. Okay, it was already open. Okay. Oh! Oh my God! Woo! Ooh, it smells like, I don't even know. I just got a whiff my grandmother's toilet bowl. It kind of smells like a dirty patent leather shoe penny loafer that's been sitting in a stale shoe bin. Oh God, I think there's bugs. Oh, that's way too much. G.I. Joe action stars. I think I got like a rash in my eyeball. We're just gonna do this really fast. Okay. No wonder it's hard to find 90s snacks because food is not supposed to last this long. 33-year-old G.I. Joe, 1985 action stars. Oh God. This one's brown. It's brown. Okay, here we go. I'll take one more bite. It smells like dirty underpants that are 33 years old. That a man's grundle has been in. And chemicals? Now I understand why they put best if used before. Yeah, Lucky Charms, G.I. Joe, action stars has a burning chemical sensation on the back of my throat. And it smells like if this was filled with dog shit. Oh, that is literally burning the back of my throat. Okay, we're done. This is the LA Beast, and I just want to say thank you to each and every single one of you who have taken this journey down memory lane with me as I consumed all those expired cereals. But right now, in order for me to blast myself back into my childhood, I'm going to sit here and chug this entire mixture of all of my favorite 90s cereals together. There's flies coming all around the cup here, and I just want to get this done and over with. So we'll speed up this process. God almighty, the G.I. Joes were by far the worst. It burned the back of my throat, and that's what's on top of the glass. Oh, LA Beast, have a good day. This may not end well. Oh, it smells like old cereal. I got this. I got this all day. Almost exhausted. We got this. Oh. Okay. I just tasted the 1987 Count Chocula. Oh. And the Urkelos, actually, the fruitiness of the strawberry, but shut up. My mom just cleaned the garage. Okay. This is it. I got this. I'm going back to my childhood. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me. Tasted of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle nets and marshmallows.
It's me again. I am your worst enemy. I'm going to take over. Packables, and they're still. I think I sound weird.
average streamer. I think that we know who this is about.
Streamers are disgusting human beings. Every day.
Three seconds into the video. 3 seconds.
Every day that passes, I actually think less and less of people whose first descriptor of themselves is streamer. I just know that they smell different and not in a good way.
Okay. All right, let's stop right now. I smell great all the time. I don't have any problem. Like, anybody around me, anybody, has anybody ever said I smell bad? No. What's this? Oh my God.
Asmongold's one of my really good friends, longtime friends, but I wish I had that issue that you have where I can't smell when I'm around him. You know what I'm saying? And he will happily admit that too.
This is Pow Envy, a self-proclaimed Roblox streamer who lives in his own filth for views on TikTok. Now, usually with social media trends like this, there's a debate to be had about whether or not this type of content is one big joke, a meme, and that somehow makes this okay. It justifies it or makes it any better. How do I say this? No, it's not a bit. And this is disgusting, because even if this was some elaborate scheme to get famous on TikTok or pull more viewers on his stream, when he turns off the camera, he's sitting in a petri dish of Ebola. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to think?
Well, I mean, look, he's a method actor, maybe. I mean, you've got to live the life.
You got me. That's a great joke.
People actually oh, God. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is a real classic.
You thought Asmongold was bad? Wait till you see Pow Envy.
Cleaning my room because my...
I want to also say that I'm way worse than this. Like, I'm sorry, but like having a few moldy cups doesn't have shit on having a wall that has smeared dried blood all over it. That's something out of a horror movie.
Mom made me. After she gave me some sass about my room being dirty, I decided I'd clean it up or she might kick me out. So I got some Vienna sausage and some ramen to snack on to give me nutrients. Got some of this trash out. That's an old enchilada. That is some ramen.
No, see, again, like, Philian might not understand this because he's not used to the life. But this right here is only about 1 or 2 days old. And you can tell because the evaporation. So whenever you leave soup out, the soup and the water will evaporate over time. And that water will cause the existing stuff to go down, and then you will be able to see a ring around where it initially was. So, yeah, I mean, I know about this. Also, this one right here, I'd say this is about 7 days old, which isn't really that bad. You can tell because beans will collect mold on them after a period of time. Now, it is being left out and it's not being covered, which means that it's not going to be as, you know, like insulated, and, you know, like the mold will take longer to grow, but it will grow mold on it. I think this is less than a week old. This isn't even bad.
To give me nutrients.
Yeah, that's no bad. See, like you can see right there, that's meat there, and it's not even beginning to like harden up. Like, I would say this is actually, upon further inspection, I think this is maybe 4 days old. This is nothing.
Some of this trash out. That's an old enchilada. That is some ramen.
Not that bad.
And this is some salmon. This Coke, which I don't know why, old enchilada. That is some ramen. And this is some salmon.
I don't know what that is. But yeah, this is from like a day or so ago. You can tell because these parts are still moist. You can tell.
This Coke, which I don't know why I didn't finish. I love Coke. Anyway, this sandwich was
not even a big deal because Coke molds over time. Like, if you look at it right here, there will be like little like circles of mold that will spawn inside of the Coke. And if you refer back to my Asmongold's layer video, you would see that.
Finish. I love Coke. Anyway, this sandwich was too hard on my teeth. My teeth are pretty soft. I have brittle teeth, so that was no good. Oops. My roach trap is doing good. That little bean-shaped thing is an egg sack.
Yeah. Every day, we stray further from God. Did he just say egg sack? Holy fucking shit.
Somebody needs to get this kid a pair of scissors. He'll take care of those roaches, no problem. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that shit at all.
He has a roach trap. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, given all the food, right?
Yeah. I got most of the left side cleaned up. Looks good. The right side.
That's not really so bad. Like, I could clean that up in 2 minutes. Like, everybody acts like this is really bad. Look at the carpet. The carpet isn't even stained. Like, it's just a bunch of tackies. You just put a garbage bag in there, put everything in the garbage. This is cleaned up in literally less than 5 minutes for sure.
I'm gonna have to clean up another time, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just, you know, it's a lot.
That's not that
work.
bad.
So the desk is also, I took a lot of the stuff off, so we're looking good. Thanks for watching me clean my room, guys. I'll see you guys next time, and stop calling my mom hot. Thanks.
I hate it. I hate all of it. This is what he does, right? He says, I gotta clean my room because my mom made me. And he just recycles the exact same format over and over again. Except he never actually cleans anything. And he just
No, that's not true. He does clean it. And you'll see different plates. Well, you'll see the same plates, but different food on them. Yeah, no, he does clean it, and then he gets it dirty again because he just gets rid of everything. Or he just leaves it all in his house.
He continues to live in squalor, straight depression, straight filth, dinosaur dung, Shrek's swamp. I don't know what else to call this. And this bug-eyed pencil neck freak is staring into my soul, bro, okay? I can do without it. Cleaning underneath my bed as a Roblox streamer.
I love how he categorizes himself as a Roblox streamer as if this is what Roblox streamers do. Like, you know, it's like, this is how to take care of a dog, and this is what dogs do, right? It's like all Roblox streamers just simply do this.
Underneath my bed as a Roblox streamer. We had a roach infestation recently, and I found a roach underneath my bed. Got you, little bugger. She laid eggs on me. That's weird. Anyway, my glue trap is nice and filled. Got a spider in it, too.
Oh, crawly boy.
I should have made him a pet. I forgot to do my homework, but luckily I use Pixolve. It helps me with all of my hardest problems,
there it is,
even the word ones in science and history. So water's the answer for that. Found some crackers on the floor, which is pretty cool. But the roach eggs kind of made it salty, which I didn't like.
Why do I believe him? Why do I actually believe him? Chat, is this real? I don't even have a—
No, it's not. Roaches don't lay eggs in those, trust me. It doesn't happen. They're too dry, and it's too much of an open space. It's not going to happen.
Chat, but I'm asking you, is this real?
I'm getting ready for my first ever date. Get ready with me, guys. After playing with my favorite little roach, I call her Maeve. She's Queen Maeve.
No.
She's also pregnant, too.
No.
So I'm taking good care of her, making sure she's fed.
Why?
Moving on, I head over to my local Walgreens because I gotta get me a new toothbrush. This thing was $70. I used my mom's credit card, but hopefully she won't even notice and I don't get...
Does this dude have a date? Well, I mean, look. There's girls that live like this. There's some, like, I always am amazed where it's like this super hot girl, and then I read her Twitter, and she's a complete fucking loser. A massive fucking loser. So there's plenty of girls that are like this.
In trouble. But it's like a lightsaber. Wow, wow. Isn't that...
I fucking hate this kid. No, I fucking hate this kid. Full stop. Everything about him.
Hygiene's important, guys. I like to brush once a week because of how many chemicals it has, but I made an exception for this girl. And look what I found. I found another roach.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah?
There's fucking roaches everywhere.
It's so much fun. They're like Pokemon. Also, I need a new creamer for my coffee that doesn't mold as quickly because it molds too fast. I can't save it for later. And
you idiot. That's not mold. It's not mold. What do you mean?
Continue drinking it. So stick on my Velcro shoes because tying laces is kind of hard. I never really learned.
Velcros.
So I just use Velcro.
Hey, I wear moccasins, man. I've never wear nice shoes unless I'm going out somewhere special or like to the podcast or something like that. Like I always just wear like random slip-on shoes. That's it. No socks. Well, I don't need to wear socks. My feet don't sweat at all.
Shoes. They're much easier.
Of course
and they look
you do.
good. I can't wait to bring this girl home. I'm gonna put her on that chair. We're gonna play.
I don't know how people can like have chairs like this, man. Like these are so uncomfortable. And like this kid's got a really nice setup whenever you really think about it. He's got a desk right here. Like that's a nice laptop. He's got my mic. This is the mic that I use. He's got that one right there. Like his mom spent a lot of money on this.
Some League of Legends together. It's gonna be so much fun. Wish me luck on my date, guys. How I stay young and healthy as a Roblox streamer. First, when I wake up, I kill any pesky roaches that were trying to eat my leftover dinner.
I love how he has a lottery ticket behind it. The fucking lottery ticket. Oh my god, he's got a scratch off.
That's so mean, but I got my pizza back. Oh! What's wrong with my car? Does anybody know? I think it's fine though. I listen to Polo G. He's the... What's wrong with my car?
Oh, out of 36. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's not too bad, but yeah, you should definitely make it to where it's not riding on the side.
Know? I think it's fine though.
Yeah.
I listen to Polo G. He's the GOAT. Grab me some Maruchan spicy ramen noodles. This really gets me going. I think the salt really helps maintain a salty diet, which is good for you. I
True.
Two, because one's just not enough. Boil the water, pour it in, and after 3 minutes, voila.
Yep.
It's good to go. Isn't that delicious? Then I like to just put it down. I'll take it down later when I need to.
Go fuck yourself.
See, you don't want to do this, by the way. This is a mistake. So the reason why is that eventually enough of the moisture will evaporate out of this cup, and then the weight of the fork will then fall over and it will spill the remaining stuff onto the floor. So this is, again, like, I mean, this kid, listen, I mean, he's a young kid. He hasn't made these mistakes yet.
Later when I need to.
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I've been there.
Taking a shower as a Roblox streamer. A roach.
What he should have done is be like taking a shower as a Roblox streamer, and then it ends. That's what I would have done.
Decided to die on my toothbrush, which was kind of rude, but a man does have to brush after all. Anyway, my roach infestation has somehow managed
Wait, is that
to
the same
rude,
toothbrush?
but a man Roblox streamer. A roach decided to die on my toothbrush, which was kind of rude, but a man does have to brush after all.
Okay.
Anyway, my roach infestation has somehow managed to reach the bathroom, so I gotta take this dead roach out of the tub before I can shower.
I hate how comfortable he is touching these fucking things, bro.
I read that sending them down the drain.
What's the problem? Did y'all see in the steak and eggs where I caught like one of them little crawly boys? You brought it in probably? Nah, that's it. They're just dead roaches, so what? Yeah, it's not a big deal. I remember one time I was playing Halo 2, I felt a roach crawl up my leg, but I was in like a sniper match with a dude. Bro, I sat there and I shot him. And I let that roach stay on my fucking leg. I remember that shit so well. I was like 14 at the time.
Rain is bad for the environment, so I just flushed them instead.
Yeah.
Anyway, starting up the bath, and I realized I forgot my homework. I have picked...
So, a real funny thing here is that whenever Imaru and Tectone came to do, like, the house tour, my bathtub and my bathroom was so bad. It was so disgusting that I actually cleaned it up. I didn't want another human being to see that, because, like, it's like there's a level of bad, so you finally admit it. Yeah, no, it was like, because there were like dead bugs and like dead things in the bathtub. It was just time for that to happen, and it's not like it was cleaned up afterwards. It's just like I didn't want to upset them. It was the bathroom of an old god. Yeah.
Solve to help me with all of my word problems. It makes it so much easier. Homework is a breeze when you have this app.
We need to bring back bullying.
Yeah.
And I am so serious.
Yo, I have a question. Does anybody know how to get this dried conditioner off the wall? I like to use it to trap roaches. That way I don't have to squish them. But then they just sit there for a long time. But I'm clean now, so it's okay.
I have never seen a...
So, the conditioner on the wall. It's not that bad. Yeah, there's no, like, where's the mold? It's fake. No, it's not even a big deal. No, I know why there's no mold. It's because the kid doesn't use the shower. So there's no moisture for the mold to exist in.
The wall. I like to use it to trap roaches. That way I don't have to squish them. But then they just sit there for a long time. But I'm clean now, so it's okay.
I have never seen a more fried 21-year-old in my entire life. I think a 96-year-old with cancer on hospice has more health than this young man.
It's Saturday shower day.
You know what the funny thing is? This kid probably has perfect health. Because if you look at the stuff that he's actually eating, you saw water bottles next to the desk. Ramen isn't bad for you. It's pretty decent.
Time for the weekly shower, boys. Let's get it. First...
What the fuck is that?
Nah, bro. That's a silverfish. They're not, like, you were about to see the finger. Like, they're so small. It's not even a big deal.
What sort of creature crawled out of this man's bathtub?
My closet's a little messy. I need to clean it up, but I'm a little too tired. It's really hard.
Just close
the door. My crunchy
door.
socks have been like protein for the roaches, I think.
Oh, I had that happen with a pair of pants.
What has been what for the roaches?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I had this happen too.
Enhance. My crunchy socks have been protein for the roaches. I'm gonna
Yeah, I had this happen too. There was like this pair of pants. Remember like those, I think there is like gray sweatpants that I had? And I put them on and I was walking down to the store and I realized that the entire back half of my pants had been eaten out by a rat. And so like I just had my ass showing walking all the way to the store because it was cold, which was kind of bad. Heard the story too many times. Yeah. And I don't know where the pants are. I probably still have them in case I want to wear them again. But yeah, I had this shit happen. If he had rats, they'd actually eaten the parts out of it.
Fenestrate myself. I'm going out the fucking window.
Even after cleaning my whole room, yesterday I got stood up by a girl. Now, I even chased all the roaches out of the room. This little guy was hard to catch, but I did get him eventually.
I'm getting a flamethrower and burning down my entire house. You ruined your living space. There's no going back. It's over.
Also, like a recommendation for this kid is that he needs to start using a glass desk. Because the problem with wooden desks is that especially after you leave the mold on there a couple of times, it's gonna pull off the varnishing and the furnishing on it, so it will leave the what's it called, like the the grain exposed, and that will just slowly make your desk look shittier and shittier. Meanwhile, you can look at my desk. I bought this desk 6 years ago, actually 6 years ago, and it looks absolutely fucking perfect, and it's had mold on it and bad shit on it for years, and it's fucking flawless. Glass desks are better. The wooden desks are only good if you like cleaning up a lot. Show the desk. I mean, I don't want to show it. I mean, it's a clean desk. Like, it's glass. Like, I have a desk right over there from 2004. It's still clean.
Gee.
I cleaned up the entire floor, most of it.
Yeah.
And it was basically just generic, typical mess that you'd see in a gamer's room. So it really wasn't that bad. It wasn't extreme. It wasn't pushed to the limit.
Wait, he has a girl. Wait, what? He's on Discord, and you can see that. I think that's him. He's standing up. So he's got a girl on Discord while he's recording. Bro, what a fucking G. If this guy can do it, why can't you?
And I sent her pictures.
He didn't even notice. He didn't even fucking notice. Like, I don't think I would have noticed unless I paused right there.
And she even seemed impressed with the cleaning. So
yeah,
I think what really threw her off might have been, honestly, guys.
Does this guy just go to 7-Eleven and just buy one of every chip and just fuck his shit up? Just pop all the bags?
I can't figure it out. I think maybe it could have been like the desk.
Gather around the campfire, boys and girls, because crazy Uncle Mark's got a story for you. You're on Classic Game Room as I break in the new microphone. How's it sound? Is everyone excited for the new season starting on January 1st, 2024? I hope so, because it's about to rock you like a blizzurricane from the future in space at the new Intergalactic Space Arcade. Let me tell you about one of my favorite game consoles, the PlayStation 2. I love the PS2. Everybody loved the PS2. I got mine in, I think, 2000, maybe early 2001, but I think it was 2000. And the games that I remember wasting most of my life on at that time were Time Splitters, one of the best games ever made, Red Faction, another one of the best video games ever made, Grand Theft Auto 3 just blew my mind, Gran Turismo 3, Gran Turismo 4, probably my favorite installment in the series, and then, of course, you know the next one, Vice City. Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Like, every time I hear Flock of Seagulls, I feel the need to just drive a car into the shopping mall or run around the beach with a sword. I love Vice City, and I love the PlayStation 2. It was always a lot of fun over the years to review PS2 games because there's a lot of them, and like they're all over the place. It was a very cool era
in video games. Like, you had big budget shooters like Killzone and whatnot. You had a lot of spaceship games, a ton of driving games, and everything in between. God of War. So many cool games on the PS2. And of course, I reviewed a whole lot of them. So enjoy the first collection here, because you know there'll be more of these. This is Best PlayStation 2 Reviews, Volume 1 by Classic Game Room. Enjoy. Released in 2005 for the Japanese PlayStation 2 from Software and Banpresto, this is Ace, another Centuries episode. If you like robots, missiles, and machine guns, especially Gundam, you're gonna love this. And hey, if you think the game looks good, now check out the packaging. Yeah, this is something else. And I've got a huge Classic Game Room shout out and thank you to send to Michael from Euless, Texas. I think that's how you pronounce it. Thank you, Michael, for sending the first 2 Ace games and a bunch of Gundam manga. Check out these beautiful cards that come in the box set, fit for framing. These look even better in person. And Michael wanted a shout out sent to Generation X Comics and Games in Bedford, Texas. So, thank you to everyone for giant robots with lasers and missiles that fly in space and punch other robots with laser swords. Because they're cool. This is a pretty solid game. That's a lot of fun. There's an enormous amount of mechs to collect in another Centuries episode, which is basically a mashup of a bunch of different robot anime series, including some Gundam. I'm not all that familiar with Gundam, but it certainly looks really cool. Sadly, this was never released to the West, so there is a bit of a language barrier. I highly recommend, if you're going to play this one and you don't read Japanese, to go with an internet walkthrough. You can get by. As you can see, the menus are in Japanese, so if you don't know what you're doing, the upgrading path can be a bit tricky. But once you get the hang of it, it's no problem. The combat reminds me a lot of Zone of the Enders. The camera controls are reversed for right and left. I'm not sure if there's a way to invert that since I can't read the menus. And you go up and down with the R1 and the R2 button, but most of your weapons will auto-target and even automatically switch for you, depending on how close you are to the enemies. If you're super close, it'll pull out a sword or try to punch them in the face. At a distance, it'll launch missiles. There's a wide variety of robots or mechs or mobile suits to choose from. Those of you more familiar with the anime will probably appreciate that aspect a lot more. I just think they all look super cool. Here's where an internet walkthrough comes in handy, because you can upgrade your carrier with new slots for adding new robots, and you can also upgrade each of your robots, your mechs, independently and upgrade their weapons. The missions are, for the most part, pretty straightforward. If you get stuck, a walkthrough certainly helps. But normally you just have to destroy everything, or fight an end boss, or follow the little red arrow to something. If you've played a lot of video games, you shouldn't have a problem figuring it out. I think the production values are spectacular. This looks great on the PlayStation 2, and the music is really good. I also like the menu music a lot. I got stuck on this mission. I couldn't figure out why I kept losing, but apparently you have to lure the enemies away from the buildings before you destroy them with your giant laser sword. naturally. I mean, that's just common sense, really. There's a nice variety of missions and environments, and obviously a lot of robots to unlock. I haven't quite finished the game yet, it's pretty big, but as I understand it, when you do, you unlock free play, and then you can go back and play the missions again. And there's a bunch of secret conditions that you can obviously find online. If you can complete them, you'll unlock even more robots. But let me stress that it looks amazing, but the controls are a bit of an acquired taste. It's not quite as playable as it looks. I haven't fired up any of the sequels yet. I know there's an Ace game on PlayStation 3, and I after playing this, I immediately ordered Ace Macross on PSP, which is really cheap. Don't know if it's good yet, but there's a bunch of sequels. Hopefully they fix the camera controls later on. Or at least modernized them. The up and down with the R1 and R2 just feels weird. Beyond the obvious amazing style, the highlight of the game is figuring out which robots do what the best for which missions. And I will forewarn you, some of the missions are downright tricky to figure out, especially if you can't read the language. And I have no idea what's going on in the storyline, but it's fun to watch. Thankfully, this game isn't all that expensive online, but you will need a Japanese PS2 or a way to play Japanese PlayStation 2 games to enjoy it. It's Ace! Another Centuries episode. Thanks again, Michael. I'll see you in the sequel.
Yes.
I've lost track of the time that I've spent playing Time Splitters. Fortunately, the game keeps track of it for you. It's a lot, more than I'm willing to admit. I think that Time Splitters is the most underrated series of shooters ever created. Originally developed by Free Radical, released in 2000, published by Eidos for the PlayStation 2. The most recent one was Time Splitters Future Perfect, published by EA. And since then, we have been hoping desperately, all of us Time Splitters fans, wishing for a new one. Time Splitters came from some of the original talent behind GoldenEye. It plays very similar. It's super smooth and absolutely fast and ferocious on the PlayStation 2. There's 3 different Time Splitters games. This is the first one from 2000. Time Splitters games also came out for GameCube and Xbox. I forget which ones are on which consoles, maybe all of them. But they're super affordable and easy to find today, and they're a blast to play. They're so much fun. The storyline mode of the game is extremely simple. You go into an environment, shoot all of the enemies, grab a bag, and then all of the Time Splitters appear and make your life difficult as you try to get out of the environment. That's the basic game, but where this thing really shines is in multiplayer, with a host of wacky characters that you won't find in any other violent shooter.
Oh.
The single-player games are actually quite challenging, and the controls are fairly standard for most first-person shooters. The game has just a bit of auto-aim to make it really smooth, but not so much that it's ridiculously easy. In fact, this is a challenging game. It's the kind of game that has health packs, not regenerating shields or energy. It would be preposterous to think that a duck running around shooting people could just regenerate health. That's just silly. Single player
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. For some reason, this fast food drive-thru AI ends every sentence with a question.
Small mozzarella sticks with marinara.
Yeah, small mozzarella sticks with marinara?
And then a small chili cheese tot.
Yeah, the small chili cheese tot? The total's gonna be 2018?
Okay.
Have a good day.
I don't know how the deer got in the yard. Oh my gosh, now I know how the deer got in the yard.
This baby didn't like grandma's cake.
Wait, it's cake. It's good. Try it. Great grandma made it. Girl, that cake is good.
This is a professional. Please do not attempt.
I got this. Yo!
This dog sleeps like they're in a cartoon.
I really wanted to be sunny.
I know, baby. I really wanted to be sunny too.
But it never be sunny.
I know. It's the time change, babe.
What the heck?
This person can write with her right hand while producing a mirrored image with her left hand. This dad wasn't too happy with his family taking him to a fancy restaurant for his birthday.
Oh, no, I need that cooked, man. Let's eat the eggs and peas.
Move! That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This person has to wear giant contact lenses in order to see, but a side effect is that she sometimes can't blink.
Because look at this. It's getting so bad, y'all, and I found out that this is because the HydroPeg coating on my lenses is completely worn away.
So I guess geckos are hydrophobic. Who thought it was a good idea to make a mac and cheese scented candle? Cats are liquid, and this is all the proof you needed to see. I found a live streamer that has a device that allows her to play video games at a very high level using only her mind. This cat was in trouble and yelled for backup from her big brother. This poor guy passed out at the amusement park. This art museum has an interesting ATM. When you put your card in, the ATM shows how much money you have compared to other users.
New score. Yeah, 21 because I had lost 20 bucks.
What do you think this guy's training for? That is the end of this video. Hopefully this video put a smile on your face, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. Here's a great way to get banned from Walmart. Since all the laundry detergent is only halfway full, this guy came up with his own solution.
And service yourself. And make sure make sure you make up for the manufacturer's loss. Bam, full to the brim.
These guys wanted to try out a self-driving taxi service.
Better than the Norse tracker right there.
Whoa! Oh my god! Okay. Oh my god! I don't think.
Μου σύνεση. Εχείρεσο επίσαμε και πλασάμε.
You can't really have a much lower landing than this.
Hey, that weed hit the ground.
Which way to go?
This cat just got back from the vet, but still had anesthesia in their system.
No, don't do that. It's not gonna work.
A truck full of fireworks crashed on the highway, and this was the end result.
I can't reach it.
It's okay, I saw you coming.
And we flipping on it. Oh my god.
This guy brought his emotional support alligator to a baseball game, and they wouldn't let him in, so he decided to try a hockey game instead. For some reason, the toilet in his dorm just randomly exploded.
Children, may you be poor in misfortunes and rich in blessings.
Oh, Naya! Oh, okay, Naya. Ah!
That is the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
It's one of those things. I mean, I have legitimately not stopped thinking about Zenless Zone Zero over the past, probably 3 weeks. Because it's getting close. We're getting close to closed beta. And when the closed beta comes out, I'm going to lose my mind. I really genuinely am. Everything they've put out, like this thing right here. Oh, let's just watch it real quick. Let's just get it out of the way. Kappa, I'm seriously not capping. I've been so excited for this game for well over a year. I mean, I've been following Zenless Zone Zero since minute 1 of the game. I was in I believe I played the closed alpha via means that I don't think the company would have liked, and I'm not going to say what those are publicly. And I'll also say I was just kidding in that last statement. But the game just looks really good, and it makes me really happy. And I'm also going to be covering the shit out of this game from minute 1. I'm going to make 100 videos about the closed beta. Is it already over? No. It's barely just beginning, man. Let's see real quick. Kind of crazy is based in Bellabog. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they mean by that. Let's watch this trailer quick. A Billy character teaser. Just give me a Nicole one, man.
We only took what you took. You really don't need to treat it so seriously.
Holy shit, is that the English voices? This is the first time I've ever heard Zenless Zone Zero in English. Okay, that is off-putting. I didn't even realize that. What the That's weird.
They're here.
You see those little thugs? Go! Take them down! Watch out!
Okay, those all have to be NPC voices, right?
People on the streets often say the kind of life we live comes with a price.
Yeah.
Seems like today, it's my turn to pay it.
Oh no.
Now buckle up, because the story of my life is a real roller coaster.
Oh shit.
Where do I even begin? I'm Billy. I'm a battle android, although a more accurate description would be intelligent tactical unit with firepower-based area suppression capabilities. I was made using lost technology. Lost technology? That's a good one. More like high maintenance costs.
That's my girl.
That's what our boss would say.
You know what's really scary about Nicole? I've heard rumors they're gonna nerf her tit size. I mean this genuinely. If they nerf Nicole's boobs, I'm just not gonna play the game. I am quite literally just going to not play the game because I just can't handle another Hoyoverse incident where they censor characters' asses when they're climbing cliffs. Okay, where they censor characters' asses when they're swimming water. Like, bro, here's the genuine thing. Like, what do you think players are thinking when that happens? Like, oh, I guess butt cheeks just don't exist. No. You know what they do when you censor a character in game? They say, okay, it. Google, you a hard on. They're gonna see it anyways. It's literally just a butt. Like, what do you expect? And here's the other dumbass shit. When they take characters with big tits and they say, oh, no, her tits aren't that big, so it's fine. Hoyoverse, are you just saying you hate big-breasted women? Like, why are we acting like big tit women don't exist? And like it's this mere thing purely to appeal to the male fantasy. Some chicks have big tits. It is quite literally just a body type. I mean, okay, let me cite some sources. Let's pull up somebody's boobs. She plays RuneScape all the time. Like, are we saying this chick doesn't exist? Like, some chicks just have big boobs and they're real, right? Like, are we saying that like huge tits don't exist and like there's this huge problem? Bro, just leave Nicole's tits as is. It's fine. Leave every other character with big old milkers in the game. It's fine. It genuinely is. It's fine. It's not causing an issue for anyone. You're not doing anything wrong. I don't know what the going on with China, but it's just fine. You had that image ready way too quick. It's called typing. Oh my God, I Googled something. Holy shit. But I'm just so tired of people saying, oh, big boobs, bad. Censor it, quick. These chicks don't exist. Quick, get the government. Hide them. Like they're Area 51 aliens. Butt cheeks exist. Tits exist. Dicks exist. You gave Tartaglia dick physics, but Nicole can't have big old tits? And you're asking, well, Dectone. Why are you saying this? Because there was a mini game where they showed off Nicole in the mini game, and in the splash art, she has small boobs. I don't know if anybody has a link to this image, but feel free to link it in my chat. I'm not going to pull it up because it hurts my heart too much just to look at. But if you have it, just link it. It drives me insane because if they do Nicole what they did to Rosaria, it's going to absolutely infuriate me.
But I think it makes me sound cooler.
True. Also, not everything has to be natural in a video game. It's called fantasy for a reason. Okay, that's why whenever I go online in my Tinder bio, I say 9-inch cock because it's fantasy. Okay, it's fantasy. We're not hurting anybody. It's fine. We're not hurting one. Just let people have big boobs.
Like a pro.
Yeah.
Oh, my current boss is Nicole. Yep, the one with pink hair. Hitting people with her suitcase.
That's not how I would describe her.
But Nicole wasn't always my boss.
Oh, God.
According to my memory bank, I used to live in New Eridu's outer ring.
Wait, did bro die?
Serving a man with lofty ambitions. He bought me from a group of drifters.
Another furry?
Named me Billy and gave me a mission.
What a shit name.
I'm not bragging. I was infamous back then. Some thugs would cower in fear upon hearing my name.
Cool.
Thinking back, oh, look at her go.
This looks cool, by the way. There's the ZZZ weapons. Yeah, look. What the is that? What is that? Do you see that? They're like 1/3 the size. That's just the angle? No, it's not, bro. Have you seen her in game? That is not the angle. Look. That's not, oh my God. That's not the angle, bro. Okay? And this shit better stay in the game. Because if it doesn't, I'm going to lose my mind. Because this is just about the hottest shit Hoyoverse has ever put out in their whole life. And if they ruin it by saying big titty girls don't exist, I'm going to lose my mind. You'll see on the 24th? Yeah, I know. I know I'll see on the 24th. And I better not be pissed off.
That's Anby. She's my coworker too. Yeah, she knows how to swing a sword. Huh? Wait, the bullet's already reached her. I haven't finished my story yet. I was supposed to stick to the outer ring, but some things went down and my first home fell apart. So I ended up an aimless combat weapon once again. I had a long talk with the people who were following my boss, and in the end, they decided to let me go. Then,
Jesus.
Whoa, hey, Bullet, could you slow down a sec? I'm wrapping up here. Where was I? Freedom. Yeah, so I had a taste of freedom, went on a journey alone. With 2 guns from a friend, I made new hairdo my fresh home.
Oh, here he goes.
Strife, people needed someone who cares. Then, by a weird twist of fate, I hooked up with the Cunning Hares. I had no idea the ending would be so fast-paced, but no time for regrets now.
Oh,
If it
shit.
helps me get out of this alive, I swear not to watch Starlight Night again!
Oh.
So close! What? I didn't know you're such lousy shots! I take my promise back. I can't wait to watch Starlight Night!
Okay, cool. Oh, it's fun. Dude, so they mixed Quicksilver with Deadpool in the anime. Does Amazon Zero. I just feel like the game is going to be so good. I mean, I feel like the character trailers have been great. I really feel like we're going to get more, because that's just a teaser. I feel like it's a nice little intro to Billy, who's going to be one of the main characters. But it just really has not everything that I want, but a lot of things that a lot of people want. Like for example, I love Honkai Star Rail. I think it's a perfect game. I don't really ever feel a massive need to ask for anything, because generally the devs are already on it, and it's really good for a turn-based RPG. Like, it's not, obviously, yes, you're right, nothing's perfect, but it's very near perfect for a mobile game on everything I want. Like, you know, obviously I've gotten pretty lucky with the rates, but the rates are heavily improved from Genshin Impact, as far as at least the weapon banner goes. There's not really any characters where it's like, if you don't have this character, then you lose. There's lots of good free-to-play characters. If you're smart with your currency, you should be able to beat all the content in the game, and it's still like relatively challenging. Obviously there's a couple changes with like Sim Uni that I would make. I wouldn't make players go into the Sim Uni that have to farm like the little planar orb sets. It's just a lot of work. Shark Girl official art from ZZZ is insane. What is Shark Girl? What? How's this insane? Oh, she looks awesome. She looks super good. But the thing with ZZZ, in case you don't know, like, it is Devil May Cry 5 combat. Yeah, I mean, they really are really okay. I don't know how 16 and up this game's about to be, but it looks like these characters are about to. Hopefully we'll get some bunny girl skins in this game, we'll see. They're probably going to nerf models, CN regulations. Dude, stop. Depicts obscenity or pornography, nudity, homosexuality, polygamy, adultery, or sex in any form, including sexual taboos. Content promotes violence, terror, or cruelty, such as torture, corpses, skeletons, blood of any color, mass destruction, scenes, characters, and images that are too scary. Nah, there's no way. No, it's fine. Okay, because the thing is, isn't Azure Lane made in China, or am I nuts? Because if Azure Lane can do this shit, why the f would Zenless Zone Zero not be able to? Isn't Hoyoverse based in Singapore? Yeah, plus didn't they pivot to Singapore in order to get around certain regulations? CN's just ruining this masterpiece. I mean, shit, we'll see. Too scary? Yeah, God forbid she has Triple J Mega Milkers. I'm so scared I might come. I just want the game to be good, because it's like the world of Persona plus Devil May Cry 5 combat, characters that are way hotter. And I mean this genuinely. If Zenless Zone Zero can go with the current 16 and up regulations that they have, they're going to put Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail characters to shame. Now, I will be real. I think Eula from Genshin Impact and Kafka from Honkai Star Rail are just about two of the hottest characters ever made in existence. I love them so much, and I'm sure everybody here has their favorite characters from that game too, but I mean, good God, if they can make them act a certain way, if they can make them dress a certain way, you know, I mean, and also, okay, let's also be real. I feel like Neuvillette is just hot as shit, and I feel like Welt is hot as shit. Guys and girls alike, but we're gonna get some hot characters. And I'll be real, man, that's why I play a lot of these games, is because the characters are so hot, it's ridiculous. And I'll be real, I like that shit, okay? Gameplay's one thing, but incredibly hot characters I like. But I just want this game to be exactly what it has been for the beta and the previous alphas, and I just really feel like this game is going to rehash again a lot of disgruntled Genshin and maybe even Honkai Star Rail fans and give them exactly what they want. The story should be a lot of fun. The gameplay I already know is a lot of fun. If you wanted combat in Genshin Impact, well then congrats, you have it in Zenless Zone Zero. If you wanted good story, congrats, you have it in Zenless Zone Zero. If you want characters with a lot more alive personalities and facial expression, congrats, you have that in Zenless Zone Zero. I think it's pretty much just it's pretty much everything people wanted from Genshin Impact, except there isn't the open world exploration aspect. And I know for a lot of people that's like a huge deal. And I guess the novelty of it hasn't worn off, or has worn off for me specifically, but I know a lot of people will get excited to explore the new zones, but for me that only lasts a couple minutes. You know, we don't really know how good the story will be. I mean, if they keep to the same quality that they have in the opening story, then I feel like it'll be absolutely fine. They use a lot of cool manga panels. They even swear in it. Guys, they say the word in the game. It's pretty cool. And it just feels like a breath of fresh air. And I'm confused why a lot of people seem to be like dismissing it before they really give it a chance. And I don't really know why, because I feel like the game is going to be so goddamn good. But yeah, I'm telling you, like, if you haven't tried Zenless Zone Zero and you're looking for a new gacha game to play, I really feel like it's going to be the one to play. I just really feel like it. Like for example, if you wanted combat in Genshin, okay, try Zenless Zone Zero. If you wanted hotter models, try Zenless Zone Zero. If you didn't like the turn-based RPG aspect of Honkai Star Rail, then try Zenless Zone Zero. You know, it should be really good. I've seen like a lot of negativity for the game before it's even come out, but I'm hoping that'll be quickly dismissed once people actually see the direction of the game and how good it's actually going to be when it comes out. But that's just my opinion.
This is an interview pre-chat with Ian about WoW.
Over the years, me and you have logged heads a few times about a few things, and then today you 180'd nearly everything we thought about over the last few years. What's going on? And like, this is a dramatic shift, going to like account focus, the whole thing.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, it's what I laid out on the panel today. It's a mix of, we said with the technology, but we made the technology get there. It really is letting go of old stubbornness. You know, something we've been talking about, I think, since midway through Shadowlands. Certainly not before Shadowlands, but midway through onwards.
Well, that makes sense, because midway through Shadowlands was whenever everybody quit the game. So yeah, exactly. That's totally fucking true. And that's what it took in order for them to start listening, is everybody quit.
A mix of seeing reception to Shadowlands, a mix of also seeing how the modern player base played Classic over the course of like 2019, 2020, that made us kind of just rethink all these assumptions about how WoW should be and what was integral to WoW versus what needed to evolve, what needed to adapt to the way players were looking to game in the modern age. And so I think, you know, for a long time, a lot of these character investment philosophies were the byproducts, were handed down from my forebears, from the people who trained me, from the original leads.
Exactly. You came into a lot of rules that were established.
And it was like, your job as game director, Ian, is to safeguard this tradition, do it well.
I think that's definitely true. And it feels like, yeah, there's a lot of things in WoW that are like that because they've always been like that. I think, for example, boss runbacks are like really good example of this. Like, there's no reason that you should have to run back to a boss. You should just respawn in front of the boss. Because clearly respawning in front of the boss isn't a problem, because if it was, you wouldn't have bosses like, for example, Farak, where you respawn in front of the boss. So if it is a problem, then why do some bosses have it? And if it's not a problem, then why don't all bosses have it? It doesn't make sense. Hard to disagree. You need punishment for dying? You do. It's called dying. You already did get punished. You lost. You wasted your time. And this is what I'm saying, is that you have a community of people who like having their time wasted because that's the way it's always been. It's always been like this. This is the way the game is. That's the way it needs to be. But the truth is that no, it's not. It doesn't have to be like that. And there's so many things like this. MMO players are conditioned to be abused. MMO players are conditioned to take pride in having their time wasted.
And so taking a step back and being like, well, no, what if the tradition's wrong now? What if the tradition was right 20 years ago but needs to change today? That can be a hard conclusion to come to, but we're certainly there now.
What was the first domino to fall? I'm really curious, because today a lot fell. It's like, okay, we're getting rid of not only the account, we're going more account focused instead of the character.
I think the domino that really fell initially was account-wide achievements and account-wide mount tab. Like, it happened like years and years and years ago, but like that was the beginning of this.
But we're also dropping, like, taxing you on moving resources around. Like, all these very established things are happening, and it felt like one thing fell, and it's like, let's look at everything here. This no longer makes sense. This no longer makes sense. And it doesn't fit together. So was it a case of that?
I think that's probably to an extent. Mace's run back, in my opinion, is to facilitate conversation in a group about what went wrong and what can improve for next poll. Okay, well then why don't all bosses have run backs? Why is it that the last boss, who's the hardest boss, doesn't have a run back? Wouldn't you need to talk about that one the most? There's no logical consistency with that.
Yeah, I think it was ultimately. It was asking the question of, are these principles actually making our players happier? Who are they serving? If we are honoring some vision, some set of values that we hold dear as developers, but it's alienating our players, who is that good for? So it's not us, and it's certainly not them. And so I think looking at the data...
that's what I feel like Blizzard did for such a long time, is they held on to these systems and these changes, like almost like in spite of the players. I think like the corruption vendor was a good example of that. Or, you know, Legion artifact weapons.
Hearing the feedback from not just our community, but also ourselves, members of the team, who all play alts as well. That, you know, the focus really, I think quality time is something that is a through line through all of this. We're trying to respect players' time, but doing that is not just, you know, about what we do in an individual character. It's about making sure that as much of the time that you choose to spend in our world feels like high value to you and not business.
I think that's a big reason too, and I think the big problem is that nowadays people play a lot of different games, whereas before people only used to play WoW. And I actually don't think this is a shortcoming of WoW. And I think that even WoW has cannibalized itself in a certain way. So a good example of that is Classic WoW, or Wrath of the Lich King, or Hardcore. If you're spending time farming a reputation in one game, you're not spending time farming something else. So whenever people are evaluating the time value of what they're doing, even against another version of the same game, that's bad. So yeah, I think that WoW exists in an ecosystem, whereas before, WoW was the ecosystem. Does that make sense?
Easy work, not wasting the time so that you can get to the stuff that you enjoy in the hours that you have left. And so it's that, you know, the product of that set of realizations, I think probably started us seriously down this path 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
But then we ran into, as I mentioned, you know, a bunch of technical challenges where it's like, okay, you could see the piecemeal movement in these directions of
like with
more things, you know, unlocking on vendors and being mailable to alts and so forth. But the actual solution...
Yeah, he's right. That like it seemed like they started doing this like towards the second half of Shadowlands, like what he said. And like then afterwards, it was like kind of just, you know, Band-Aid solutions.
And required, you know, expansion level work to deliver.
I don't think it's something that's appreciated enough, right? Because we talked about it with the bag space of like the actual original backpack. Because like legacy reputations, like you said today, yeah, we're going there. It's going to be retroactive though. We're going to have to like go backwards and backwards and backwards. And I'm sure there's some people that's like, can't you just copy the number out of one character and call it GG? But no, it's kind of a big effort, I assume, because you obviously would like to do it very quickly, but.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, and it's not obviously the number is not the problem. It's all the other places that reference the number. All the parts of our quest system, our, you know, player condition system, vendors, etc., that are, where are they looking and what's the source of truth for this? There are also, you know, in the case of account-wide reputation, there are design challenges to work through and things to come up with. We need to make sure that, you know, we're changing our sources of reputation to also largely exist at a warband level. If that's now the right way to max a renown becomes, we'll just do the exact same things on 6 different characters. And because it's all
looks like Ian might have played a little bit of Lost Ark.
The same bucket. Well, A, now that's unbalanced, and B, that's actually like not fun either. The point shouldn't be repeat the exact same activity in multiple characters for more rewards. And so again, all of that needs to change as well, right? We need to rethink a lot of how we build the content to just be framed in an account level sense to look at the player behind the keyboard rather than the character that they're playing.
Oh, that's superb. I wanted to come at you with a lot of feedback I've seen from my audience, which is a lot of people who would like, they call it the WoW Exodus and all those kind of people who are very burned with Blizzard, but do want to come back, but also of like untrustworthy and they're skeptics and all that kind of stuff. And the cadence we saw from an interview with Maria earlier is that
dude, Preach is asking the big questions, isn't he? Holy shit.
Cadence is looking like 1.5 years per expansion. Some like slightly slower, but it's like a roughish.
Yeah, I think, it's I think the key points there. I think the most important thing, or like the content train has no brakes is the goal here, right? We don't want to have any long.
I think they've delivered on that too.
This is gutter oil being collected. If you've visited or lived in China, you have eaten gutter oil. What you see here is a restaurant worker straining out used chili oil from a trash can. This is being collected to be reused for the next customer who orders spicy hot pot. This man is confronted and asked, do you not have family you care about? I understand it's difficult to make money these days, but how would you feel if your elderly parents, your children, and relatives ate this poison? To which he replied, you're right, I'll be on my way. Gutter oil, or digoyo, is a huge issue in China, and it's a problem that hasn't gotten better, it's actually gotten worse. Here's the thing about gutter oil, okay? For those of you who are not familiar with gutter oil, this is something that is very, very common in China. And there are a couple of types. We're going to be talking about gutter oil and spittle oil, or I suppose you could say saliva oil are the two major ones. How is it that we ever got to this point? Just trying to get some work done.
We've been trying to reach you concerning your car's extended warranty.
What? No! Let's get back to work. What? Seriously? Off the market. And now back to the show. So gutter oil is when people take oil and sludge and grease and so on from the sewers, okay? Or from grease traps outside of restaurants. Basically lift a manhole cover, dig in there, get the grease and the oil that's trapped in there, put it in buckets, take it off and sell it to a processing plant, which then goes and processes this oil into something that looks brand new. And it can be done. You know, they boil it and they strain it and they do all this stuff. And at the end of the day, they put it in a cooking oil bottle and it looks brand new as if you've bought it outside of the shop. And it's actually very difficult to tell, you know, by looking at it if it is legit or not. And then these are actually sold to restaurants and to people to use in their homes at a much discounted price. There's a lot of money to be made. And the reason for this is, of course, is that it's free, okay? All it takes is a little bit of your time to go and dig this stuff out of the sewer and out of the manhole covers and from the gutters and so on, and then you can go and sell it, right? And then you're not even getting a lot of money. The collectors, by the way, aren't the ones making the digoyo. They just collect it and they take it to these little clandestine factories that spring up all over the place. Then they just process it and then sell it for a big profit, because think about it, you can sell it for half the cost of new oil, and you're still making a lot of money. So that's the gutter oil or digoyo. which ends up in your food a lot of the time. And this is a big problem in China because it makes its way into restaurants. Doesn't matter if they're fancy restaurants or low-end restaurants, it doesn't matter because all you need is a unscrupulous restaurant owner who wants to save a little bit of money. And there you've got cancerous, poisonous, very not good for human consumption oil being used to cook your food. And nobody will know because the effects are only long-term. So you can eat at the same restaurant for 10 years. You finally get cancer. You don't realize it came from the food from that restaurant because they're using gutter oil. And the second type of oil we're going to talk about is 口水油 or saliva oil or spittle oil or spit oil, I guess you could call it. And what this is it's very common in specifically restaurants that have some kind of a chili or a spicy hot pot dish. You know, hot pot in China is very, very popular. And that's when you get a broth or a soup and you boil it on the table and you take bits of meat and vegetables and you dip it in the boiling hot soup and it cooks the meat and then you eat it, right? So when you're finished, you don't drink the soup. What's left there, the broth, which has got chili oil, if you got the spicy one, which is very popular in places like Sichuan, for instance. You've got that chili oil sitting there on the table. The waitress takes that away to the kitchen. And then what they do very often is they just right then and there take that same chili oil or that same broth and put it into a new one to go take out to someone else's table. So they're reusing this, the same oil and broth that somebody's been, you know, sticking their spit in mouth and food and whatnot in. It's really disgusting because there you go, sit down in the restaurant, this brand new pot comes onto your table, but it's actually secondhand. But of course, the reuse of chili oil is very common, and if you can't just quickly reuse it, some restaurants, in fact, quite a number of restaurants, if all this footage is to be believed, you'd simply go out into the trash and collect this chili oil from either their own restaurant, where they've thrown stuff away, or from competing restaurants, because, hey, you don't have to pay for chili oil if you can just dig it out of the trash. And it's very easy because, you know, you've got these trash cans, as you can see here, and they're just full of slop, all the leftovers that's been thrown in there from the restaurants. And because of the properties of oil, oil floats to the top, so it's very easy to just skim it off. And that's what you see these ladies doing here, is they very easily just skim the chili oil from the top, put it in a bucket, and they could take it back into the restaurant. In fact, you can see it over here, the restaurant workers, even wearing their uniforms, taking the used spit oil back into the restaurant to then be served to new customers that walk through the door. And it is disgusting. But we all know about this. I'm sure everybody is aware of the gutter oil problem in China and the spit oil problem in China. But the question is, why on earth does it still persist to this day? Because this has been a problem for as long as I can remember. Even in the early days when I was in China, I was hearing about spittle oil and digoyo, you know, gutter oil. And my Chinese friends would warn me about it, and people would talk about it, and it would be in the news, and there'd be a scandal where you find out that a whole chain of very good restaurants had been using gutter oil, and people would be arrested and so on. And in fact, the Chinese government even started to put very harsh penalties in place for gutter oil. At first, lengthy prison terms if you're caught selling it, and then later even the death penalty, which actually some people have been given the death penalty for selling and producing gutter oil. But the problem is, if you look up the cases, there are actually very few people that have actually been sentenced to death. And so this is the real reason why it still persists and has gotten worse. And that is, first of all, it's easy to get away with, all right? Very few people have been punished for this, even though it is a nationwide problem. When the crackdowns happen, they do happen, but then they're over fairly quickly and things resume as usual. But the biggest reason why gutter oil is still a big problem in China is that the economy is currently suffering big time. Now, what's the biggest way to make money in a poor economy? Well, it's to take shortcuts. Because everybody that makes money through food, which, you know, the food industry is one of the biggest in China. Think about it. You've got all these mouths to feed. You've got all these restaurants everywhere. You've got all these little mom and pop side of the roads food stalls and so on. Everywhere you go in China, there's street food and restaurants, and it's cheap to eat out in China. It's one of the things I loved about China the most is the fact that it actually worked out to be cheaper to go to a restaurant every single day for lunch and dinner than to cook at home for myself. That's just the nature of how China is. Eating out is cheap. Of course, you can go to very expensive places if you like, but if you just go to your average everyday restaurant, you actually end up saving money. So these guys that have these food stalls outside, if they're going to go buy a thing of cooking oil to cook their stuff, they don't have a lot of profit margin. Remember, when they're selling their fried dish, whatever they're making, whether it's fried noodles or rice or whatever the case, their profit margins are so small that even 1 cent savings makes a difference. So the cooking oil is the core ingredient to everything that's cooked in China. Pretty much everything is fried in oil in China. The majority of foods, of course, you do get steamed foods and a couple of other ways of cooking, but the majority of the food that you eat, the rice and the noodles and the vegetables, it's all stir-fried. It's all cooked in oil in a wok or whatever. So it's a core ingredient in cooking in China. So you have to use it, right? And if you're running a small little side-of-the-road food stall, the only way for you to actually make profit is to cut down your costs. And since that's your biggest consistent cost is the oil, go ahead and pay half or a quarter of what you would for real oil for the gutter oil. That's why it's so prolific. And then the restaurants. Restaurants have to turn a profit. They're not making a huge profit off of their meals. They've got waiters to pay and waitresses to pay and so on. And so if they can cut down costs on their cooking oil, which is an ingredient that's used every day, all day in the restaurant, of course they're going to do it. Now, I'm not here to try and justify it. It's an abhorrent practice. It's terrible. But I'm explaining to you why it still persists to this day in China, and specifically now, because the economy in China is suffering a lot more than you would ever realize. I've been talking to a lot of my friends in China. Just remember, I lived in China for 14 years. I've got a lot of friends, ex-colleagues, people I've known for the longest time, old students and so on. And the younger people specifically are complaining about how the economy is really hurting at the moment. And it's not something you'll get through the news. It's not something that the Chinese government will ever admit. They just want you to believe that the GDP keeps going up and up and up. But it's actually far worse than you know. A lot of places were hit hard by COVID. A lot of businesses shut down permanently because of COVID. And a lot of the restaurants that managed to survive only managed to survive by cutting costs, like skimping on ingredients, buying lower quality stuff. And you see this across the board in China. Fake booze, fake vaccines, you know, all sorts of horrible little shortcuts that lead to bad decisions that affect people's health. So that really is the reason why this gutter oil is not going to go away. And the gutter oil syndicates are more and more sophisticated than before. And if anyone tries to pretend as if it's being taken care of and that the government clamped down and it doesn't exist anymore, that's bullshit. Because not only is this footage that I'm showing you recent, but I filmed a lot of it myself. I filmed this stuff with my own eyes. Now, if me, just a single individual walking around in the streets of China and specifically living in one of the best, most prosperous, you know, biggest, brightest cities of China, Shenzhen, if I saw it on a regular basis, so much so that I've got footage that I filmed myself and something that I would be commonly just scoffing at and saying, oh, there we go, you know, gutter oil again. If I, as a single individual, could see that, just imagine how widespread it is across the country. And I mean, these clips that you see here are a bit of an indication as to how widespread it is. So much like the gutter oil is in the sewer, in the toilet, so is the Chinese economy. And this is a great indicator. I hope you learned something, everybody, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, don't forget to check out my Friday show, where we talk about all the latest and greatest coming out of China, the latest news. We covered a massive tragedy this past week where, you know, the poor construction, shortcuts in construction. Again, it's not just food, but the shortcuts in construction led to the roof of a gymnasium collapsing and killing an entire girls' volleyball team. All young 16, 15-year-old girls were killed in an instant when the roof collapsed on them. It's absolutely terrible and terrifying. But if you want to see more about this stuff, please go and check out the China show. Yes, that is a man painting trees green. And this is a field of stones. Tens of thousands of them attached to rebar that have been planted one by one in the soil. This man is painting these desolate rocks and stones green. But why? What is going on in China here? Why are people taking tens of thousands of individual stones, attaching them to rebar and planting them in the ground in a field? And why are they spraying the rocks green and painting trees green? I'm going to tell you exactly why. So, why don't we take a look at some videos together? Here we have what look like some men spraying, well, a mixture of green stuff all over rocks and sort of scrub. Here we see some aunties painting a lawn. Now, this is actually legitimate. This is something I'll explain later. There's nothing wrong with this. But spraying these water cannons onto basically scrubland, desolate piles of sand and stones and just on the side of the road, on the side of a highway like that. Why would you do something like that? Well, I'm going to first get one thing out of the way, because there are certainly some of you out there who are going to start bringing up hydroseeding. And I'll explain to everybody what hydroseeding is. You see, hydroseeding is a legitimate process that is used the world over to stabilize and grow lawns. There is, however, a lot of prep involved when it comes to hydroseeding. If there isn't viable topsoil, you actually have to bring the topsoil in and put it down before hydroseeding. If there is topsoil, it needs to be prepared, aerated, all the stones removed. There is a long process, and it's very difficult to get the conditions just right for hydroseeding to actually work. In other words, this cannot be hydroseeding, because just spraying a hydroseeding mixture on bare rocks and loose sand and desert and whatnot, destroyed scrubs, is not going to actually have any effect other than painting it green. And that's what they want, and that's all they're doing, is painting these cliffs and these barren patches of sand and the side of the road, specifically the side of the road. It's very important, that clip, green. And the reason for this, of course, is to fool inspectors. Let's get back to the stones and rocks on rebar first. We're going to watch that clip once more together, and I'm going to tell you what the man is saying.
大家看看这，石头钢筋上穿的石头弄这么多。
So he's just like, take a look here, you know, we've got stones or rocks on top of rebar, and so many.
一排一排的。 这是干啥用的?
He's like, you know, one by one. He's like, what the hell are these for? Loose translation.
有没有知道的?
He says, like, does anybody know? Well, I actually have a little bit more insight in a back and forth of a conversation he had by text. And, well, the answer is so that it can trick aerial photography and basically trick people from a distance to see that it looks like it's healthy agriculture going on in that region. Now, before we unravel this mystery, a quick word from today's sponsor. What could be better than warming yourself at the fire on a cold, windy night? That warm and contented feeling. Not much compares, but there is something that comes close. The warm and happy feeling we get when giving something to our loved ones. You see, Father's Day is around the corner, so I decided to take advantage of Extra's Father's Day special and get something for my mother instead. Dad can wait until Father's Day actually rolls around. So I got her an Extra wallet, and she loves it. In fact, everyone I've ever given an Extra wallet to, including myself, absolutely loves it. And why not? They're well-made, rugged, stylish, high-tech, and best of all, you can feel the quality. I've had mine for years now, and it holds up perfectly. And that's why I'm proud that Extra is a sponsor of this video. Get the most badass wallet in the world for yourself or your loved ones, and take advantage of the up to 40% off Father's Day special, because Extra has these fantastic Father's Day bundles right now. Go to shop.extra.com/SerpentZA and use the code SerpentZA at checkout for an incredible deal on an incredible product. And now, back to the show. So why is this happening? Why are they painting the side of the roads green? Why are they planting rocks? Well, it all boils down to pollution. You see, China has a massive pollution issue. Not had or in the past or something, right now. This is Beijing in 2023. This is China in 2023. This is China right now. And I'm not just talking about inadequate waste management and litter and that sort of pollution and so on. I'm talking about massive amounts of air pollution, water pollution, environmental pollution. And the reason for this is that China only really started taking this stuff seriously about 10 years ago. You see, before then, factories and industry were allowed to run rampant. And you would have this terrible situation where a factory would be producing some kind of a plastic or some chemical process, and all the sort of runoff from the process would just be dumped into the local rivers, in the local lakes, in the soil, and into the air. And, well, nobody really did anything. And if anyone came to complain, they would simply be bribed or taken care of or hushed up or whatever the case. But that's because China was in this mad rush to get rich. And money was important, and more important than anything else. Get the money now, worry about the consequences later. In fact, China still operates that way. But of course, it came to a head when you started to get these cancer villages. And by that, I mean many villages surrounding any sort of industrial site would have this phenomenon where everybody in the village would get cancer.
China environmentalists are now seeking evidence to prove industrial pollution as a direct cause of cancer. The move follows the Chinese government's first ever acknowledgement of the existence of cancer villages.
Now, cancer is an open secret here, at least for this neighborhood. As we traveled through in the last couple of days, the residents here openly told us where to locate the patients. Now, local officials, on the other hand, may not be as open to discussing the issue. Some villages tell us they actually receive money from some factories to keep quiet. Now, this is a water sample that was taken from this well. This is another sample that was taken from the river nearby. Now, this water sample is considered toxic. It was actually just tested this morning. The local NGO here says on a scale of 5, it ranks number 5, so it is considered highly hazardous. And the NGO was advising the local villages here to stop using it. And they're saying it's not even suitable for gardening, it's not suitable for watering plants. Needless to say, laundry, drinking, cooking, facial wash, and shower. So they're telling people not to use it. However, the villagers here tell me that they have no choice but to use it.
And that's not normal. You can't explain that away because of fate. No, it was actually the groundwater that was being poisoned in most cases that led to these villages full of cancer victims. Now, of course, this starts to cause a problem because word starts to spread that these local factories are making everybody sick in the villages. And then you had a couple of high-profile cases like the well-known television personality who made a documentary called Under the Dome, which, because her own daughter was suffering from severe respiratory illness living in Beijing, she did some investigation and found out that all the emission standards on the vehicles and factories and so on were fake and being bribed away and so on and so forth.
你见过真正的星星吗？
没有。
你见过蓝颜色的天吗？
见过蓝一点的。
你见过白云吗？
没有。
这是2014年，整整1年的北京，只有空气优和良的时候，我才能带他出门。但是这样的天能有多少呢？污染天数175天，这意味着1年当中有1半的时间，我不得不把他像囚徒一样关在家里面。
Of course, her documentary got completely censored and erased, and she got disappeared, and there was a whole lot of trouble surrounding her, and, you know, she got hushed up very quickly. But there was a lot of international pressure and a lot of, well, national pressure because, again, it's the Chinese people that suffer the most under the Chinese government. So because of all this pressure, the government decided that it was really time to start to take green initiatives seriously. And to do so, they started to introduce these ecological requirements for local governments. In other words, they would tell a local city, a local town, a local province, hey, listen, we need you to cut down on your emissions. We need you to ensure that you are doing some environmental renewal programs, things like that. And they put these mandates out there. But of course, it makes no sense to try and reduce your industry when you rely on industry for all the money in your local government, for instance. Why would you shut down factories when that's a big earner for you? No, you see, China is the land of shortcuts and facades. I mean, the rules are there, but nobody pays attention to them. I mean, take a look at this, for instance. You have a restaurant staff dumping the leftover food and dirty dishes and whatever, the chopsticks and used bits and pieces in the river at a tourist site right there in China. And this is a very, very common sort of a situation. The rules are there on paper. You're not supposed to, in Chongqing, which is one of the biggest cities in the world, be digging in the trash for oil to reuse in your restaurant. I mean, this is a very interesting picture because you can see a Gucci in the background there. And here you have a lady wearing a restaurant apron, fishing out used chili oil from the rubbish bins to go and use in a fancy restaurant, which you're going to eat at after buying your fancy Gucci bag, I would imagine. And this is not an isolated case. We all know about gutter oil, and we know about the fact that this is a big problem all over China. Like I said, the land of shortcuts and facades. If there's money to be made, then why not? Here are how the dirty dishes are cleaned and packaged up nicely for your restaurant when you go and sit down, as you can see there. Now, these funny little examples are indicative of how China works. And what happened was, once these mandates were given to the cities and the towns that they have to clean up their act, reduce their pollution, and increase the environmental beautification, well, what did they do? Simple. They just submitted false numbers and false data. So they would say that, oh no, the air quality is good when it was bad. Oh, look at this, we've planted so many trees when they hadn't planted any. And they would go as far as to meddle with the air quality measurements so that if somebody tried to check up on them, the central government tried to check up on them, it would actually show that the pollution was lower. They were caught doing things like putting cotton into the sensors. One building is quite famous. They got caught out, their bad luck, because they were spraying the building, which had all the sensors in it. They were spraying it with water from these big sort of anti-smog machines. So they spray the water all over it to get the particulates down, you see. But because the weather was cold, it froze, and so there was a huge layer of ice all over the building when the inspectors came to check, and it gave away their little ploy. All sorts of funny little stories from around China on how the local governments tried to defeat the inspectors and reach their goals through deception. Now, the thing is, you can only go so far with false numbers and deception, because if an inspector comes to town, that's when you're screwed. And that's where this painting the stuff green and planting the fake crops, which are actually just stones and rebar, come in. Because eventually the inspectors will come. And when they do, they'll see your environmental data is false and your town is in fact an apocalyptic wasteland. So that's why you have to put on a show. You paint the side of the roads green, because that's where the car is going to drive with the inspector in it. He's going to look and say, oh, look, the environment must be doing pretty good here because, hey, it looks green. That's why you find these horrible barren patches and paint them green, so that when he's driving past in his car or doing an inspection in a nearby village area and looks over there, he doesn't see fallow wasteland. He sees what looks like a lush green field with a nice green hill. That's why you plant these stones, so that aerial photographs and satellite photos, and the inspector who's up on a mountain that they take him to a very specific spot, when he looks down, it looks as if the crops are there, and it looks as if everything is thriving. And then he can walk away and say, the local government has met its environmental targets. Tick. Everybody goes, gets drunk on baijiu, has a big feast, and visits the karaoke afterwards. So it really is that simple. It's all just a big deception to fool the government inspectors into thinking that they're actually doing their job and helping the environment rather than simply wantonly destroying it. There is something very important I would like you to take away from this video. If the local governments in China are trying to fool their own people and their own inspectors, what do you think China as a whole is trying to do to you? I'm quite sure you've been seeing a lot of propaganda coming out about China's green initiatives, how amazing China is, taking over the world in renewable energy and wind farms and solar cells and all that kind of nonsense that you constantly see shoved down your throat. Well, it's, excuse the pun, just a big smokescreen. China has in fact increased It's coal-burning power plants. Now, 6-fold this year is what they're planning. It's absolutely incredible the amount of pollution that China is currently belching out into the world. It's never before been so much. Just a couple of the big state-run companies in China, like 2 or 3 big state companies, put out more pollution than entire nations. We're talking about a massive problem here. Don't let people try to explain any of this nonsense away with a per capita argument or anything like that, because that just blurs the fact. The fact of the matter is that China, right now, is polluting the world more than all developed countries combined. It's insane. And this deflection and smokescreen of this, green tech and renewable energy stuff is simply there to stop people from looking into it and seeing the absolute environmental disaster that China is wreaking on the world. Anyway, I don't want to be preachy here, but please look into it yourself, and you might be quite shocked to see that planting stones and destroying the world go hand in hand. Until next time, guys, you know the drill. As always, stay awesome. Wait, before you run off, guys, I would like to tell you about my Friday show that I do with my friend Lawai86. It's a live show every Friday, all about China. We talk about the news, the propaganda, the crazy fun stuff.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies, handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
Alright guys, we're here. We got a nice little bio job to do in a car. It was on 275, come from the passenger side over.
We're working on a vehicle that was part of a shooting, and there's blood inside.
Oh shit! Oh, found the first one.
Bullet?
Yeah, looks like a 9mm. Don't exactly know the full story, but from what I've gathered so far, it was on 275, around, I want to say mile marker 40, not 100% sure where, come from the passenger side over. That's about all we got. It's pretty gruesome on the center console. We have Big Ben with us today, so it's going to be a nice, easy, hot, sweaty, hard job. I'm guessing we got about 4 bullet holes. Can't exactly count them because 2 are kind of merged, so maybe 2 to 4.
So just start with what time we're looking at.
So I'm guessing about 4 to 5 hours maybe. Around the center console, up near the base, or should I say the glove compartment area, there's a lot of electronic ports, holes, gaps that bio could have dripped down in beneath that. So there's no telling until we actually start pulling that up. Like we may be able to clean the top and it may look nice, but that doesn't mean we got it all. So that's one of the challenges for today, along with the extreme heat. I believe it's a heat index of what, 112?
112 today.
112 heat index, and
there was like
that's
a
just
heat
the
advisory that came through this morning. Oh, that should cover it.
How many texts does it take to set up a tent?
Okay, so note to self, let's leave this on. This is what I'm talking about, creating a work environment right up here. Yeah. Get a fan blowing?
Yeah.
There's a fan on there for a reason. Nice. Mariah, come hither. How do you... Jesus. Push. What do you like, a basketball player?
There
we go. Jason's tall enough. Oh, there's a Velcro.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
Oh, it's Velcro.
It's fine. It's not going to go anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, when it comes down,
hey,
Velcro,
guys,
you can leave the top
this
on
made
there.
like a 20-degree difference right here.
And then beanbag chairs too?
Yes. Not in the gym, though.
That
defeats the purpose of the gym. Big beanbags. All right. Well, I decided to come by this job here at the body shop. We're working on a vehicle that was part of a shooting. And there's blood inside that the guys are going to be working on. And we've got a new franchise coach, and I wanted to expose him
to the types of jobs that we do and meet some of our staff today. So Jason and I are here checking everything out.
Hey guys, my name is Jason. This is my first day on the job here at Spalding Decon, and I got to come out to a gunshot car and check things out. So it's very interesting and a lot to learn, so I'm excited, looking forward to it.
So it's dark carpet. We spray this when we want to see if there's blood anywhere. So, see that?
First step is actually unloading before we even tackle that. Get us a nice cool area set up, although that way we don't overheat. We do have a cooler full of ice, liquids, that way we can stay hydrated, stay somewhat refreshed.
Flies like swarmed out like a movie scene.
Oh.
Like there were like hundreds of flies just swarmed out.
Charlie, that's terrible!
Yeah.
That's some like sign of the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was like you could smell it.
And
down
I'll
the
tell
street.
you, it's so ingrained in me now. Anytime I'm having a meal, if a fly touches it, I literally
Done.
can't eat the rest of it. Because on my head, I'm thinking that fly was just on something dead. A human or an animal, and
Or
it just
poop.
landed on my
Yeah.
fucking meal.
Yeah. And it's gonna take a little bio shit on your meal.
Yes, it's taking a bio shit on my meal.
Your accent though makes it sound appealing.
Does
so
it?
It does. I'm
Like,
almost
oh,
like,
I
oh,
actually
okay, it's
want to
supposed
eat
to
it
come
now.
with the
Yeah,
meal.
I want to eat it. Charlie. Me and Charlie will eat it.
It's a delicacy.
Well, I did a Fun Fact Friday, and eating maggots is actually a delicacy in some island in Spain.
Probably China.
It's cheese. Yeah, it's type
Yeah.
of cheese.
Here's something for you. A little fun fact. If you hit like a big pile of maggots with a blowtorch, it sounds like
It
popping
cracks.
popcorn.
It pops. Yeah.
Does it really?
Yes.
Look at him
It does.
smiling.
So
I feel like you
It's a
did.
cool fact. I have.
So did you find some maggots and you're like, I wonder if I set those on fire? How'd that
It sounds like you're popping popcorn.
Last year, myself, Kyle, and I think Nick was doing a job, and we found a bunch of maggots on the floor, and I said, let's have maggot races. And we literally lined up our maggots and we had a race. And I didn't win, my maggot didn't win. But anyway, so we're like, everybody, let's name maggots. And they're like, Maggie the maggot, it's so cute. And now every time we go on a job, Maggie is our best employee.
Okay.
Never files worker comp, never calls in sick, and legit works 24/7.
Oh, nice.
Favorite
nice.
employee. Favorite employee.
Is that indicating fee?
Yeah.
Okay. We're not fully diving in just yet. We're waiting for the steamer to heat up. Right now, we're just taking some indicator, trying to figure out what seats need to come out. I was checking the passenger. Fee is over there checking the driver, which obviously needs to come out to begin with. I didn't see anything on the passenger.
No, that's what we thought because there was stuff on the door, so we're thinking it was, but it's not indicating. So it's probably spaghetti sauce from this container right there.
About to get a lot hotter.
Oh, tell me about it. Time to get in my my workout uniform.
Sweatsuit.
Might as well what it be called. Fighting the urge to not work in my Crocs. Oh shit.
Oh.
That was the first one.
Bullet?
Yeah. Go feet, 10 points.
Heck yeah!
Looks like a 9mm. Looks like, just from the shape of it. There you go.
Do you see this one? Oh, what's up?
Let's let it to the side. I actually don't see where it hit from here. There's a little scratching.
Because it came from the other side?
So after it went through on the other side, would be the metal on the other side slowed it down enough for it to penetrate this, just enough for it to fall into. That's why the hole isn't that big as if it were to be coming out or going through another hole. So that's a pretty interesting find. What do you think, Fee? First thing I'm gonna try and do is beat on a bigger one to see if I can get it undone. And if that don't work, then I'm gonna have to cut a slot in it and use it as like it's a flathead. Can you bring me a hammer? Double layer. Completely dry. I gotta get out of this. It's to the point where it feels like I am burning from the outside in, or inside out, sorry, inside out. having trouble breathing, lightheaded, not good. We are currently stuck, still stuck on that one bolt.
It's stripped?
Yeah, so the bolt got stripped. So we got the door panels off, didn't find another bullet yet. We might vacuum out the glass just as a courtesy. You know, we're already here, might as well
Clean out the whole front for him.
live up to our name. You know, we are here to try and make people's lives easier, try and fix the wrong that life has done to everybody else. So, you know, we might end up just cleaning out the whole car. Any last words for now? It's hot as hell. My ball sweat has ball sweat.
I have major boob sweat going on.
Waterfalls? Niagara Falls?
Not the good kind.
Too many falls. Just to give you guys a little update. It's been a hard day.
It's been a
hot day.
Hot. What was it, 107?
Yeah.
When we checked.
Something like that. Hot enough to where 10 minutes in I was already wringing out my shirt. After dumping out our toolbox, trying to find what we could use, he ended up going into the body shop over there and asking them for the specific set of tools to remove the seats. And the guy basically told us that if it's completely stripped, we're fucked. Luckily, I was able to beat it on there, as I was trying to do with other things, and got the front driver's seat out. We don't know if the passenger seat needs to come out yet, but so we don't have to ask again tomorrow, because this just turned into a 2-day job thanks to the generator not wanting to run. Fuck this shit. I did loosen those, so all that's really left: steering wheel and the center console and the carpet. Stay in the shade, don't overheat.
Stay hydrated.
And stay hydrated. See you guys tomorrow. Alright guys, we're back here with day 2 of this hellish bio. It is, again, excruciatingly hot. We do have the canopy set up. I got a new tech with us today. What's your name again? Haley. I have Haley with me today. I got her with me today, teaching her how to do the remaining of the car bio.
Hey, I'm Haley. I started at Spalding Decon's location in North Carolina. And this is my first day doing a biohazard with Nick. Nick's really nice to me. I haven't done a car before, so this is going to be kind of new. I'm really kind of anxious about everything, but Nick's been a really great help to me, and I'm ready to get back into it.
So all right through here, and even more so in the back. Also down in there, and it's even on this fabric right here. So right now, I'm trying not to let anything pop up in my face, which is why I'm not forcing it so hard. But nonetheless, it still needs to come up. Alright guys, so at this point I'm getting too overheated. I've been feeling kind of woozy. They're gonna have another team come back tomorrow, hopefully early in the morning. Management has decided that I am pushing myself too far, so hope you guys enjoy the rest of it. Can't wait to see how it turns out at the end. Enjoy, guys.
Well, I'm John. This is day 3. I came here to get the center console out, get the carpet out, and remove the seats. And vacuum and make sure that everything was indicated and make sure there was no blood evidence anywhere. Looks like we're good. All this is blood. That's all blood. Still gotta clean it up. That's blood. Now we're gonna go ahead and steam it. Go ahead and steam it, and then we'll go ahead and put it back in the car because it could be completely clean. We'll spray it again with indicator, make sure it's the right way, and we'll go ahead and call it done. Center console we did have to remove because all the electronics were saturated in blood, so we did have to get rid of that. But that's the only thing we're gonna have to take with us. Everything else can be put back in the car and be used like new. I gotta go back to the office, get the client, double walk it with her, triple walk it with her, make sure she's happy, get her to sign, and I'm off to the office.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations.
That's it, guys.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
This man lived alone with his 2 cats, and they don't know how he passed away, but he was unattended or decomposed for at least a couple of weeks, to the point where they could not have a normal funeral, so they had to cremate him. But the story was that the police aren't positive that it was a natural death. Unfortunately, the cats were not only walking through the body fluids and the blood, but they were probably eating on him as well.
Alright, we're here on day 1 in Gulfport. Might go to a day 2. We're going to try and stick to a day 1. We have an older gentleman. He was 51-ish in that range. Sat here, I'm guessing about 6 weeks. He kind of liquefied everywhere. The parents are on scene, so I don't know how much talking I'll really be able to do today. But I'll try and show you guys the best parts possible. It's going to be pretty straightforward. We've got to clean our way in. The first responders actually walked all throughout the house. They did find some drugs that I believe they were looking for more of just to get them off the streets. He was sitting on a double recliner, I would say, so we do have to take that apart. Stay tuned, it's going to be great.
Hi, I'm Sean Dorn, and I'm the Director of Digital Marketing at Spalding Decon. I would say it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but that smell is unmistakable. That bittersweet smell. And it hits you like a wall when you first come in the door. But, I mean, obviously it's not bad enough where I have to wear a breather. I've heard of jobs that are way worse than this. But I don't think I was prepared for to see what happens with a dead body after it's been laying around for a while. And seeing the blood in the tile. It's not something I expected. So I'm still kind of taking it in, see how I react to it. So much death. This is the most I've seen in one morning.
I worked for hospice for 12 years. And I remember we looked at the numbers once for a 1-year period, so for 365 days, and it was like thousands of deaths that we went through that 1 year.
Wow.
Because there was some days we would have like 8-10 deaths, like in a day.
In a day?
Yeah,
Wow.
and it just like mentally just drained you.
Wow.
Right, so I did hospice, where it was death primarily. I've done Moffitt, which is saving, and now
Cleanup.
You know,
right,
I've done
full
all,
end of
it's
the
a
line.
full circle.
Right,
yeah.
Right now I'm setting up a tarp for our clean zone. That way we can get in here and get to work.
Shit. Like 98. Like it's just sitting. Like I'm sweating in weird places.
Does your tit sweat have tit sweat?
Yes, they do.
I didn't expect you to say yes. It's okay, my ball sweat has ball sweat, so I'm right there with you. Yep. This corner.
He's just showing off now. It's just to get more views.
Don't worry about it. There we go. Bio. No good. Since they're still liquid, we don't want to start pulling up the tile and getting it underneath the tile directly, because right now it's just in the grout lines. There's no telling if it is underneath the tile just yet until we start popping them up. I'm hoping we can just vacuum up the top layer, get all the liquid up, start chipping at it, and then slowly work our way to the couch. action now that I've seen what it's kind of going to do and where it actually is. We vacuumed up the top layer that we've sprayed with Part A to try and loosen it and see what else we can pull up with it. So it looks like it all just kind of gravitated that way. It's not so much by the door, but there is some fat deposit there. It's more or less by the wall on the back side of the couch from what I can see, from what I've seen. So we're going to grab the tile chipper. We're going to start at this line tile right here, work our way to the couch. And then while one of us is working on the couch, slowly dissecting that, the other one is going to work this way. Eventually this whole square of tile is going to have to come out.
Gotta have fun with power tools.
We're just in the middle of taking a little break right now. That's all saturated with fat. If you lean around the corner and look down behind the couch, you can kind of see where it pulls up against the wall. And that's what we're just looking at right here. I'm actually going to spray it with some indicator just to see if it lights up or not.
I don't see it lighting up.
That or watch your knife. Probably a little bit of both. I wouldn't surprise.
So why do you guys have to break down things like mattresses and recliners and couches?
We have to break them down because not all the time is the bio saturated through it. So for this instance, it's from maybe midway over, not necessarily all the way down, but it was soaked into the cushion. So we know that we have to remove this half, and we'll dispose of the rest into a dump trailer when we get back to the office. And then all the metal, since we can't, it's hard to remove that, we can shockwave all of that and it's clean, and it's not a porous material. So we can actually just shockwave that and get the bio off of it. You see where it's pulled up in the grout line, and how it spread over that way.
So right now, we're just kind of clearing an area for us to bring out the couch. We have the van parked in the front of the house, so nobody can really see exactly what we're doing. So we'll put the couch here, we'll be able to flip it over, decon the bottom of it, and then it's mainly tile work until we get to the other couch, and then we get to flip that over. We'll probably just bring that outside and see what it looks like. I got it on the first ledge.
It's your workout for the day?
Huh?
Yeah, it's my workout for the week.
That's my workout for the month.
Fuck y'all.
Alright, just roll it. Yep. I think the cat might have been stuck underneath the couch.
Oh shit.
Alright, so plan of action for this. I keep feeling I have hair on my face, and the only hair that's coming in contact could be this, and it's one of us is going to spray this and decon it the rest of the way. The other person is going to be inside chipping away at the floor a little bit more, trying to get all that up, trying to tag team this and get it done a little bit quicker. I'm like half Michael Jackson here. Woo! Push. Woo! I couldn't do that. So we're at the end of day one. It did end up turning into a 2-day job. We got 2 places that one went through the grout line, the thick grout line somehow. We also have 2 spots to get up against the wall where it seemed like it seeped down beneath the baseboard. We haven't even popped those yet. We're just starting to pack up. It's already getting kind of late. It sounds like it's about to storm too. Other than that, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow goes pretty smooth, pretty quick. See you guys then. All right guys, we're back here on day 2. We tried so hard to get it all done on day 1, but alas, it did go under the wall on the main couch side. We still haven't got behind the second one. So today's plan of action, try and get the rest of the floor up, try and get this whole job done today, stay tuned, guys. It's going to be an interesting day.
Okay. See, like it gives it the possibility to tunnel.
Alright, so right now Fiona is finishing cutting off that 2-foot flood cut. Hopefully it didn't go too far past that 8-foot point. While she was cutting that, we rolled over the couch while she took a little break. I started soaking all the bio in part A to try and extract it as much as possible before I start chipping up the tile. I want to get all the liquid that's sitting off of the top, whether it be bio or part A mixed together. I want all of that off, that way it's not hitting the subfloor. Because so far, nothing has touched the subfloor that I can tell, but there's no telling until we get behind that drywall. So turns out it's actually plaster, not drywall like we were told or thought. So over here, it's okay that we did do a 2-foot, you know, it's all even, it's square. The only difference is over there, we're just not gonna have to do a 2-foot. We'll be able to do like a 6-inch over there. Plaster walls don't soak up things like drywall does, so that's good for us, but also kind of makes us look not the greatest just because we did it over here. Message of the day, learn from your mistakes.
So I came by to check on Nick and Fiona on the decomp job, and you can hear the tools in the back. They're still jacking up the tile. But I was able to speak to the family who just came down from the Midwest, and I got kind of the story on what may have happened. So this man lived alone with his 2 cats, and they don't know how he passed away, but he was unattended or decomposed for at least a couple of weeks to the point where they could not have a normal funeral. So they had to cremate him. But the story was that the police aren't positive that it was a natural death. So they're investigating it and trying to figure out if there was foul play in here. Unfortunately, the cats were not only walking through the body fluids and the blood, but they were probably eating on him as well. They were pretty malnourished, but a friend of the family was able to come and take the cats, and they're going to be okay, thank God, right? So right now they can't even do much with the property. They can't get his personal stuff because it's still being investigated as a homicide. So that's kind of what's going on now. This is day 2 of this project. It's going to probably go into a day 3. This is not normal ceramic tile. It's saltillo, so it's extremely thick stuff. It's really hard to get up, very labor intensive. And then the house is pretty old too, so we've got plaster walls, and you know that's takes a lot more time and effort to remove than drywall does.
So like we did the first one, and he was like, "All right, Fee, the second one."
The ramps yesterday too.
Oh, so he was like, "All right, Fee, you push and I'm pulling." I'm like, "I can push." And I pushed, and he was just like wedged. He's like, "Oh, pull it, pull it."
Yeah.
Hey,
this stuff is thick.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you just enjoy getting, it's not close up either, is it? Because you have that wide lens.
It was close.
It was? I don't know how I feel about that. So what we're about to do now that we've already chipped a nice clean line on the floor, we're going to take out the parts that aren't covered in bio, throw those in a black bag outside after we smash them into smaller pieces. Over in this little corner, we're going to have mainly bio. This is mainly what it is. All that's going to go into a red bag, which is going to go into the bin. Third project over here, we're trying to cut out the beams. That way we can scrub, seal, get all the bio encapsulated and not actively living anymore. Also got another little addition to our little team here today. Alex has finally joined us. She's going to be sticking to more of the trash side. Fiona has also been working in the kitchen and the sunroom in the back, wiping off all the cat puke because the cats were in here. Just have to wipe all the puke, wipe the walls down, all with Simple Green to disinfect it. So that's our plan. Should be fun.
It just stopped.
Damn, good smoke. How hot did that get?
Hot enough that it started to, seemed like it started to catch on fire. Alright guys, we're at the end of day 2. We were actually going to stretch it out to day 3, but things were going better than we had thought and better than we had planned. So we instead just decided to bust it out, get it all done today. We had Alex join us about lunchtime, slightly after, when she started to join us, so that extra hand really, or extra 2 hands should I say, really helped us out and speed things up a little bit. So that's the end of day 2, and I hope you guys enjoyed.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations.
That's it, guys. On to the next.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
We are at our top job. We haven't had a day off in like 3 weeks. We are both exhausted. This house is
falling apart.
Special, yes. The entire ceiling is caving in. He must have been packing a wound or something because there is a large amount of, like, is that paper towels?
I think it's a mix between paper towels, napkins,
and they're all bloody and they're on the floor in the living room. This is pretty large because it looks like he was sitting here for a while and it ran through the grout line on the tile. Oh, yeah. But Daddy, I want the golden goose.
Can I have the golden goose, please?
We are at our top job. We haven't had a day off in like 3 weeks. We are both exhausted between coronavirus and decomps and coronavirus
and mold
and decomps
and water jobs.
We're exhausted. I'm exhausted. This house is
falling apart.
Special, yes. The entire ceiling is caving in. He must have been packing a wound or something because there is a large amount of, like, is that paper towels?
I think it's a mix between paper towels, napkins,
and they're all bloody and they're on the floor in the living room. This is pretty large because it looks like he was sitting here for a while and it ran through the grout line on the tile. Yeah. So we're removing the grout, the tile, and one or two walls.
It's that true classic case of pictures don't do it justice. So when we saw the pictures after the bid was done, we were like, that's not bad. We can handle that. Now I'm wishing I was in Miami doing a coronavirus job because...
Now I'm wishing I was on a beach with a margarita in my hand.
And we actually put our 2-week notice in at the same time.
No, I'm not giving a 2-week notice. I quit.
Oh.
Right now, I'm exhausted. I quit. So stay tuned for this nightmare. It's gone like your hair. It's gone like your hair. It's gone like... It's all gone.
Hold on.
Everybody is working. So I'm stuck working with this person.
Oh, I hate you.
First impressions are horrible, terrifying, absolutely horrific.
That's my suit, don't even touch it.
We're the same size, ho. I'm just trying to... Before I start like diving into this 2-week bio, just trying to pick up all the shit that's around and included in it. The guy was obviously not well. Look guys, we got Maggie. They're so friendly. You pet them. You love them.
That's different. Look, there's probably pizza.
Yummy. My glasses kept fogging up, so I had to take my glasses off. So I'm just kind of trying to readjust and figure out exactly where I need to start now that I've got the majority of the stuff like cleaned up and out of the way. He definitely went into the wall all the way down. My fear is because he followed the grout line, my fear is that he actually went into the other room. So we have the kitchen and we have the bathroom. So this wall, this entire wall is gonna have to come out. Structurally, the house is not sound, so trying to figure out the least aggressive way to get the job done right, since half of the roof, or excuse me, half of the ceiling is already missing. So I'm gonna start with the tile. It followed the grout really well, and so I'm actually wondering if the grout is sealed and it didn't go in and underneath the grout except up against the wall. That would be a saving grace, even though all of the tile has to come out. We don't know any backstory on this. I know that we have been talking with the ex-wife. She's actually devastated at the way he lived, so she didn't even want to enter the house. Everything here is supposed to be left to the daughter, but due to the condition of the house, they're actually just demolishing it. So we're here solely to just remove bio. Normally we try to make it look super pretty and, you know, easy for family and things like that to walk in on. We're gonna do the best we can today, but it's kind of hard to put lipstick on a pig when the ceiling is caving in and there's mold growth throughout. It's just kind of one of those really difficult situations. Construction crews won't come in here because of the amount of bio that's in here. So we have to at least get the biohazard removed before we can turn around and demolish this house. On a serious note, I really do love my job. Just depends on the circumstance on how much. We have some skin, we have some hair. Oh. We can't get the tile chipper to work, so diving right in, and I'm tired of wasting time fucking with equipment that's not working properly, so just gonna dive right in and get it done. There's obviously some health issues here. I've already scooted it around looking for needles and stuff, so I mean, we're in the clear on that. And luckily this is all dry. Oh, hold on.
Yep, there you go. Whoa.
All of this bio has been here a while, so I'm just trying to sweep over it so I'm not making mud. Oh my god, it's like 95 degrees right now. When I'm done here, I'm actually just gonna discard the broom tip over here. Just going I'm wiping up sweeping up the dry blood. It's actually hard to breathe today. The humidity's up 95 degrees. This is when we lose most of our weight, actually. So today is what could go wrong has gone wrong. I had to throw this truck together. Most everything was on here, but there are certain things that I had stocked on the other van that the other guys had taken, even though they weren't supposed to. It's par for the course, miscommunications. So I'm just trying to piecemeal stuff together today. You're so stupid. Hey, I need you to work a little harder. Laura's in there working by herself. Because I came out here to get a dustpan, which is gone off this truck because it's fucked up. We have like 6 others on the other truck. So I'm just gonna use a shovel. We're improvising today. So, oh yeah, and our tile chipper decided not to work on us, so we're doing it all by hand. Hold on, I got the shovel. I got the flat shovel for that.
Oh, thanks for joining us. Well, I'm working, sweating, Kyle is taking a union break.
Playing with my dick.
Playing with himself. You know, the A team is here, so I'm not too worried about it. This is the baseboard. It's full of blood. So from what I can tell, the person died right here in the kitchen and then decomposed for a couple weeks, and the fluids ran down the grout. We've lifted up all the tile, and the subfloor appears to be in good condition, but we are going to take out this wall because you can see the body fluids have wicked up the wall. So we're going to remove it, probably a 24-inch flood cut.
So it's not even drywall. That's mold!
Mold. Ew.
Oh my fuck.
It's mold. There you go. Now, the reason that we're doing it this way is because they're going to demolish the house when we're done, so we don't have to be careful with the cut or anything.
Hammer time. Da 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 da. Can't touch it. Best flood cut I've ever done.
1925 called. They want their heater back. We're going to give it back to them.
That's Florida. I don't know why that's here.
I don't get it.
This is the wallpaper. This is behind the wallpaper.
Look at the wiring on that. Oh, yeah. Look at the mold. And this is why we were lifting this.
I usually go behind everybody else.
Clean up after your ass.
Because the house is being demoed, and this didn't go into the ground line, I'm just doing a surface cleaning with our Part A. It's the stuff that eats up any of the biohazards. Kind of pulling a Dexter here at the moment, washing away the end. This is the way we think before. Do you think there's actually other people like me and you who actually enjoy doing this? Huh? Like who?
So in a couple locations, it leaked through into the subfloor, which is terrazzo. I applied the chemical to lift it up, and I'm letting it sit. I just brushed it in a little bit. Same thing Kyle's doing right there. So hopefully we'll be able to lift it up pretty easily, and then disinfect the floor, and we'll be good to go.
So all I'm doing is sealing this in. We're trying a new sealant. Spray can, rather than, because of the type of job this is, rather than our paint, because we're not sealing the whole floor. So I'm doing a really nice thick coat, and over the next 2 days, since nobody's living here, nobody's going to come in here for the next 2 or 3 days. This will give time to dry. These things are amazing, so they're demolishing the house, so unfortunately we're just dressing up the pig right now.
The customers wants to demolish the house when we're done, so normally we would have removed the base plate because it's contaminated, but what we did was we disinfected it and then we sealed it, which is kind of a temporary fix, and then she's going to demolish the house anyway. So there was no real need to, you know, spend a lot of hours here removing something that's going to end up being demolished anyway. So we're almost done here. We're going to go around and disinfect one last time. I'd imagine they want to come in here and just get some personal effects before they actually destroy everything. So we're almost done. It's extremely hot outside and high humidity, so we're having to take more breaks than usual, and of course we're both exhausted, so it's been a long day.
It is terrifying.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations.
That's it, guys. On to the next.
The Listen, my worst nightmare job, Category 3 sewage backup with a horde overwhelming. I'd rather clean up a decomp than this any day.
All that is species.
All feces.
We are at the sewage job that I took a short video of a couple days ago, and it is just as bad, if not worse, than I thought. So we're getting bombarded by roaches. They're crawling, they're flying, they're coming out of the bags, they're everywhere, they're biting. So we're covered head to toe here, and we're stepping in slushy carpet that's full of raw sewage. So follow me and I'll show you.
Toilets overflowed and caused water to come, sewage to come into the unit. When they did find the line, he said that he was pulling baby wipes out of the line. You know, he told me that, you know, that I had to get everything out of here.
This is really, really bad. So we have a huge, huge job ahead of us. This is the most unpleasant, miserable job I think I've ever done. Thank God for respirators, or whoever made the respirators, because I can't smell anything. And that was the biggest thing that was bothering me, was the odor. I could smell it from the parking lot. So working with this makes it bearable. Barely bearable. But that's what we're dealing with today. It is a hot, hot mess and a giant, giant job. But I'm grateful for the staff that came in on a Sunday to help us out here and do this.
Six months to build up.
Hasn't even been a minute, that's already filled up.
Yeah, about 30 seconds. It's gonna be a lot of trash bags.
Where are they coming from?
Some people are having delicious brunch right now. Not me.
Don't back up.
I'm having raw sewage with roaches. Lucky me. I need shovel for this. Nothing says Christmas like a snow shovel in Florida.
Not roaches, from Spalding Decon.
Yep. We don't do normal roaches here. We do gargantuan roaches.
Little Florida roaches.
Yeah, look at that.
How you holding up?
Good.
Just let them get...
You gotta get the shovel in there. So the raw sewage and fluids were here for so long, it caused mold to build up inside the condo because we don't have any airflow in here. So there's mold everywhere. We're going to have to cut 4 feet of drywall all over the place. Oh, it died. Awesome. 1 Laura, 0 Rosie. We've got every roaster in the state of Florida is in this condo. They're in heaven right now in all this raw sewage. They're really disgusting creatures, and I don't know what purpose they serve in the world.
Got your workout cut out for you.
There we go. That was in trouble.
What do we got there?
Dirty clothes.
Anything else?
Let's have a look at them.
So I'm back in here cleaning the bathroom, and I picked up a few towels, and there's a pile of what looks like to be just dead worms and dead flies. But the maggots are swimming through it, having the time of their lives.
And this was in the sink.
Yes, here in the bathroom, where I assume this is where the leak started. Florida has hurricane season. Spalding, we have horde season. Yes. Oh gosh. It's definitely our horde season, that's for sure.
All that is feces.
All feces. Oh. To make sure he got into the van, I tried to unlock it from here. Wow. Roach. What do you want to do with these liquid dust?
Throw them out. They're selling them cheap now.
And the little one. Oh, look at the version.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm standing in sewage sludge, and the roaches have been in absolutely everything, all the food, inside the appliances, in the fridge. There's really nothing salvageable in this house at all. And the fact that she's been living and sleeping in here for many months, I don't know how she's still alive. I can't even be in here for a minute without a mask on. Hopefully she's resilient, but man, the odor alone, and there's no way that the sewage did not spread into the adjacent condo. So it may not have been through the other side of the wall, but I bet there's mold growing in between the two walls. So this is just a terrible, terrible situation for a lower income person. I feel for her. I don't know how she's going to get through this and put it all back together. She's going to lose everything she owns in here.
What do we got there?
All right, let's see if it works. All right, ready?
There's a big cluster right there.
He's still living. Jesus. Look how f***ing they live through anything. These are apocalypse roaches. Jesus.
Any progress, Laura?
Not at killing these resilient roaches, let me tell you. Oh my God. I'm telling you, the world's gonna end and the only thing left is gonna be these roaches. They can't die.
They will inherit the earth.
I just used an entire bottle of this that she had here, and they're still here. Not even phased. Unbelievable.
Go for it.
They're not even phased. They don't care.
You always want to empty the liquid so that your bags are lighter. On your iPhone. Pretty strange when you find someone else's iPhone in a kitchen, not even hers.
You got a bunch of mold here in the closet. The homeowner was asking if it was safe to keep any of these, but you can see it's spreading to the fabric. Clothes is one of the worst things you can keep if you have a mold infestation. Anything fabric should definitely go. All of her clothes are falling apart and deteriorating. The only thing that's left of a lot of it is the elastic. Oh, this one's heavy.
How are we doing so far, Laura?
I'm old and I'm tired. My back is rocking. Woo. It's just like miserable conditions in there. You can't breathe that well, you know, because you're breathing through this. And if you happen to like bend down and a tiny gap of air maybe comes in and you get a whiff of that, oh, it's absolutely horrible. It's the worst smell on the planet. I think I need a break.
It's a swamp in there.
All right, go.
Oh man.
You guys, it's because of you two that I'm here working.
I think it was the one where they had to pull the drain plug out of the tub and it was full of
I
blood,
saw that one, yeah.
and you couldn't see the bottom of it,
Yeah,
so
and
they're
then
just
just
digging
digging.
around in there looking for it. I think that was the one.
I would rather clean up 10 dead bodies than this sewage, nasty, nasty, nasty.
Slow simmering. Oh, this doesn't expire until next year.
Oh, so it's still good.
This,
Hey, Laura, it's still good.
if you want to say
It
that.
hasn't expired yet.
Oh, amazing. Everyone, let's open it and take a spoon.
So right now I'm about to empty out the fridge. It is absolutely packed full of food. A lot of these drawers, all of these drawers are filled with leftover pieces of food, wrappers, as long as they have minions on them. I haven't seen batteries in the fridge since I was a kid. Oh, gotta keep these fresh. Always gotta keep them fresh. There's a nice little collection of batteries in here.
Batteries. You know, this is not the first time we found batteries inside of a refrigerator.
This is in May of 2019.
That expired in 2019?
Yep.
Holy sh**.
Gives you a little bit of an idea of how long people can leave things before they even realize they're there.
Ugh.
Stuff like this, bugs getting into the fridge. Pretty hard to break through the seal.
Oh, what was it?
Sandwiches.
Only $2.
Yeah. Those were already expired.
That's fish?
That's a jar of wild herring. 23, December 15th of this year, so that's still good.
Oh. It's almost, oh, what is that? Oh, hold up to the camera.
I think that's a mango.
That was a mango. Just got mold in it. Look at that.
Oh, this should be fun. Looks like some type of spaghetti and meatballs.
I'm gonna zoom in. So mold.
Delicious. Comes with 3 flies. And these are the old blackberries. They're replacing from the fridge. Can only imagine how long these have been stuffed back there. The plastic is stuck to it.
Yeah, look at the mold. There's not even any berry left. It's just mold.
So looks like it's also got some green beans and carrots in there.
Well, that's mold now.
Yeah. Cockroach food.
Yeah, this room is soaking wet. Guys, we're finally in the master bedroom here, and there is a severe amount of mold. This is the origination of the sewage backup, the toilet. The mold is growing. It's already about 3.5 feet high on the drywall, which you'll see here in the closet in the back, but it's because it's been sitting so long. The carpet is still really squishy, so what we're going to have to do is extract the carpet just to make it lighter for us to pick up and remove. Without doing that, it sounds stupid because we're going to throw it away anyway, but the only reason we're doing it is so we can actually lift it up, because this stuff is weighing a ton. Even like a wet t-shirt on the floor or whatever, it's so heavy because it's just been matted down and it's got cat poop on it. The water's just weighing it down. The carpet, the padding. So I want you to take a look at some of the mold on the back walls here, because it is severe. I don't know how the homeowner is not sick. I really don't. All right, look at them. And the area right there is all the it looks like mud. It's actually feces.
You scrape it hard enough, you create a river.
Yeah.
Alright, for those of you watching at home, what we have is what the carpet used to look like and what the carpet is now. The more you know.
6 bags in and I haven't even gotten to the freezer yet. I suspect this will probably be another 3 or 4 maybe 5.
What have we got, Laura?
A pantry full of food and roaches. And look, they've eaten through the holes. Everywhere through the holes. Oh, look, in there.
Oh, yeah.
Here?
There he is.
There's multiple, what? Ooh, buddy. This is my own personal nightmare, I'm just saying. Yeah, my anxiety's through the roof right now with all this. Ooh. So this furniture items trap the moisture, and that's what caused the mold back here. So we're probably gonna have to do a 4-foot cut all the way across here. The doors are going, like, if it was me and I owned it, I would just gut the whole place down to the studs. And if it wasn't a condo and if it was a house, I would just get a match and gasoline. Start fresh. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you what, they have saved my life, really. I didn't know it was as bad as it was, but now that they're getting this stuff out, they're working with me and they're, you know, doing a great job. They got up all the stuff off the floors, threw out stuff that needed to be thrown out, that was damaged and everything from the water. Just, you know, getting rid of stuff, you know, that I should have gotten rid of a long time ago. I was just awed, the fact that it was that bad. I had called somebody else and they wouldn't come in. Got a hold of Laura and, you know, you've all been wonderful. So I definitely would recommend it.
So we're at the end of day 1 and I am beat. The crew is beat. This was such a difficult job. The environment was horrible. It was hard to work in. You know, we're fighting roaches from crawling all over us while we're packing bags, while we're slushing through poop and sewage on the floor. It was just horrible. We're not done, obviously, not in one day. We'll be back here again to finish up. Hopefully we want to get to the point where we've removed all the furniture and we can start extracting the carpet to make it lighter so we can actually start lifting it up and throwing it away. But both our dumpsters are full and we filled all of the condo association's dumpsters as well, which there's 4 of them. So we had a productive day. My back feels it for sure. So we need some rest because we have a giant horde tomorrow too. So it's another day in paradise here. So stay tuned for the end of this job. Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
Guy passed away, I believe it was around Christmas time. At least that was the last time he was heard from.
But it wasn't uncommon for him to just ignore people, so they didn't think anything of it. And then after the new year, they decided to send the police out, and then the police unfortunately found him.
So this is a double-wide manufactured home in Apollo Beach, Florida. Guy passed away, I believe it was around Christmas time, they think. At least that was the last time he was heard from. Body was found New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. They did a welfare check. And the bio has sat since then, so now it's February 10th. Small area, so it shouldn't be bad, but we may have to go through the subflooring because it's a manufactured home. So that part will be interesting and fun, to say the least. But it's... Get this, your great-grandmother was the back bedroom?
Yeah, and she died 2 years ago.
They must have popped them out when they were like 16.
Wow. You know how old she was? How old?
She had to have been in her 80s.
And my dad is 94.
Fiona, you're
I'm
one
31.
of you're one of what?
23, so.
He's 23. With an 80-something-year-old great-grandmother.
Technically, she's my step-great-grandmother, but my
Yeah.
grandfather's mom died at 99. She was almost 100, and she lived by herself till she was 95.
That's incredible, that is.
Granted, it was across the street from my grandparents, but
Yeah.
still, she lived by herself.
Yeah?
Basically, sometime before Christmas, they lost contact with him, but it wasn't uncommon for him to just ignore people, so they didn't think anything of it. And then after the new year, they decided to send the police out, and then the police unfortunately found him. Judging by the newspapers we found in the house and the ones on the front steps, we're assuming about a week or so before Christmas is when he passed. This is technically my step uncle. It was my grandmother's step brother.
All right. And so, what led you to call Spalding Decon?
I've seen you guys on YouTube and TikTok and whatnot, so when I got here and realized how bad it was, I didn't see any other logical option.
How long have you been a fan of the show?
A couple years. Well, yeah, he built all those cabinets, which are unfortunately destroyed now, but especially this back bedroom, he completely rebuilt this whole back bedroom. And he had this custom bathroom, which I don't know if the light will kind of work. This whole back bedroom, this custom bathroom here, there's a whole big closet over here. Pretty much a long walk-in closet.
And you said your grandfather built
My
all this?
Great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather? Okay.
All these custom, just big closets and stuff that he built into just two trailers. When they got here, it was just two single-wide trailers stuck together, and he built that whole lanai on the back side and that carport and the shed. And he used to have a golf cart with a toolbox on the back and go around the neighborhood and fix stuff for all the residents in the neighborhood, which was kind of cool.
Dang. Well, this is really impressive. You seem really proud about everything in this home.
It is. I mean, he did a lot of custom work. Like when they bought the place, it was trashed. It was just two frames stuck together, and that was it. So to turn it into what it is now and see it the way it is sad.
Curious to know how long my pants are gonna last.
So Fiona, oh.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Your pants?
What? Pants? Off? Huh? What?
Well, you know, it makes you feel more comfortable.
If it gets hot, they're coming off. Now we're just gonna check where all the blood is for sure, so we're not cross-contaminating anything. And just start working our way in. Like to sit for 4 days, right? But to bleed out to that, it's like, there must have been no AC. I think it's just that edge.
It's just a top corner.
Just there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Right here. It's like his, yeah, he would have bled out from his mouth and rectum.
Yep. Makes sense.
Yeah, so that'll be his head. Back. That splatter is rectal bleeding from like liver disease. Legs, arms, but it looks like there's oral bleeding as well. So it's very common with people that drink or have liver disease, cirrhosis of the liver. When they pass, like 95% of the time they bleed out.
So what's your background on hospice? With
12 years with hospice and the life care, and 3 years in a cancer center.
So did that help you kind of determine this kind of what happened here?
Yeah. With hospice, literally every patient that I had a liver issue, when they did pass, they bled out. So it's very common. Watch, Thad gonna come back with a hammer.
It's quick too.
Wait, you big man or little man? Yeah.
You want to cut all the way across, or you want to go all the way down?
I was doing it as one piece.
Okay, let's do that one.
What are you guys looking for right now as you're cutting the carpet up?
The bio, like where it's.
Nice. So why are you bagging this bio or the carpet instead of just tossing it in the bin?
Because all bio should be bagged. That's the regulation. In the middle. Yeah.
Let's take this out.
Yeah, get the couch out.
Wow. So Fiona, how's the job going so far? As of yet?
You can see just how much, like, how easy it travels. You know, a lot of people see it at face value on the surface, and not everyone comprehends just how far it can travel underneath. As you can see, the little outline that we had is all this.
This is bio or water damage right here?
No, this is, and that's just water. Now, right here, you can see, like, from the water leak.
Right.
Right, there's definitely mold
Right.
growth. Yeah, because the moisture was stuck in the carpet padding.
Okay.
The bio stops. See where it looks more wet than dry?
Right.
That's where the bio stops.
So you're gonna have to cut the floor out?
Yeah.
So where? Just where the bio is?
So we'll cut, like, from the wall, pretty much the outline that you see.
Okay. Yeah, whatever it is, it is.
The way I look at it, it's like, you know, if you have a paper towel and you put like a Sharpie or a wet spot and it just kind of,
Yeah.
like, that's how it is when it hits carpet, tile, anything. It hits. What you see at face value is not what's underneath.
Right.
You know, and that just
Yeah,
occurs to you.
that's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad I just didn't deal with it.
Yeah. You gotta empty out this side of the roof because we have to replace the subfloor. So it's pretty much the whole side of the house. From the looks of it, it needs to be done anyway.
Because of the water damage?
Got a roof leak 6 months ago. That got replaced, but they didn't do anything there. And you can see it. Like, look at this stuff.
Oh, that's water damage.
Yeah. Alec, that clock.
Yeah, that's the only thing that we gotta kind of be careful of.
Okay.
And can you explain kind of like the sentimental value of that clock?
So my grandmother's dad, my great-grandfather, built that clock. He built that when he lived in Westport 30-something years ago.
Oh, wow.
30 or 40 years ago. He made it when she was a little girl, I guess, so she wants it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Let me get a grip. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
So is it a little weird not seeing flies and maggots?
It's different. They're like, the blood's dry all the way through. Usually if there's carpet, it's usually like concrete underneath, or tile, there's concrete underneath. So there's nothing really for the blood to get absorbed. So there's usually, you know, like thick blood. So this is like completely dry. So it almost makes it easier, because there's not that much to like mess with necessarily.
You just kind of want to explain what you guys are about to do?
Huh?
Explain what you guys are about to do.
We're quitting at this point. It's finders keepers. No. So we're gonna go buy the floor panels that we need to replace. So I'm gonna go do a Home Depot run real quick, and Thad will be running to the warehouse to grab something that he forgot to grab. So we'll be able to meet back at the same time and knock the job out.
Oh, here's a plug-in one. I've got a 5/8 here. I only have one sheet though, and the others are 3/4. So look at the thickness difference, okay? Look. This is 3/4. That's 5/8.
I said I want to shave my head, but I have such nice hair.
I was gonna say you can't be
I've
bougie.
got that good. That Indian hair. Indian quality.
That is, what are you working on? Stuff that the family doesn't want to keep. Something's been living under here.
That's like cat shit, like cat food, but like small dog. Like it's not rodent.
That's good.
You got it?
The blood. Right in. On the
It's
2x4.
right.
If it slips out after this, we gotta take all that out.
Alright.
So we need plastic to put up under
Bag
the
of-
car.
So what are you looking for back here? What are you just like?
Basically just some of my great-grandfather's tools. Like I'll take that bench vise and there's a grinder there, that sort of stuff. But I did actually find this wicked cool vintage sort of footstool looking thing. Sentimental wise, I'm not really looking for anything of value. I'm just some sentimental stuff for me to have and my dad to have of it because it was my dad's grandfather. This, which is a wrench, which is stamped Ford.
So you can't remove the beams.
No, because it's a support beam.
So far, how's it coming along?
Man, I'm sweating like Laura in a church.
Can we get a face? Perfect fit.
Yeah.
Why are you whispering?
Why not? You want me to yell it like it fits like a glove? Like. So, oh yeah, feet can drill anything in my house any day.
Wow.
Remember when I bought my house and I had like a housewarming? All I asked for was Home Depot gift cards. Because I'm like, I've had my own place since I was 18, right? So it was like, what more could I need? Like I have everything I need.
Yeah.
I just need Home Depot gift cards. And I got it. I had like
Were you
$600
handy before? Were you handy before you got the Home Depot gift card, or did you like get handy as you accumulated the?
No, I've been handy like my whole life. My dad, mom and dad did construction, so I've always grown up like being hands-on. And dad was always like, being a girl, like you need to know how to do your stuff.
I agree.
You know, so I've always been into it. I build stuff all the time. Like I love this stuff.
That's down all the way. On that end?
Could be this. They can be down more on that side.
That's what it sounded like.
You know that Instagram story with like the hearts where it like slowly zooms in?
Mm-hmm.
You should do that right here.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord.
I'll tell Kennedy.
Today actually went really well. We got the bio completely done today, so that's definitely a plus. Tomorrow will just be content removal out of the house, so we'll see how it goes. When I first moved to America, right, and I went to the grocery store, I thought it was like so American that you guys had paper bags, like I would always see it in the movies. You know, like, you just like hold it like this and you like bring them inside your house. So I went grocery shopping with my mom and I asked them to put paper bags and it was horrible because like the cold stuff, like it made the bottom part like wet. So like I was holding it like this and it just like fell through. And I was like, this is not like the movies at all.
Hey guys, so Fiona asked me to organize some stuff I want to keep and what I want to get rid of. Pretty much everything we're going to get rid of because I can't take it back home with me. And my grandparents have already pretty much purged their own stuff, so there's not much they can keep, just sentimental stuff. My grandfather was a mechanic for many years, and one of the things I found was an old wrench from Ford Motor Company that from the 20s that I'm going to keep for myself and his toolbox and whatnot. And just my grandfather clock he had built many years ago. That my grandmother wanted. I'm going to bring back down to Fort Myers for them. And that's about it that I'm keeping. Like that's a mirror, and it has the brush and a comb as well. And I thought that was kind of neat.
That's cool. Where'd you find it at?
In my great-grandmother's room.
True Lies. That's your country, right?
It sure is.
Proud.
It's the one good thing I've done found in this house. And I'm going through an underwear drawer because it's my job. But I did find it, so it makes it worth it.
Nice. Sophie, how's the job going as of yet?
It's going. Truthfully, I feel like we've made like amazing progress so far today. It's just little stuff like this that becomes more time consuming than others. Remember he said he had a fake gun?
Yeah.
I don't know how he thought this was real. I give whoever credit for making this stuff.
It's nice.
This is like the main. This is the only room that's left that has a lot of things. Let's see if I find more. Sound of Christmas.
What's it sound like to you, Fiona?
What does it sound like to me?
What's Christmas sound like to you?
Like that crackling sound, like, you know, like after Christmas is passing, you burn like a live Christmas tree. It does like this crackling sound, like that, and like the old Christmas music. Would you eat these Tic Tacs?
Nope.
No, me either.
The bathroom's pretty empty.
Yeah, but it hasn't been. What, this lady passed away back here 2 years ago?
Oh, I see. So it's cleaned out.
This place has been in the family, I want to say, what, his great-grandma was back here? So great-grand, 3, 4 generations?
Wow. It says they're getting rid of it.
Yep. I guess it ends here.
What's the design?
Like a unicorn.
Oh.
But not those powder things.
Part of your face. It's like translucent.
It actually smells clean. Like it's like your typical powder.
Like
That's cool.
powder.
I haven't seen one of those in forever. Why do you think someone has to specify more than once it's for douching only? Like 3 times.
What's it called? Comforting what?
Combination syringe.
Oh, combination.
Comfy combination syringe.
I don't know if I touched that probably.
How much to use it?
Never.
How much would you have to get paid to use this?
God.
As is.
Nope, negative.
Not even this part.
Pretty clean and clean.
For the most part, yeah. Crimes and punishment. It's the whole collection.
Wait, it looks like he's being stabbed. In the shadow?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
So, and then everything's out off the closet that's in here. All that cupboards and stuff.
Beautiful. Oh, you even cleaned it? Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome. Absolutely wonderful. You guys did great.
I don't really smell anything.
No, it smells actually really good in here. I like it. I'm happy.
It's come a long way in 2 days.
It does. You guys kicked ass. Did absolutely phenomenal.
So, Alex, how are you with your services?
Absolutely fantastic. I couldn't have asked for better. You guys went beyond what I expected.
This is great to hear. So you weren't expecting this level of work then from the text. Like you've seen the YouTube channel.
I have, but like it didn't need to be as well as it is. You guys went above and beyond. Most professional people I've ever worked with, and awesome, just awesome job.
So is it like it is on the series?
Yes. Here on site, you guys are more friendly than you appear on TV. I don't know if it's because I get to talk with you guys, but you're very friendly and personable and professional, and I couldn't have asked for better.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations. Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
Hey guys, we are here in St. Pete, Florida at a 2-month-old decomposition. So this man passed away, was not found for a month, and then it's been another month since we got here. So. Wait. Hey guys, we are here in St. Pete, Florida at a 2-month-old decomposition. We're fortunate enough, we have a big franchise training class today. We've got like 7 people here. So we are going to teach them everything they need to know about the decomp. So this man passed away, was not found for a month, and then it's been another month since we've got here. So it's gonna be a challenging job and extremely stinky. That's why we need this.
Where are all the franchisees from? Who are they? What locations are they representing today?
We've got franchisees here from Portland, Oregon, Acadiana, Louisiana, and Kansas City, Missouri.
You 3 are going to start with the bio. You 4 are going to start with the furniture. Okay? And then I'll switch you at some point. So the 3 of you, we always start where it begins and work our way back so we don't cross-contaminate. Okay?
So we gotta start somewhere?
No, you start here.
Oh, okay.
And work your way
Start
back.
that way. Okay.
Okay? Put them in the bag. Okay, be careful where you're stepping. Look at that hair. Okay. Now, whenever we see that much matter, you see it on the grout line, it's very coagulated. That's how we know that it went through the grout.
Okay.
So we're going to have to jack up all this tile here. This is called indicator. It indicates the presence of blood. The best way to do this is starting on the grout line, okay?
I'm Kevin Haddix. We'll be opening up the Spalding Decon in Acadiana, Louisiana, which is just outside Lafayette.
Connie Klosterman, and I'm in Kansas City, Missouri. Actually, I had a neighbor who, this was like 6 years ago, they committed suicide, and they weren't found for a long time. And I watched their family clean out the house, because there's nothing like that in our area.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, I just got curious and I looked it up and I found Spalding and been following him on Instagram, YouTube, all that for years now.
That's awesome.
Ooh. Let me see that. Yeah. Oh, wait.
What's good? First of all, how y'all doing? Camera 1 good?
Yeah.
Camera 2, we good? Even though you camera 1 to your boy.
That's right.
You straight.
That's right.
Right now we're just moving a lot of stuff out of the apartment, and then you want to just separate that from bio. So they're doing good right now. You know, we have a long way to go, but as for right now, everybody's doing pretty good.
Well, that's what people are here to see. Is here
Yeah,
your
you know,
dad.
it's whatever. You know, however I can, shed light on somebody's day, or give a little inspiration, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, baby.
Boys in the building.
Well, you're outside the building right now.
Well, I'm in the building.
Oh, okay.
But I'm outside.
How you feeling, boss?
This is called a HEPA vacuum. This is a wet-dry model, so you can suck up both wet and dry, preferably not at the same time. So you're going to turn it on the left there.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah, it's plugged in.
Sierra. I'm from Kansas City. I'm opening up a Spalding Decon there. I am the owner. I brought my 2 friends, Connie and Denise, down. We're really motivated to work with Laura. We've been watching her YouTube videos and social medias for like 5 years now. So we've got to see all the things that she's been able to do and cultivate and grow the business. And we're super excited about that and super excited about being a part of it. Right now, our expectations are exceeded. We did just clean up a crime scene where there was lots of blood. We had to rip up the floor, take a bunch of furniture out, and it was just completely smelly, but not so bad with these on.
Yeah.
But honestly, it was really...
Oh, I'll show you how to put that back on. Don't worry.
It was really fun. It's fine. It was really fun.
So we're in this 1-bedroom condo here, and management wants everything out. So we're trying to separate everything from trash and stuff that we can donate, like shoes and belts and things like that. So we're gonna end up packaging all this up. The furniture we're gonna take and do an ozone chamber on it, which means we're gonna make a chamber and we're gonna run our machines to get rid of the odor so it doesn't smell so bad. It's still really, really bad smell. We're gonna have to cut some walls in here. We're treating the concrete right now. These guys are doing good, but they're starting to learn how hard it is to work with the respirator on in a suit in hot weather. And this isn't even hot weather. So it's challenging for him. We found a crack pipe on the bed, so that might have had something to do with his death. He was only 55 years old. We don't know how he died, but he was here for 2 months.
Oh, wow. Satisfying, right?
My name is Crystal Perkins, and I have a franchise in Portland, Oregon. My partner, Sherry Chauncey. We're here today. We're been best friends for 48 years, so we decided to go in business together.
Awesome. What got you interested in Spalding?
Well, actually, I wasn't able to sleep one night, and I was browsing the YouTube channel, and I caught up on these crime things. I watch them all the time, and I just kept watching Spalding. It really intrigued me and thought something I like to do. I researched the company about 8-9 months ago and decided, yep, and asked my best friend, hey, let's go into business together. And she's like, yeah, let's do it.
What does the smell like? Can you describe it?
No.
Nothing like you smelled before?
No, nothing like I've smelled before, yeah.
I like your polka dot boots.
It's extreme.
I bet.
Oh yeah, look at those boots.
Oh, yep. This is the Portland team.
Very cute.
We'll have different kind of boots every time. Yeah.
My name is Sherry Chauncey, and I live in Portland, Vancouver, Washington, and Portland. We're hoping to do the whole I-5 area. Got into it because Crystal started it and wanted to get going on it. So we're going full force. Today wasn't bad. Laura says this is the worst she's seen. So if this is the worst, I think we can handle it.
We can handle it. Yeah, I think we can.
Well, we're excited to have you. Excited to get you on some more jobs and get through this training process. This is day one for you guys, right?
Yeah, this is day one.
So
first day bio. We were excited. We were all jumping up and down when we heard the first day is going to be bio. Yeah, we're excited.
Hi, my name is Cody Melanson. I'm from Burbridge, Louisiana. I will be part of the Acadiana, Louisiana location. My mother-in-law and father-in-law, Kevin and Paula Haddix, will be opening up the location. It's very different from what I'm used to. I'm a certified diesel mechanic by trade. I work on tractors. Looking forward to this new adventure.
Hold the seat.
Take out all your frustrations. Think about your exes. Kansas City Mo, represent.
And in concern care, it's not the same, but it's a little bit of the same style of cleaning because of how people leave the apartment. And one time also we encountered 1 or 2 deaths because when
Dead
we
bodies?
would check on them, they passed away. And
So
we
you
had to clean up and we had to move things around and contact.
So this isn't even your first kind of decomposition you've seen.
No, definitely not.
First.
Definitely not.
Not mine.
Yeah, not mine. Not mine either. And with the smells and everything, not either. I mean, I like all this. This is something that I'm ready for. I like it.
So you guys found out about us through social media and YouTube and stuff. So Sierra's the one that found out first?
Well, Connie,
she
found out first, and I started looking into everything, and I was like, oh my God, and I started keeping up with the two, and then it just kind of snowballed from there.
I said, isn't this cool? What a dream. And she made the dream come true.
You're like the Powerpuff Girls of Spalding Decon.
This bottom piece of wood has blood underneath it. We have to remove it. These big giant nails are here holding this down. I have to go in between these two pieces of wood to cut that thick nail.
So get the middle, so we get to clean it. Get the middle real good, heavy. But we're gonna have to remove both sides. So we are about 5 o'clock p.m. the first day, and I know this was only a one-bedroom apartment, but there was a ton of work that had to be done. We had to take several walls of drywall out. Several walls have to have seal plates out where the blood went through. We had to jack up tile, remove vanities, lift up toilets. So there was a lot of work to be done. So I'm really glad that we had this many people today. But they'll finish it up and knock it out tomorrow. So tomorrow, a couple more seal plates are going to have to be removed. Everything disinfected, and then the subfloor will have to be sealed.
Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
All right, we have day 2 of this bio cleanup in St. Petersburg, Largo area. We're just finishing up a couple things in the bathroom, taking down the drywall that has bio on it already. We're gonna finish cleaning up, scrubbing away all the bio that's on the walls, wipe it down, do a clean mop of everything, disinfect everything really good, and that should be a wrap. Once we paint, then it should be a wrap.
Nice. How you feeling?
I feel good. You know, I feel very blessed, man. Very thankful this morning. Woke up feeling dangerous. So
dangerous?
I feel dangerous, man. It's in a good way, though.
Okay.
You know, just feeling like, just feeling good overall.
I'm nervous to find out what that means.
No, man, you just, it's almost like you wake up and you feel, you're super blessed. You want to make the best out of your day.
Oh, like manic.
Yeah, man.
What's all the other thing?
Is the water line being behind that wall gonna mess you up at all?
Close enough. You can swim, can't you?
We're about to find out.
Good. You have your water boots on. You should be fine.
Is that connected though, like through?
It's going to be behind this and the next room.
You're gonna have to cut it where that wall stops. Otherwise it's gonna keep going, you know?
It's just stuff right here. You don't have to look.
We bought, I think, 16 additional blades, and I want to say we maybe have 2 left.
Got it. So over the past 2 hours, we got all of them?
Yep.
We went through 12 blades.
Because this wood, we can't remove. So we treat it, we scrub it, we do everything like we normally do. But because we can't remove it, we have to seal it.
Are you gonna do that on the floor too?
Yeah.
We are completing. Fiona's finishing up doing a little bit of the painting. I'm gonna finish disinfecting the floor and doing the mop once she completes that, so we're not just mopping up more footsteps. But today's a wrap. It's a tough day.
How long did it take you to do all the sealant boards?
This thing's a bitch, dude. Probably took about maybe 4 hours.
Yeah.
You know, saw all the blades, you know, very, very flimsy. So what the cats do, they see it, chase it around.
You seem pretty familiar with it.
You know, I'm not familiar with chasing balls, but I'm familiar with the cat strategy.
Category?
Yeah, whatever words you like, you know. Lingo's in 2021. You know, people are making their own lingo, doing their own thing. You know, I'm chasing the ball. My attention is all over the place.
We're wrapping up, C. How do you feel?
I feel exhausted,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. It's been a good day. It's been a long day, but we were able to finish the bio. Just got to finish sealing the bathroom and the hallway for the wood and the concrete. And then after we do that, we'll just mop the tile that's in the kitchen, living room, dining room area. And then we'll be good to go. It's been something. That's for damn sure. But it's been a good one. I'll see you next time.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations.
We have a customer that asked us to help us do a trash out for their apartment. So all of this is from roaches. Their bodies kind of shed. That's what all that is.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
Hey guys, Steve Wolf here in Tampa. We're actually in a condo complex in Pinellas Park. We have a customer that asked us to help us do a trash out for their apartment because they are moving into a larger home. They want to make sure that a lot of the contents that are here aren't taken into the new home. They're gonna do a fresh restart. So stick with us as we fill up this entire dump trailer with contents, and we make sure that the apartment is nice and clean so that when she goes to move out, that she can get her deposit back. Anything tasty? Definitely. We got some public stuff. So you Northerner watchers, Publix is a grocery store down here. It's a staple here in the South. Best thing for Publix is pub subs. I don't know what you guys like for like a sandwich shop. So all of this is from roaches. So what happens is their bodies kind of shed and stuff, and even die and lay eggs, and that's what all that is.
There you go. Perfect.
cute. Some gardening.
Nope.
What about, yeah, I don't want to get rid of it.
What I want to do is I want to put some moisture on it to kind of break it up. Then I'm going to sweep it up afterwards. But a lot of the stuff was pushed in and baked in pretty much into the floor. So first thing you do is you saturate it, rehydrate that material so that it's easier for you to pull up. And then you're able to kind of really agitate it and move it around so that it can come off. If you don't clean the floor before you put contents on it, you're just kind of applying pressure to that dirt and debris, and it starts to compact into the floor. So that's what we're doing now. We're gonna have to do multiple layers to kind of hydrate and bring this back to life.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, we're good.
I'm
That's
not doing
it.
it.
I got what I needed out of that.
Delicious.
Mm.
Here is a nice loaf of bread for you. Little yeast.
Some unknown liquid that we're just testing to see what it is. It's blood. And it's just some unknown liquid.
Here we see quite a large nest of roaches. You'll see that some of them have wings and sacs of eggs that are hanging off them because they are reproducing. Typically when you see them in that nest like that, it's because they've recently reproduced. This is what we're going to focus on now. We have items like this lovely cup. Gotta make sure you see the cat. Talk about the corrosiveness of soda. Starting to eat through the cup and everything. So the clothes in here are gonna be keep items. Okay, and the only thing that she was concerned about is there was a couple items at the base of the door by the bathroom that were gonna be heavily soiled because that's a high traffic point for them. We found money, we find documents that are important to the family. She has the CPAP machine. What this does is it pressurizes air because people that use this typically stop breathing in the middle of the night. Okay, so what this does is ensures that you consistently have airflow throughout the night and you can breathe. But if you're having trouble breathing, you also want to make sure that the air that you are breathing is clear of all contaminant. Bag number 7. I feel like I'm gonna find, let's say, 5 more. Count them with me. I don't know how many I said. I think I said 5. Maybe I said 7. I don't care. I think I'm gonna go through both those numbers. We already had 2. Hold on. 3, 4, 5, 6. This one doesn't count. This is a Dooney and Burt. 7. I found more bags. Hold on. 1. Vera Bradley. Same as the set. Look, look. Same as the set. Another bag. What do you guys think this is? I got another one. And another one. And then a little pouch. But every Vera Bradley bag that they sell in this design is here in this apartment. We are easily over 20 bags now. And come here. We haven't even started digging through that, but you can see right there, there's bags right there. Okay. We are wrapping up day one at this Pinellas Park board. At day one, we still have a lot of work to do. The homeowner had a high anxiety and was concerned about a lot of the things that were going to be removed while she was at work today. So we pretty much stayed away from the things that were mission critical for her. Next, what we're doing right now is the kitchen is clean, main entryway is clean. We have a common area in the living room and dining room. Stay tuned for day two.
Hey guys, Nathan here. So it's day two at this ward here in Pinellas Park. The game plan for today is we're tackling the master bedroom, the master bathroom. We're kind of cleaning out some of the middle areas, re-cleaning some of the spots because there still is animals in the home. So they kind of re-dirty things as we go. Stay tuned. There's still plenty of roaches, plenty of dog poop and pee, plenty of dirty stuff for you guys to watch. So.
Yeah, this is what we found. I'm not too sure what's in it. I kind of don't want to know. But at least it's from a restaurant, so hopefully it's not any other bodily fluids.
Guys, on today's segment of Nathan and Nature, right, we are going to the unknown. We're venturing into unknown, uncharted territory. So you get to experience this raw with me right here. You ready? Let's go. What kind of crazy critters and creatures we can find. Whoa, yes. As you can see, we have plenty of friendly cockroaches here. Some of my favorite, this is Walter, he has asthma. This is Kyle. These guys are pretty cool actually. Known them for a long time.
Right now we have finished cleaning out the mattress in the master bedroom. This mattress was covered with different items, maybe about 2 feet up off the bed. We finally have now made it down to the mattress itself. From here we are going to take the mattress up and get rid of it and then start cleaning underneath the bed frame and see where that takes us. We're continuing to clean out the master bedroom. We've been finding a bunch of empty pill bottles, but we've also unfortunately come across a few hypodermic needles, and so we're gonna have to dispose of these in our sharp container out on the van. One of the dangers of working on this job, you never know what you're gonna find.
On your way, sorry.
Oh, thank God this one's got the handles.
Oh!
Shauna, don't look behind the box. Just don't look behind the box.
That's because they're all coming in front of the box. Oh!
Oh, you saw and put it down to you.
They all had to use the bathroom, but the line was too long.
There you go.
All right, guys. So what we're doing right now at this stage is we're doing the same thing we did in the living room over here, which was all these contents are being kept. They're waiting on the moving company to come move all this stuff to the new location. Alright guys, here we have a cockroach colony. They don't suspect a thing, but we're about to annihilate an entire race of cockroaches here.
The bathroom is starting to look a lot better than when we first got in here. We've cleaned out all the medicine cabinets, the cabinets below, vacuumed up any extra critters that may have been crawling around. So now it's the time where we are going to deep clean the walls, the counters, floors, and the bathtub behind you. So now's the fun part. What we are doing is I sprayed this entire wall down with our shockwave, so our disinfectant. I let it sit there for a moment. Now I'm coming behind with a scrub daddy and a wipe ball and just doing clockwise, counterclockwise, and then wiping it back down again because I just want to make sure I'm not leaving any residue after I wipe this wall down.
As you can see here, we have a very large amount of cockroach poop all down here. Looks like little like poppy seeds from a poppy seed bagel.
It's looking pretty good now. I just have to pull out this dryer to clean up this. I've already cleaned this. There's a bunch of bugs, but that's no big deal. We're just gonna vacuum them up off the walls or behind the dryers or washers. They're stuck in the clothes a little, so we'll shake them out and pick them up with the vacuum. But other than that, after the vacuum, you just spray it with shockwave, make sure it's all clean, wipe down all the baseboards, and good to go.
Sorry. Hang on.
Alright guys, end of day 2 here. We got this hoard done. We sorted and segmented whatever we needed to do. The client was very happy with the progress we made. Movers are coming to get the rest of the stuff. The house looks real clean. Things are piled up certain ways because those are the items that the homeowner wants to keep. So the homeowner is moving apartments from one to another. Those are the items that wanted to be kept. So there's a moving company coming in a few days to pick that stuff up. But for the move out inspection of the apartment, once that stuff is gone, somebody would have had to clean it. So what we did is we segmented as we moved stuff, we cleaned underneath it, moved the items back. So that way, when the movers come to get all the stuff, it's nice and clean underneath, it's move out ready, and it's ready to go. So those were all the items that were piled separately, sorted based on like items, right? So bathroom items, toothbrush, toothpaste kind of in one area, and then all those clear bags had clothing items and things like that in them. So it's a good day for Spalding Decon.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations.
Not even once. You hear a lot these days about loot boxes being gambling for kids. And while loot boxes are a terrible game mechanic and they suck, that version of gambling for kids has nothing on the version of gambling for kids that I grew up with. Feast your eyes upon the ultimate gaming rig. Sega Genesis, Neo Geo, TurboGrafx-16, Super Famicom, a stereo, a big screen TV, a hi-fi VCR. Every 90s kid's wildest dreams were only $5 and a crossword-like puzzle away. But come on, it definitely wasn't that simple. And therefore I present to you the story of the ultimate gaming rig. If you were an avid reader of game magazines from the early 90s to the mid to late 2000s, as I suspect many of you are, you've definitely come across one of these ads. Every console you could possibly have at the time combined with a top-of-the-line home theater system and sometimes computers. And what's even better, this isn't just the usual sweepstakes where you mail it away and you have a 1 in a million random chance to get picked to win. No, this was skill-based. And being the high IQ gamer that you are, you're definitely gonna win this, right? It first appeared in 1991, presented by a company called Pandemonium, and it would return month after month for years with different names like Puzzle Me, or Bane Dramage, or Rattlebrain. You have the power. In this contest, you don't rely on the luck of the draw. You determine if you win or not. You win by outscoring others in a game of skill. Can you solve the puzzle below? Then you have what it takes. It looks simple, but it's only the start. Each of 5 more puzzles gets a little harder, but this time, it's all up to you. Stay into the end, and the gear is yours, with whatever options you want. Do you have what it takes? Then play to win. Video game contest. Play any 16-bit game in the world with this lineup. Neo Geo Gold, Nintendo Super Famicom, Sega Genesis, and the TurboGrafx-16. Get all 4 or trade the ones you don't want for cash. Bonus options, adapters, games, accessories, cash, and more. Media Rig Contest. The ultimate gaming environment. 40-inch monitor, 130-watt receiver with Dolby Pro Logic surround sound. Infinity speakers, subwoofer, CD player, graphic EQ, dual cassette, and hi-fi VCR. This rig will blow you away, literally. You'll not only see it, but feel it. Directions. Fill in the mystery word grid with the correct words going across to spell out the mystery word down the end. Hint, use the word clue. In the future, there will be 4 more puzzles at $2 each, and 1 tiebreaker at $1.50, which will arrive by mail. You will have 3 weeks to solve each puzzle. We don't how many will play, but typically 47% will have 30% to Phase 2, 25% to Phase 3, and 20% to Phase 4. The tiebreaker determines the winner. If players are still tied, they will split the value of the prizes. Alright, let's do this. Wow, the mystery word. Blank games. Gee, I wonder what kind of games they might be talking about. I don't know. What a test of wits this was. Alright, so as you probably guessed, I did enter this contest once. And although the puzzles did get a little bit more difficult each round, they were still mostly really easy. Each round you would get similar word puzzles, but eventually a mechanic is introduced where the points have score values, and it's not so much a thing about finding the mystery word or things like that, but getting the highest score. When you get to the last round, there was a completely blank grid, and it sort of becomes like this game of anything goes Scrabble. I remember when I got to that last round, I wrote up like 10 different versions of the puzzle, and I thought I had gotten the highest possible score, but I guess not because I didn't win. That is, unless maybe the whole thing was a scam and it wasn't winnable, but nobody really knew for sure. It was a thread started on May 7th of 2004 on the cheap-ass gamer forums that would eventually lead us to the answer. The successful dropout. I don't know if this has ever been posted, but I've seen this contest in magazines forever, and have always wanted to try it out, so I signed up and completed the first set of puzzles. Now I'm waiting for the next set to be mailed to me. It goes like this. In some magazines, recently the June 04 issue of PSM on page 61, they have this contest advertised, where you pay as you play, a few bucks, filling out mystery word grids and puzzles to compete with other people who are filling out different versions of the same puzzle for prizes. You can win the ultimate gaming rig of over $20,000 in prizes. They have a computer contest, video game contest, and media rig contest. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Has anyone ever tried this? Is it a scam? Many of the other forum users expressed that they were surprised that this contest was even still going on, and many assumed that it was just a scam. But nobody could really answer for sure, and shortly after the thread fizzled out. The thread had been abandoned and forgotten about for over a year until October 2005, when it was resurrected by a user named Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee had gotten in touch with the man who ran the contest. I decided to be so bold as to email Rattlebrain and ask them whether this contest was legit or was it a scam. Amazingly enough, they replied. The following is the letter from the contest director. None of it has been manipulated. BTW, I posed under a different name just in case. Hi, Stephanie. I've been doing puzzle tournaments for 20 years. At that time, if I had been a scam, none of the magazines would let me advertise. I do what I say I will do, and if you find yourself not happy at the end of the contest, I'll send you a complete refund. This is why I have lasted so long. I hope you give us a shot. Rick Lund, Contest Director, Bane Dramage Inc. I also asked several other puzzling things about their contest. I'm waiting for their answers. I might just post them. After his thread was revived, the successful dropout returned to tell us the status of his entry. I forgot all about this thread. Anyways, I didn't win. Why? Because the puzzles that they send you are all time sensitive, and they sent the last set of puzzles to me later than the due date. Great scam, bastards. Sounds pretty sleazy, right? Well, as it turns out, I guess he should have checked the fine print. Mr. McGee, I was smart enough to get my hands on their official rules. If it came after the deadline, it is not their fault. It is the postage system's. I was worried that because of Hurricane Katrina, the mail system was clogged or destroyed or something like that. Not that I wasn't worried about the victims either. I donated a lot of money. It was just a thing that bothered me. It was like 4 weeks between the puzzles, so yeah. Anyway, their official rules explain a lot too. What caught my eye the most was the possibility of getting a full refund if my puzzle came past the deadline or if I'm not happy with the contest results. I might just post it. Also, I'm in the finals and just mailed it out. On the off chance I do win something, I'll take pics or something. From this point on, the thread would remain a lot more lively, with people coming throughout 2005 to compare their contest entries, theorized about whether or not the contest is a scam, and recall the episode of Doug that had a contest like this that turned out to be a scam. A few other people from the Cheap Ass Gamer forums managed to get in contact with Rick Lund, who would either delay their responses or give them stories about sore losers giving him problems. And it was on January of 2006 that Rick Lund sent out an email clarifying the sore losers problem. To all customers of Bane Dramage who have sent us email, once again we are extremely sorry about our slowness to respond to emails. We have had an ongoing problem which has rendered our email completely unusable. A couple of disgruntled contestants who were angry at losing the contest have embarked on a massive phony email solicitation campaign. They have used our email addresses to bury us in a sea of spam, which has made it impossible to have time to distinguish between customer mail and spam. We're talking about thousands of emails per day. This, of course, jams our inbox and prevents many emails from even getting to us. We humbly ask that you forgive us for this problem. We have now established a new email address for you to direct your questions. It is banedramagehelp@mac.com. If the questions you may have had are still relevant, please resubmit them there, and we will respond in a timely fashion. Slowly at first, and then more quickly as we catch up. If you had questions which hurt your participation in the contest when they went unanswered, let us know and we will send you a prompt refund of all entry fees if you so request. Once again, we apologize for this deplorable situation and we thank you for hanging in there. It's strange that an email spam problem was able to completely bring this operation to a halt, which makes you wonder, was this all just one guy running a contest out of his bedroom? But after the email problem was resolved, the contest went on as usual, but nobody from the Cheap Ass Gamer forums was able to secure the W. And once again, that's if the game was even winnable and no one seemed to know for sure. Well, the answer to whether or not the game was winnable, as well as the explanation for the constant name changes, came in a post by a user named Karcheroth in February of 2006. Hi everyone that entered the Bane Dramage contest. In the past, I had entered this contest when it was known as Pandemonium Inc. At that time, I didn't win, but when I entered the second time, I won all 3 finals. That's where the fight began. At that time, Rick, the contest owner, lived in Minnesota and proceeded to move to Oregon with no forwarding address to me. After 3 or 4 months, I tracked him down to where he is now and confronted him over the phone. He gave me a sob story that he had no money, was going through a divorce, and had no money to pay me. I didn't care. I wanted my winnings, and after more phone calls and heated arguments, he sent me a small portion of what I was owed, about 1/4 of the total. It took almost a year from when I won to when I received even that much. You could imagine my surprise when a month later I noticed the same contest advertised again, only this time under the name Puzzle Me. So to see what would happen, I entered again and I won 2 of the 3 finals, computer and home theater. Once again, months went by with no prize winnings. Again, I phoned him, and this time he told me he was declaring bankruptcy and wouldn't be able to pay me a dime. I thought it was a lie, but a month later I received court documents from Oregon asking me to put a claim in, but as he had no assets left, in all likelihood I would receive nothing, so I didn't bother. Well, imagine my surprise when about a year later the exact same contest was advertised yet again, but no Under the Rattle Brain. This time I couldn't enter because I had just turned 30, but I kept track of this company looking for problems through the Better Business Bureau, and sure enough, a complaint was lodged against this contest as well. I hope this time will be different for whoever wins, but from my own personal experience, I have my doubts it will. Also, my winning scores range from about 17,500 to a high of 18,418. Anything under 17,000, unless the high letters are X or J, will in all likelihood not win. I hope this helps wondering about this contest. And a month later, another former winner named Moth would come forward. I enjoyed reading all the posts on this page and decided to post my own story in case anyone else is trying to research this company. Another page you need to read is Game Set Watch, which shows many if not all of the advertisements for this contest. It is hard to find real information about the company that offers this contest. That is your first clue. I entered the contest about 10 years and countless incarnations of this company ago. I worked really hard on the final puzzle, which is difficult and variable enough that only one person is likely to get the high score. It requires you to use the Oxford English Dictionary and other dictionaries to find really obscure and small words, and fit them into a grid in such a way as to obtain the highest possible score. Long story short, I won. Imagine my pride at having beat all the thousands of people who entered the contest, and my anticipation of winning all this awesome stuff. Guess what? That's right, I got nothing. What I did get was a series of what I believe to be the official courtroom proceedings of the bankruptcy of what was Pandemonium. I cannot make a claim on what was due to me because the amount was too small. I went so far as to obtain a consultation from a lawyer who directed me toward the Better Business Bureau. I was in college and decided not to try to pursue legal action, because who has the time and money for that when what you're owed is relatively small, and you're trying to get it from a bankrupt company, and you're a broke college student? I still have all the paperwork from everything I did for the contest, all my countless words that I found, and the myriad grids I filled in trying to achieve the best score that I could. And let's not forget the documents of the bankruptcy proceedings. It all serves as a reminder of the hard work I did, which I am proud of, and the fact that there are people out there in this world like Rick Lund who are failed, worthless human beings who make a living preying on the dreams of innocent young people, stooping to the lowest depths and using the loopholes in the court system to continue to perpetuate a business scam, calling kids sore losers when they justifiably complain and criticize the operations of this puzzle contest. Just look at the number of times this business has changed names and addresses over the years, folks. Legitimate businesses change locations maybe once in 10 or 20 years, when they outgrow their location, want a bigger demographic, buy out another company, etc., but rarely do they change names frequently. Caveat emptor. Yes, I probably should have known better, but like the others on this page, I had seen the ad for a long time and was curious to see if it really was legit, and if so, whether I could actually do what it took to win. What I got was a lesson in the dark side. Do not enter this contest. Put your money and energy to work in other endeavors that are likely to pay off. As for Rick Lund, if I ever find him, I'm going to chop off his you-know-what and feed it to him, if somebody hasn't already beaten me to the punch. And then a little under a year later, another former winner named Abigoria would come forward. Hello everyone, it has been a long time since I entered Pandemonium and Puzzle Me contest. I have been a winner 3 times while under the name Pandemonium, and 3-time winner under Puzzle Me, so a total of 6 times I have won. As of this day though, I have only received enough money to pay just 1 out of the 6 times that I have won. I have called Rick Lund so many times and been so patient with him, and have always, when I talked to him on the phone, I was given a story of why he can't pay me, but always kept my hopes up that in the future he was going to be able to pay. Example, after he runs another contest he would have money to pay me then. So yeah, I kept my hopes up, and yeah, I got paid only $500 a month, and that $500 a month only lasted a few months because the company filed bankruptcy and started up again under the name Puzzle Me. I entered Puzzle Me contests and won 3, but it didn't matter because the same thing happened again. Although I got a little more this time than before, but still, I nearly won $50,000 in total between the 6 contests, and maybe received a total of $6,000. The figures are vague, as it's been so long ago and I can only base it on memory, although I do have all my records of my winnings. So to anyone that entered this contest, it's impossible to win if you don't know what you are doing, and if you do know what you are doing, it's still a slim chance on winning. And finally, if you do win, I wouldn't expect to actually receive what you won, based on my past experience with Pandemonium, Puzzle Me, and Rick Lund. I am in total shock to find out that he has yet another contest going again under another name. It is unbelievable how this can keep on going for all these years, but I guess it's people like me that won and just sit back and accept what he pays us and don't push it any further or take legal action. And that is why I am guessing he can still keep on running these contests. If anyone on this forum wins the recent contests, I like to know how it turns out with actually getting your prizes / money. Good luck to anyone doing these contests. So with all that in mind, here's what we know about these contests. They actually were winnable, and you actually had to get a really good score to actually win them. This meant that the company's staff, or maybe even Rick Lund himself, had to go through thousands of contest entries by hand. This went on for over 15 years, and it seems like just about every time when people did win, they wouldn't get anything that they won or just a small piece of it. It seems strange to me that someone would create such a complicated system just to scam people when there's so many less involved, less hands-on ways to deprive people of their money. I mean, isn't the whole point of scamming people to get a lot of money for little to no work? So I have an alternative hypothesis. What if Rick Lund actually did set out to create a legitimate contest business, but at the end of the day, he just didn't have what it takes to run a business like this? When I look into the story of this contest, it reminds me of how I used to read these books on entrepreneurship and, you know, getting rich and things like that. And a lot of times, you would come across stories of people who started their empires with very simple ads in magazines and newspapers and things like that. But in the case of a business like this, where he's just advertising a very appealing thing in a video game magazine, he goes from just being some dude working out of his bedroom to all of a sudden he has thousands of pieces of mail to go through, probably by himself. And we could see the evidence for that by the fact that he's sitting there talking to people on the phone himself and responding to emails and dealing with email spam by himself when an abler businessman would be delegating these menial tasks to employees. So he's clearly in way over his head, but at the same time, he's got envelopes full of money coming to him month after month after month, year after year. So he throws his hands up in the air and says, fuck it, and keeps the thing running until the wheels fall off. In practice, this leaves us something that's basically indistinguishable from a scam, but I think it's important to know what was going on in Rick Lund's head while running this thing to really understand the story of the ultimate gaming rig. I'll put a poll up and see what you think. And I would also like to know if there's anyone watching this who wasn't in that thread that won or actually successfully got their refund. Let me know in the comment section. They say that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to get its pants on. And in this current social media climate where people rarely read past an article's headline, and viral posts are taken at face value without the slightest attempt at fact-checking, this statement has never been truer. Countless people will come into contact with a false story if it's tantalizing enough, but far fewer will ever see the inevitable correction. And once the world's attention is moved on, the people involved are left to fix the damage done by the spectacle. Consider the story of Heidi Ye, the model in this viral image. You might remember hearing about the Chinese man who sued his wife after they had ugly kids. He said that she deceived him by having plastic surgery, and the Chinese courts awarded him hundreds of thousands of dollars. Or did they? Of course, that story wasn't true, but thousands of people, maybe millions, fell for it. So what happens when strangers all around the world are manipulated into having the wrong opinion about you? Find out in this episode of Tales from the Internet. Urban legends have been a staple of the internet for as long as people have been communicating with each other online. And while it can often be annoying when the people around you are falling for them, for the most part they're pretty harmless. Think back to the infamous lobster story that I covered a few years ago on this channel. Even though there's no possible way it's true, tons of people still fell for it, but at the end of the day, maybe you shouldn't do that with a lobster. It's sound advice. It's when an urban legend takes the leap to full-fledged fake news that it becomes a problem. It becomes dangerous and it can hurt real people. And that's exactly what happened to Heidi Ye. It begins in October of 2012 when this story started to go viral. A man from northern China divorced and sued his wife earlier this year for being ugly. That's not a joke. Neither is this. That man recently won the lawsuit. That man is Jian Feng, and he said his issues with his wife's looks only began after the couple's daughter was born. Feng was appalled by the child's appearance, calling her incredibly ugly, and saying she resembled neither one of her parents. With that being the case, Feng initially accused his wife of cheating. It was at that point that his wife, who had not been named, came forward, saying she had spent $100,000 on intense plastic surgeries to drastically change her appearance before she met Feng.
She never told Feng about these surgeries. When Feng found out about the procedures, he filed a lawsuit. He said the woman convinced him to marry her under false pretenses. A judge agreed, awarding Feng $120,000. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I know even less about the laws in China, but I'm pretty sure that you can sue someone over ugly babies. I mean, even with the plastic surgery, I've known some pretty good looking people who had no plastic surgery to my knowledge and still managed to pop out some pretty fucking ugly babies. And even if you could sue, $120,000 seems a bit high. But like I said, I don't know Chinese law, and maybe a big reason why this story propagated so much is because people are like, oh, China's a mysterious land with mysterious customs. But that's neither here nor there, because the story can actually be traced all the way back to 2004. That's when it was reported in a Chinese publication called the Heilongjiang Morning Post. And the thing about that publication is that it has a history of publishing made-up stories. Essentially, it'd be like sharing an article from the Weekly World News as fact. But that did not stop it from being reported by the Huffington Post, the New York Post, the Daily Mail, Fox 31, the Irish Examiner, and the Mirror as a legitimate story. But you might have noticed from these articles that I just showed you screenshots of that they're using a different picture. To get the full story, we're gonna need to go back to the beginning of 2012. There's this up-and-coming Taiwanese model named Heidi Ye. She's getting a ton of work, TV ads, magazine ads, she's doing real good. Then one day, she accepts a job for a print advertisement for a plastic surgery company. That's when she takes this photo. It depicts two very good-looking parents with three really ugly kids. And it has a caption that roughly translates to, "The only thing you have to worry about after plastic surgery is the explaining you'll have to do to your children." And people might be like, oh, that's mean, but the thing is, the kids' faces are photoshopped, and the Chinese in general just tend to not get butthurt about those kinds of things like we do in the West. It's just a silly ad to promote a plastic surgery company. So the picture does its job and Heidi moves on with her life and her career, but then, later on in 2012, the picture appears once again. This time, it's on the Facebook page of another plastic surgery company. And once that thing gets on Facebook, it starts to circulate. At first, it's mostly ordinary memes like this demotivational poster, which even by 2012 standards is pretty boomer-ish. Shit doesn't really hit the fan until someone on Facebook decides to combine the story about the man who sued his wife over ugly kids with the plastic surgery ad, which honestly doesn't really even make that much sense. I mean, look at the picture. Does this guy look like he's unsatisfied with his hot wife and his ugly kids? But there's no room for common sense when it comes to these kinds of things. This point is when the story goes super viral and thousands of people are sharing it all over Facebook. Not only are people sharing the post, but people are taking the picture, taking the story, and re-uploading it on their own pages, because that's what people do on Facebook, steal content. And on top of that, now some news outlets are taking the story, publishing it again, now with the picture. And of course, you've got those soldiers out there fighting the good fight, trying to debunk it in the comments section, and you've got some publications that published retractions, but there's just no fighting against the Zerg rush of human stupidity. Once the story's out there at that magnitude, it can't be controlled. Meanwhile, back in Taiwan, Heidi was none the wiser until the story made its way to a Chinese tabloid. In an interview with the BBC, Heidi describes what happened next. "When I first heard about this from a friend, I thought it was just a one-off rumor," said Miss Ye. "Then I realized the whole world was spreading it and in different languages. People actually thought it was real. Even my then boyfriend's friends would ask about it. The picture and accompanying stories came up on Google in several languages, including Arabic, English, and Japanese, and have become a global meme. People refused to believe that I had never had plastic surgery. Clients would ask me if I was the woman in the picture. After this, I only got small roles in advertisements. It also," she says, "affected her personal life. She suspects her then boyfriend broke up with her partly because he was embarrassed by the rumors. She says relatives and her current fiance's family have also asked about them. Strangers would spot her in public and gossip about her," she adds. So with her personal life messed up and her career in shambles all due to a fake news story, what's left to do except start suing people? But she knows enough to know that you can't go and sue the entire internet. Once it's out there, it's out there. But as of 2015, she says that she is pursuing legal action against her former modeling agency as well as the plastic surgery company that posted the ad to Facebook. And while you might be thinking that, well, she signed her rights away, she has a contract, that may not necessarily be so. According to her claims, she only gave rights for that single print ad. She claims that she granted no rights for online publishing and she never gave permission to reuse the image. And in response to that, both companies say that they're gonna sue her back. As of the making of this video, there doesn't seem to have been any resolution to this case, but if it does happen, I'll keep you updated. So what can we learn from this? For the love of God, please do a little bit of fact checking before spreading around ridiculous inflammatory stories.
Vertical integration is a concept in business in which a company owns multiple stages of production in order to reduce costs, maximize profits, and streamline the overall operation. For example, Apple manufactures their own hardware. They develop their own software that's then sold through their own stores. I sell t-shirts. Maybe I could screen print my own t-shirts and buy a sweatshop somewhere in Asia and have my clothes sewn together by children. I don't do that, but I could. What if your business was, I don't know, selling human body parts? It would be pretty convenient then to also own a funeral home. Get a nice stock of dead bodies. Well, that's exactly the idea that Megan Hess, an entrepreneur in Colorado, had. But as she soon learned, things can get a little messy when dealing with human remains. So for today's episode, let's talk about the funeral home owner that sold her customers body parts without their consent. Personally, I don't really care what happens to my dead body after I die. I have no use for it anymore. For all I care, you can tie me to the back of a truck and drag me around like Big Boss Man did to the Big Show's father. I realize though that I'm not normal in this regard. So when weird stuff starts happening to people's dead family members' remains, they kind of feel some type of way. So when you die, you got a few options. Among them, you can get buried, you can get cremated, maybe you donate your organs. To tell this story, it's a bit important to distinguish, though, between organ donations and donating your body to science and research or whatever. You got that organ donation checkbox on the back of your ID. My mother always told me not to check that off because then if you get into an accident, they let you die so they can take your organs. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like if it was true, they wouldn't tell you anyway, so... Regardless, organ donation is heavily regulated in the US. Selling organs for transplants is super illegal. And arrangements for transplants can't be made by for-profit organizations. They must be done by a charity that's registered with the government. Body parts that are sold not for transplants, but say research or educational purposes or things like that, much less regulated. In fact, in the US, there are no federal laws governing this, and very few state laws. And people do make a pretty penny off of this. But we'll get into the exact prices later. I think mostly the context that we've heard about donating your body to science is in kind of a joke context. Like, oh hey, you got a stupid brain there. Scientists should take your brain and study how stupid your brain is. So we know how your stupid brain works, we have a better understanding of what it's like to be stupid. The reality though, it's not so much like that. The reality of it is actually kinda sad. You see, whether you're having regular burial or cremation, dealing with the remains of a deceased family member is really expensive, cost prohibitive for some people. And that sometimes is where they wind up in a business called a body broker. It sounds like something out of Shadowrun. Body brokers are mostly for-profit companies that'll give you low-cost or even free cremations in exchange for being allowed to receive the body as a donation. What a lot of people don't realize though, especially because of the use of the term donation, the body isn't merely being given away for research, but rather the body is sold for a lot of money, often chopped up piece by piece. Very lucrative business, especially if you have a way to guarantee the flow of fresh bodies. For example, say if one were to run a body broker out of a funeral home. In 2017, Reuters did an investigation into the shady side of the body broker business. A lot of horrors were uncovered, like the story of a professionally decapitated woman found in the woods. Shells of HIV-infected heads stacked up among thousands of other body parts. Seminars involving cadavers in hotel ballrooms. And their investigation found that only one such facility, a joint body broker / funeral home, existed in the US. The Sunset Mesa Funeral Directors and Donor Services in Montrose, Colorado, owned by Megan Hess, who is in business with her parents, Shirley and Alan Koch. The operation begins in 2000.